All right. Okay. Thanks everyone for joining today. Uh, okay. So before congratulations everyone for your graduations, and also welcome to this bootcamp or business analyst workshop. So the purpose of this workshop is many of you um, have have knowledge so far you gathered last few years, but not sure how to get into job and how to get into IT job, right? So that's the main purpose. And also um, especially many of I'm not sure you want to be a business analyst, or you want to be a data analyst, you want to be a software developer, or you want to be a DBA. This session is applicable for all the roles. So what we are going to cover, how to get into a IT role in a banking domain. So that's, but I'm going to use as a business analyst for simplicity, just for the explanation, so you can change into whatever you are applying. You can do the same thing to convert your knowledge into skills, and skills into a job role. Okay. So before I get started, so we have a plan, like what we are going to do within this 10 days. So this is not going to be like typical training or anything. So I have designed this 10 days workshop. It's like a game. So this game, when everyone get 10 points. So we can play because this is a limited time, right? 10 days only, because we are limiting every day per 1 hour. So we are not able to play until the level. We have 3 levels here. So only we should be we are able to play only one level, first level. Okay. So you guys can stick on to this first level only. So the first level, we have yellow belt, and next one is blue belt, the level 2, and third one is the sorry, here typo error, this the third level. Third level is the black belt. Okay, sorry, I think okay. So I guess these salaries are similar to I'm not sure, I think data analyst salary is slightly less than this one. This salary is accurate because I have gone through this path, so that's why I'm sharing this ones. And also many of my recent student, I have the data, so that's why I'm sharing this information. So level 1, junior business. So don't use any word in your resume junior. So just for your understanding, I'm putting as a junior. Okay, so there is no junior. Okay, do not apply any job junior. Just directly apply data analyst or business analyst. Okay, so don't include anything. So just for separation, or just for your understanding how these levels are important, especially if you are going to work in a bank. They will be asking, so you should know the level. So we have a level system, right? Like it's a scale. So level 5 is the regular analyst. Okay, any standard analyst, this level. So you might get level 4 or level 5. So level 4 mean level 1 data analyst or level 1 business analyst. So I'm just going to the basic ones, which is level 2, which is level 5. Okay, so level 5 is the starting. So starting salary 65,000 to 75,000. So 65,000, no, you don't have any knowledge. Okay, you don't have any experience, only you have knowledge, education knowledge only. 75,000 if you have a retail experience. Let's say you are working currently in a retail shop like a Walmart, Shoppers Drug Mart, anything you customer care, cash handling. So that give you extra 10,000. So you can negotiate start 10,000. Start you can ask salary confidently anything above 70,000, right? So you don't need to ask 65,000 because there is a question they will ask you during the interview how much salary you are expecting. So you can confidently ask 70,000 if you are currently working in this type of thing. Anything customer service related, cash handling, banking, finance, or like a call center, anything, you can ask 70 middle. Okay, I am not seeing people are hiring like a contractor job, contingent workers, like because the banks hire contingent worker. Are you guys still able to see my screen, the Excel sheet?
Yes, still visible.
Okay, okay. So yeah, um, there are many contract jobs available. So I'm not sure if it is this suitable. So if you are going to get a 2 or 3 year work permit, I would say try this one. You won't regret it, because many manpower, they will give you letter for your PR. Okay, so like not only the manpower, the bank, like if you get a good supervisor, you'll get. So usually the contract job will be 6 month only, but I 15 years I am working in the IT. I never seen any project end within 6 months. So it's always going to be 8 9 months. So it will you will be hired for. They will not extend your contract for 1 month 1 month. So first 6 months they will hire. If the project is delay, definitely it's going to delay, and they will extend it for another 6 months. So which you will complete in 1 year. So I would recommend you, if you get a contract job, still go ahead, because you will get, like, here if you go to this experience section, you see why I'm recommending, because some students, they're afraid to go to contract job. They think what will happen if I, after 6 months, if the project is done right. So here, to work in IT, you don't need to have any experience. Okay, so you just need your project experience only. Like they're asking, have you worked in a project? That's the only thing they are confirming. The 1 year, 2 year, 8 year, 5 years, 7 years, those are just numbers, guys. Okay, so you can easily land in this kind of job if you have one project experience, right? So that's the only thing. So forget about the number, 2 year, 3 year, 5 year, you don't need to include. You can include your education year. So maybe you can put 2 years plus having education, extensive knowledge in so and so. We'll discuss sample resume on 8th 9th day, but I'm just telling, if you get a contract job at this time, please go ahead, right? So that's my recommendation. So here the yellow belt, the level 1 contract jobs are very less. I don't think so you will get kind of a IT. It's kind of a backup is like um, basic tool only, like Excel or something. Reconciliation mean like any error handling, find out any debugging, error handling, these kind of like job. You may get it, but the salary is very low. I have no idea, um, but I asked few students, they're saying $25, $30. These are 5 6 7 years data, this yellow one. But still, if you get a bank job in contractors, most of the banks are hiring now contractors because they don't like to give a training. So I would recommend you get the job, and that's a good career path for you. So the here, if you see the level 1 yellow belt, you do to land in a business analyst job, right? So you don't need to have any experience. You don't need to have any other tools. But you guys are, as per our last session, I told you, you guys are overqualified. You know SQL, you know Excel, you know some Python, and you know data visualization tool, and you know presentation skills, you know storytelling. So you guys, everyone is qualified. So you don't need to learn anything. So just sharpen your basic storytelling technique, problem. So you have to market your problem solving technique and communication skills. These are the two skills required, and plus you need to learn. Mean like this is like a Excel, JIRA and Confluence. So JIRA is a project management tool widely used in the banking IT project, and there are it's like clickable, and there are so many project management tools are there, but this is like a Excel, guys. Okay, so it's just a tracking tool. So tomorrow everyone is going to sign up. We will all sign up to the free account. You might already know about this one, so we'll sign up for the free account. We'll do our all exercises on JIRA, and we'll document our projects in Confluence, right? So here we can see Visio. Visio comes with Microsoft Office. It's a diagramming tool. So you guys created data diagram, workflow diagram, WFF diagram, right? So as long as you can explain the flow using a diagram, that's it. That's a tool we require. So you don't need to pay anything. It's just a learnable skill within 10 days if you pay attention and if you practice, and you can easily land into level 1 without any problem, right? So that's my recommendation. So level 2, senior level, here in the banking, I think this is level 6. We call as level 6 here, and contractors asking even $75. I put 50, but if you can crack the interview, if you can talk confidently, you can get 60 to 70 easily. Only this is required only one project experience only. So here during these 10 days we are going to talk about two projects, right? One is lending project, one second one is collection project. So those two projects will help you to get level 1 or level 2 jobs. Okay, so it's a complete actual project I worked on in the bank of previous financial institutions. So I'm going to explain, I'm going to give the flow. So I think you guys also might have done some projects like predicting loan or past due loans using some Kaggle data. So those are the projects we are going to discuss. So you just need one project only. Okay, so and also plus this is very important, I put it here, product specialist. So product specialist is the most required skills. So product specialization here come if you know something more related about that product. Let's say you are currently working in Walmart or Shoppers or somewhere as a teller, right? So you have a special skills how to handle customer service skills, right? I know if you are working in a call center, that's a product skill. So maybe you are selling a product, and Walmart you are in retail, right? So this is your technical project experience, this is your live working project experience. So if you can combine this one, and you can land into level 2. So again here we need a JIRA, Confluence and Visio. Here we need some technical knowledge. So you are not going to work, most probably you will not work, but for the interview, shake-up interview, they will ask some few SQL questions. Yeah, other than SQL you won't get it anything. Yeah, you guys are qualified even level 2 also, level 1, level 2, many of you can handle. But if you are not sure, you are really beginner, I don't care what I learn, I want to go to my interview confidently, then go to the level 1. It's a good area to start. Okay, but if some student are intermediate, and you can directly jump into level 2, just practicing some interview questions. Okay, so level 3, so if you have a back home experience, or like any kind of, you worked in IT project like a DBA, I know I think Carol is on the call, right? So uh, if you have previous experience as a software developer, or data analyst or someone, the level 3 I recommend you. So this one currently they're asking, I see recent job offers $90 contractors. Definitely you can 6K you can target if you know how to talk it, but the basic they might give you 90,000, 95,000, still good package. And I'm not talking about the bonus and other stuff you are going to get it. So this is just a basic I'm talking about, okay? And go for it. And here it's really a product specialist, so you have to know multiple product and multiple projects. So maybe um, here you are going to learn about lending product. So here you should know something onboarding, something securities, right? Securities mean like onboarding, we can have MFA, like how to onboard customer with good security integration, right? And capital market products like savings product, right? So mortgages, like multiple product knowledge and multiple project experience. And also definitely this is kind of a semi technical role. So you need to have database knowledge, you should know how to query databases, and you should know about the APIs and microservice and one of the cloud technologies. So if you are going to work with Scotia and Tangerine, like you should know GCP. And if you are going to work with RBC and RBC, you have to know Azure. And some other banks I have no knowledge, but at least you have to know one of the cloud technologies if you're going to go level 7 and above. Okay, so this is 7 and above. So this is a good starting point, guys, because anyone can be any of this level 1 or level 2 or level 3, because you just need to know, you already know, your knowledge is there. So this is what we are lacking. So we know the tools, you already studied the tools. So you need to add your experience to your portfolio, to your resume, right? So your all your interview questions going to be this area only, experience only. They will talk about project related question, they will talk about product related questions only, right? So they don't ask your Python, your SQL, your Jira, no one will ask about that one. So they will directly talk about, tell me a scenario you work in onboarding flow, tell me a scenario you worked with data migration project, right? So they will talk. So we have to be familiar with the keywords. So while we are practicing, I will tell you keyword alert. So please have it ready, one notepad or like a Word or Excel. So when I say keyword alert, so write down that keyword. So if I tell you PBR, so that's you might already know. So PBR, product backlog refinement. So if I tell a user story, so you have to write it down. So those are the keyword. We have to use it in our resumes and our interviews. Okay, so that's a basic one. Any questions? So we are going to do, this is our plan. So because we have only 10 days, so we are going to only cover the level 1 only. So level 1 is going to cover all the basic. So we will, so everyone will join in a agile team. So all are hired. So example, we are going to simulate a agile squad, DTA for Detail and Academy squad. So everyone is going to get hired, onboarded. That's the first task. Second one, everyone going to set up a JIRA account. And third, we'll explain the project scope. The project is a lending project. Okay, so then we'll write a user story and add acceptance criteria, identify actors, and we'll go to this one, the interview. Okay, so once every step is 10 points. Okay, so but everyone will get 10 points. Here are the rules. So let's say every day we have to finish 15 minutes or 20 minutes, we'll talk about, 10 minutes for the answering question, 15 minutes for answering questions and completing the quiz and everything, right? So if you don't complete the task, or if you miss the task within that 10-15 minutes, you will be punished, and you will lose minus 10 point. Okay, so let's say you are failing to set up your JIRA account. I don't care, like it's technical issue or something, rather you figure it out at home, but during that 10-15 minutes you have to set it up, and you have to let's say I will provide you instruction, but if you are failing to do within that 1 hour, and you will move to the level 1, so you will get minus 10 points here. So that's the work. So let's say if you are unable to answer the questions, or like provide not providing the, like here the 5 multiple choices, 5 interview questions, and 1 task is there to complete. Okay, so if you are failing to do this one, there will be point reduced, and you will push back to the second task. So that's how it's going to work. Any questions, guys? Okay, so I'll take a silent. Sorry, no question. Okay, so um, so now today we don't have any questions. Okay, so today's question I'll give you tomorrow morning, right? So we'll get 15 minutes. We'll talk about, today we are going to talk about the Agile team and the software development life cycle and everything. So I'll send you the PPT, this one, end of the session, I guess I have somewhere. Okay, so you guys, you don't need to take any notes. All we'll have 5 questions. Okay, I'll prepare 5 or 10 questions based on this PPT only, and I'll prepare 5 interview questions. So tomorrow morning, I'll just quickly ask, because we cannot finish everything within half an hour, because we have to exit the call at 8 o'clock. So today we'll just only discuss the actions what we need to do, and tomorrow morning when we started, right away I'll give the quiz and the interview questions. So you have to complete the task, and you need to get your points. Okay, so that's how your program going to work. Okay, so first move on to the second slide here. Okay, so this workshop, as we discuss, what we are going to cover this one. So you are going to convert your knowledge into career success. So over the next 10 days, we are going to walk step by step into the world of business analyst. Okay, so I'm going to use a tree analogy here, just to understand the concept here. Okay, so thinking of your knowledge like a tree you have planted and nurtured, right? So far last 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, or 10 years, so you have acquired, you have gathered knowledge only. So but in the market they don't pay for the knowledge, they pay for the skills, right? So now your knowledge tree is ready to give fruits, right? Ready for the payday, right? So how to harvest these fruits, how to harvest money, how to generate money using your skills, right? So everyone, like, so far, I don't know how old are you, 25 years or 20 years, so whatever, so far this your 20 years, let's put it 20 years, so far your over the course of your life 20 years, you might at least have 3 knowledge, right? Like a category of your knowledge, right? Can I get everyone like your top 3 knowledge? I'm not asking the skills. Top 3 knowledge. So knowledge can be like, it's similar to the skills. Can be, you can tell, okay, I can speak well, right? So I can create content, I can teach something, I can draw, I can cook, I can dance. It's okay. We can even convert your cooking skill, we can convert your dancing skills, singing skills into banking skills. So can everyone put your top 3 knowledge so far you acquired, gathered to your from your learning from college or like university, or so far top 3 knowledge your area. Can everyone write it in the chat? If you don't know 3 knowledge, just put it at least 1 or 2, whatever. What do you think about your where you are good at? Let's say maybe you are good at movie reviewing or whatever you are reading or something. I'll give 1 minute, okay? Guys, write it here so that only we can convert that knowledge into skills, so that skills into your career, right? So I'm asking okay, so far I have only Caroline only. Any other student? Yeah, anything. Communication, detail oriented, good. I received from Gaurav. Yeah. I'll give one few seconds. Any other student? Yeah. Okay, never mind. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so now we identified our knowledge, right? Like what top 3 knowledge we have. So now how we can convert this knowledge into skills, right? Skills are required. These are the skills required in the job market, right? So how we convert your knowledge into skills? So can someone tell me what is a skill? Skill, like, okay, I don't know, will not ask. Okay, I will answer this one. So skill is like a habit, right? Habit. How many of you know how to drive a car? If you know, just put me or yes in the chat. If you know how to drive, if you have a driving license, just put it in the chat, yes. Okay, all right. Okay, how many of you know how to swim? If you don't know, just put no. All right. Okay. Okay. So you see, can we read a book how to swim? Yes, right? Can we watch video how to swim? Can we gather knowledge? Yes. Can we watch videos how to drive? Right? Yes, we can. We can gather knowledge. We can acquire knowledge. But that that's not a skill. That's just a knowledge. Right? Unless until you get your driving license or get your certification for swimming, until you get you confident, it's still not a skills, that one, right? So still it is just a knowledge. So now your state also, your education is just a knowledge, that's not a skill. So that's why when you send your resume and you are not getting any job whatever offer, or you are not passing your final technical round, right? So now I'm sure everyone has some expertise, everyone, because you see, um, it's not all the fingers are same, right? Like everyone has different knowledge, right? All the knowledge can be converted into skills, and any skills can be sellable in the market, right? So that's why, so these 10 days I'm going to we are going to harness, we are going to identify your strength, right? Top 10 strength, top 10 skills which you can sell without any problem in the market. And you can talk, you can crack any kind of job interview, whatever job you are applying, like a software developer, DBA, a data analyst, or SME, whatever you are applying, you can confidently, you can crack any job interview if you identify your strength. Your okay. So let's go on to the next slide. Here, I want to know Okay, so this we already talked about, right? So we are going to convert this knowledge into skills. Okay, I'll bypass this one. Okay, so now I want to know, can anyone tell me like what is a business like? Do what type of items we buy from the market? Like example, I buy from market like my groceries, right? Food, that's one example. And I have my Netflix, I have my gym subscription, right? Like, so can I get like two items, right? Two items you buy from the market as a customer. Anything fine, guys. You buy food, you buy coffee, or okay, clothes, two items, Carol. So someone is saying cloth, coffee, laptop, food. Okay. Uh, how about, do you guys buy anything services, right? Like other than these are like products, right? Like cloth or coffee, laptop, food. These items are kind of physical product, right? Do you guys buy anything in the market non-physical product? Haircut, excellent. That's a service. That's what I'm looking for. Tutorials, lovely. Okay, so if you see the major categories we buy from the market product, the product examples you guys already put, right? Cloth or food and everything. Services, right? Haircut, right? We go to salon and our hair get and accounting services, right? So you, if your car is breakdown, you go to garage, right? So those are services. So can we categorize the product we consume from the market two categories? One is product, one is service, right? So you all agree? Okay. So in IT also, we mostly build digital services, right? Web. So you see, if this product, like these products, right, they need a place to sell this one, right? Where we buy this one? Uh, in a grocery shop, a marketplace, right? Services, what they are selling? Service, they trade off their time and expertise, right? A beautician has expertise in how to make your face or your skin or your hair, how to make beautiful, right? So how this service person learn this skill? First gather knowledge and practice, and he become expertise in that field, and now he is selling, right? Accountant also, right, same like that. The person didn't born with accounting skills, so that's why we are telling skills here. We are not telling accountant product, right? Mechanic also same, teacher is also same, right? So you, where do you, which category currently you are fall into? Are you fall into product category or service category? So question is, your knowledge currently where service category exactly, right? So you are like a beautician, you are like a mechanic. So you are a data analyst or DB or software analyst or someone, right? So you are fall into this category, right? In IT, we mainly build digital service through the application. So I have a question. Where do we buy these products? We buy in from a market, Walmart, Shoppers, right? They have a physical locations, right? Service also have a physical locations, right? Like you have to go to accounting office, you have to go to school or college, or you need to go to garage or somewhere, right? But mainly in IT, we help these two kind of businesses, either The people who sell this product we can call as a business owner, right? People who sells these services we can call as a business owner too. Whoever consume the product, right? Whoever consuming the product we can call as a customer, client, user, or someone. So what is the relationship between our job and this product and service? So we are going to help businesses build software applications or market their product in digitally or online. Are we clear on this one? So we can build, you can work in Walmart to help analyze their data digitally. You can work in Walmart as a DBA to help organize their data. You can work as a business analyst in Walmart to keep their data get requirement, right? So we are we can work in both the type of category. So why softwares are required? It's similar to brick and mortar physical location. All the businesses need a digital identity, digital shop. So that digital shop we can call as a website or application, right? So if it is a physical location we call as a office. If it is a corporate we can call as, do we call barber salon as a corporate barber salon? No, right? We sell barber salon, barber shop, right? Can we tell accounting shop? We say accounting office. Can we tell law shop? No, we tell law office, right? Can we tell Walmart Walmart office? Yeah, if there is an office, we can tell an office. So your website is like an office, like a corporate office. It represents entire business, right? So that's why we call as application. So this is where your role begin. All your IT roles are beginning in the software building. Are we clear, guys, on this one? Okay. So software building, this is your software building life cycle. Okay. So software building we need requirement gathering, right? Like think about your this guy. Okay, I'll go to here. So think about, we'll talk about example, but I'll just quickly go through. It's already 7:42. Okay. So requirement gathering. So a business owner, let's say a hair saloner, want to build a website, want to go to online. So we get requirement. What do you want to see in your website? I want to see my schedule. I want to see my location. I want to see my Google review. That's a requirement. And design. So who will gather the requirement? The BA will gather the requirement. Business analyst. So this is what the business analysis comes. Who will do the design? The design folk. Designer, product design, that's another area. Who will do the development? Developer and plus DBA, they do the database development. Who will test this one? Why the testing is required here? Because all the product go to market, right? If it is a kid product, someone has to test that product whether it is kids friendly. The car companies, they will test that car before it go to market. A laptop company, they will test the laptops before it goes to market. Phone company will test. So these, in software development, we are mimicking the flow of physical world. In the physical world also we follow these procedures. A product or service before go to customer, business has to tell the requirement to someone. That person will document, and design will design, development technician will develop, the quality assurance will test. So now deployment. So someone build a product. So marketing in our area, like a IT world, someone has to deploy. So release management, DevOps, they will take care of this one. Maintenance. So after you sell your product, customer will call you, hey, CRA, I receive a letter from CRA. I don't know. So that's the accounting maintenance. So you have to go back to the accountant will help you to file amendment. But I don't think so. When you do your hair cutting, you don't go for a maintenance, right? So you will do it one time. That's not a good example. Maybe your car example can use. So this, all the 6 steps applicable for any product as a business want to do. So this is what we call as SDLC, software development life cycle. Any question, guys? Okay. So next one, in software development, we have 2 type of software development we do. One is waterfall methodology. This is the traditional methodology. Okay. So think about your customer registration, right? Like any app you log in, any application you log in, they want to be a customer. They need basic info. You see your Netflix account, you have to provide your email ID. You see your Amazon account, you have to provide your email ID and phone number to register, right? So how this one build? So in waterfall methodology, we gather all the requirement in upfront, right? Like someone will sit with a business. Let's say I want to open a movie streaming platform. So I hire one of you and I will tell, hey guys, just write down, I will tell you all the requirement. I want my website should look like. It's like a physical shop someone is building. Someone will sit down and get all the information. And they will sit with the design folks and design all the screens. Developer will do everything one shot. Tester has to test everything together. Finally, after few months, we have to deliver this one. Maybe 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. But this is not a good effective method, right? This can backfire also, right? Like if the person gathered a requirement wrongly, there is no chance to reverse, right? Already we have spent months and months. There's a drawback to complete this one. So Agile waterfall methodology is a drawback, like with the modern development. It's costly, right? Anything happen, you have to change everything, right? So that's why we need a incremental development. So that's why the Agile methodology come, right? So Agile it's an iterative process. Like we have 1 week or 2 weeks. So we get a small task, okay? Customer registration in a banking app. Basic form. So first sprint. Sprint is nothing but so I will tell you today you don't need to have a like a keyword alert. So we talk about Agile, we talk about SDLC. So tomorrow I'll give you from this presentation what keywords you have to remember. Okay, so just today just watch, you don't need to take any notes. So what is a sprint? Sprint is like a short, like a 5 business days or 10 business days or 15 business days. So basic sprint is like 10 business days, which is 2 weeks. Okay, so we'll build a customer basic registration. First we'll do only name and email and password. Second sprint we'll add to the customer form, add address and ID upload. Third sprint we'll do OTP verification. So this is an incremental development. Instead of, so this could have taken waterfall like 1 month or 2 months, right? So anything wrong, we have to reverse it. We have to keep on testing and developing. But this one, like a short sprint, like a short time cycle, is the effective way to do software development. Okay. So here next you need to understand the Agile team members, right? So Agile team member in the software development, we have a product owner. The product owner is the person. It's like the head supervisor, right? Think about in Walmart or like somewhere you are working currently, right? Like we have a floor manager or someone. So that's the person. This product owner means he owns that product. Like let's say we are building a customer registration, we are building a credit card project, we are building debit card project. So every product, every digital product, we have a product owner or product manager. That person is responsible for that product, right? So the business owner want to build a project. First they will talk to the product manager or product owner. Okay, so if you start a data analyst project, like building a chatbot, you see a product owner is working with business folks and getting your requirement. The scrum master, you see this person is run the agile practices, right? Like we will have a daily meeting, like we will practice this one, right? We call it stand up or scrum. So this person will run daily scrum. And let's say when you are developing, when you are gathering requirement, if the business, you are new to the team and business is not helping and they are not replying to your message, you can go back to your scrum master. Scrum master can help you. Okay, so that's so this is the role. Sorry, this is the role you are getting trained, business analyst. So this person is everything, right? So before we talk about business analyst, I'll go to the developer. So developer is the technician who build the application, right? Like in our case, we are customer form, connect to database, OTP integration. So whatever business want to build, right? This is the person will build. And who is the tester? Tester is the person, quality assurance, will validate all the forms, right? Like whatever we build, validation done by the tester. So team deliver together all everything end of the sprint. So business analyst, you see he is in the middle, right? So the business analyst work with product owner or the technical lead, developer lead, solution architect and business, get the instruction, get the requirement, right? Like our requirement life cycle you have seen, right? Work with the requirement, right? And work with design and give everything in writing to the developer, right? That's what the BA will do, right? So where the BA will write the instruction to build in JIRA, that's a project management tool. What is the method the BA will use? That's called as user story. And user stories are instruction to build something. Acceptance criteria is the definition and done for the tester to test. So don't worry, we'll discuss everything. These are the core things we have to do. We'll study about this one and we'll practice this one. Okay. Do you have any questions so far, guys? Okay, I'll continue. So user story sample like that. Okay, so you see we have a method called, like, we are writing this user story, this instruction. It's like a 3-line, guys. Okay, on behalf of a customer, client, whoever using the software, we call as a user, right? So the BA has to write, business analyst has to write this instruction or the user story like a user, right? So here we are telling, as a new user, I want to register in banking app. What do we need, right? So we need a registration page so that I can open an account and start using the banking service. Is this difficult to write, guys? This is what you get: 65,000, 75,000, 85,000. Just writing for 3 lines. Okay. Acceptance criteria. A user story will have 2 sections. One is user story, one is the acceptance criteria. This is what the developer will take a look. Okay, this is what it's written in the JIRA, and he will start develop the register page. And acceptance criteria, you are putting what should go in that registration page. So basic details, we want to see a name, user input, we want to see email, password with rules. What do you mean with rules? Here what should it accept? Alphanumeric, 10 character, 20 character, 30 character. So we will practice more about how to write acceptance criteria. And what you need to see, address and ID proof, OTP send email, success message for completed registration, error message missing field. So here you are telling how that application should behave, registration application should behave. That's what go in the acceptance criteria. This is what the tester will care about. How these are the instructions for the tester to test. So acceptance criteria, again, it's just a two-step. As a user, I want so that. Okay, and acceptance criteria is for details for testing. Okay, so tomorrow we'll first log into JIRA and we will go with some examples. Okay, so here as a business analyst, you need to listen to business owners and capture requirement. That's a major task. Write clear user story and acceptance criteria. So this is for developers, and testers will follow your JIRA story to develop the task. Work with developers and testers to clarify detail. So when you develop a user story, if it is not clear, they will call you, or maybe you need to explain the details. So finally, you want to ensure the product matches business goals and customers. So this is a digital product, right, guys? So we are helping business, especially we are going to help banking in the banking domain, help bank build banking products or services in digitally, right? So we want to make sure we build the right product. So you get the requirement from business owner, and you write user story, you work with developers to explain, and finally after the testing you need to make sure the product is built according to requirement. So now you are wondering why I am recommending you guys a banking domain, because banks care deeply about their customers. Like all the businesses, they follow banking the customer, but how the banking work, right? The more money have, people will deposit with the bank, so those customer will get some interest. Whoever need money, the bank can lend money, and they put a charge, mortgages 5%, right? Whoever want to borrow money, they will lend you the money, credit card 20%. So they take from customers 5% interest and 20% interest. They pay 0.5% as interest to the customer. They keep 19%, 4.5%. So 1 million, they will make 400,000 as interest, right? Example. So bank make lot of money distributing money, right? Handling the money pools. But how customer they don't want to go to a banking physical location. They have their banking done on a mobile app, right? So that's why there are tons of bank IT jobs open in the banking domain and finance domain, insurance, right? There are so many jobs are opening in IT world in this area, banking and finance domain. So that's why this job is very high demand, guys. You can work in CRA, you can work for payroll, you can work for accounting department, you can work anywhere, anything related software development, right? So that's why if you can get into a banking project, you can work in anywhere, you can negotiate any salary, right? As I mentioned, strong pay and high career growth, right? Unlike other companies, they won't keep you if you are not progressing, right? So you have to move to the next level quickly, right? So I already discussed the 10 days work simulation, right? Like each day we have a task and quizzes level. So you start with 10 points. You confidently explain the BA role, and so our final goal is to prepare a banking job, BA job in the bank. Okay, so we are on time. Uh, Good morning, everyone. Can everyone see my screen? Okay, thank you. So, hi everyone, welcome back to day two of our Agile workshops. So, yesterday we set the stage and talked about how requirements fit into software projects. So, today we are going to roll up our sleeves and start learning Agile in practice. Okay, so that's our agenda. So, we are going to join in Agile team, and we are going to take a look how this project management tool help um, keep track of our software applications, right? It can be any software application. Maybe you are building a machine learning pipeline, you are building a chatbot, or you are building a basic web application, mobile app. To keep track of our software development project, we need a software, we need some kind of tracking softwares, so which are Agile. In widely we use JIRA and Confluence. So JIRA is for task management, Confluence for documents. Okay, and also we are going to learn a tool. So basically, in job interviews, they ask VCO. Unfortunately, Microsoft VCO is a paid version. So we are going to use a free tool available in online. So to practice diagramming. Okay. So before we dive into yesterday's one, um, today quickly we'll go over some questions and some interview questions based on yesterday questions. Okay. I'll share the link quickly in the chat. So you guys can answer. I'll give 5 minutes, okay? Uh, I'll send you the answer and everything, but you can quickly. So just access the quiz. Okay, just click the quiz and we can go over. Okay. The first question is, what do all business sell? Can anyone answer? Apps, product and service, banking software, agile teams. Yeah, B. Yeah, that's right. Product and service. And you can just participate answering. You can do your quiz, your offline, and you can when you submit, and I'll receive. Okay, I'll mark it. So in IT, most business deliver value by building what? Digital service, shopping malls, manual registers, call center only. What is the answer? Digital services, very good. Okay, so next one, which of the following is not a phase in software development life cycle? Requirement gathering, designing, cooking, and testing. Correct. Okay. So there will be a tricky question, guys. Like I don't know, some HR might ask you um, requirement, sorry, the STLC life cycle. Just keep in mind, you don't need to memorize, just kind of have some knowledge, right? So, idea to requirement gathering, and writing user story, developing, testing, and deployment. Okay, so just keep in mind this very important if you are going to work as a product owner, project manager, data analyst, or anyone. This can be a tricky question for you if you are working agile. Okay, so in the waterfall model, when testers usually get involved at the beginning, continuously every week, only after the development, or never. Yeah, correct. Okay, thank you. So here we wait for the entire product build. So let's say we are building a chatbot or we are building a data analyst package. So the tester will not get time to test unless the development team finish everything. Maybe it takes 3 months, 4 months. So the drawback is waterfall. If anything fine, we need to go back to beginning and we need to fix the bug, right? So that's why we are using agile methodology. Okay, C is the right answer. Which of these problem with the waterfall model? It's too flexible, it is expensive to fix change late, it delivers value every 2 weeks, it requires no documentation. This asking waterfall. B is the right answer. Yeah, because we build month and month, and then if you find a bug and it's too expensive to fix. So in agile work, divide it into small time box cycles called, right? So what those cycles we call levels, milestones, sprints, task. See sprints, right? So typically in agile environment, 2 weeks is the sprint, but it's based on the company. I have seen some companies using 3 weeks as a sprint. But yeah, when you join your company, please make sure what is your sprint. So typically 2 weeks, okay. In the agile example of customer registration, which step was done in sprint one? So here we are using one a customer registration as we discussed, right? Customer registration as example to discuss the agile methodology. So here, what is the question we are asking? In sprint one, what can be done? Add the address and ID upload, add a OTP verification, create with the name and email and password, and deploy app to app store. C is the right answer. So agile benefit of agile, we can do is incremental development, right? Like we can do the data ingestion, we can create the flow, we can set our environment. So second sprint we can do the next step, third sprint we can do the next step. So in this example we are creating a customer registration form, so we can start with this one and we can add more functionality or add more field to the form. Okay, so C is the right answer. Next one, who in the agile team is responsible for writing user stories and acceptance criteria? A developer, a tester, business analyst, scrum master. C is the right answer. So business analysts act as a bridge between developer and everyone, the other business owner. So business analyst is the right answer. But some technical team, right? Like there are pure technical team. There is no business analyst. So we call as application analyst or like this person, no coding. So he or she act as a business analyst, but that role we never call as a business analyst, but application support or something. Anyone can write user stories. Sometimes um, developers also write technical user story. Data scientists also write user stories. So it's writing user story. It's not mean the typical user story we are talking here. Just write some instruction to your developer or to your data analyst or to your DBA. So even database analyst write some instruction. So how to migrate databases, right? What is the schema? How the table should looks like, right? So everyone must know, like write simple instruction in JIRA ticket, right? We are just creating a ticket, someone has to work. So it's not only the business analyst job, but all agile team members should know how to create a ticket. So this case, we are just specifically learning about business analyst. So right answer is business analyst. Okay. So which statement best describes a user story? A long technical document, a simple statement of what the user wants and why, a test plan of developers, a database schema. Sorry, B. That's the right answer. So user story is there is no particular format, but there is a format as what's the user I want, what the user want. So that's the benefit. But it's just a one liner. You guys seen user manual, right? Open this one, click this one, or remove this one, fix this one, use this one. So it's just a simple statement. What actually the end user, remember, the person who used the software, right? The client, customer, right? The person who used the software, on behalf of that person, we are writing instruction to build a software, right? So that's a simple definition for a user story. Last, what is the main role of business analyst in a project? Writing code for the system, testing every feature, acting as a bridge between business and technology, managing the company's budget. C is the right answer, right? So this role is very crucial. So not only business analyst, you only know business analyst role. So there are many jobs. It's really high paying job, like vendor management. So you should know technology. You should know some basic coding to work vendor management. Like you have to talk to Google, you have to talk to um, any vendors to install a database, any vendors to get cloud operations, right? So here, the business will hire someone who know what the developers are talking. So you are not a developer, you are not a database admin. You should know the technology what they are talking about. So you talk to these people, get get the requirement, set the environment ready, give to your developer, right? That's one role. It's a high paying role, and we have DevOps, we have release management, and we have project managers. So you will have business analyst pure technical, right? So not the business analyst role is not only the role in the project management, is exit without coding. There are many roles. Solution architect, right? Application support. So these roles all start above 100,000, which I am talking, right? So you just need some keywords in agile software development. So business analyst is a good starting point to learn about, because these roles never they publish in their website. So you have to start one project, and while you are working in the project, you will get to know other job roles which existed in the agile software development. And if you like it, and if that's your passion, you can get that job. if you meet the skill set. Okay, so those are the questions. Just fill out the questions when you get a time, so I'll get response. So now quickly go through the interview question. So I won't provide you answer. I'll ask you to write, and tomorrow morning we'll discuss the answer. Okay. The first question: what is the difference between a product and service? So you know already. So um, I'm not able to collect answer from everyone one by one in this call because I want to get everyone's input. So no cheating, no ChatGPT, no Google. Best use your PPT, yesterday's PPT only to answer this. Right? Think someone is asking, a chat person is asking on a call. Um, so you are answering. So write, do not write essay, right? Just try to summarize in one or two line. Okay, what is the software development life cycle? One line or two line. Can you explain the waterfall in simple words? What is one major problem with the waterfall model? What is agile? Give an example of agile in customer registration, which is discussed. Who are the main members of an agile team? What is a user story? What are the acceptance criteria in a user story? What is the role of business analyst in agile project? Okay, so try to answer one or two line only. Don't write essays here. Okay, so I'll give you the link for this one too. Copy the link. Okay. Okay. Do you guys have any other questions for day two? Okay. Silence. I will take no question. So now we'll move on to today's practice. So in Agile, we work as part of cross-functional team, right? So we have different team, DBA team, we have a data analytical team, we have a engineering team. So different teams and different folks, we have to work to build the software, right? So that means like developers, testers, analysts, and product owners working together. So we all work together to build one software application or software product or whatever company wants to build us, right? The focus is on teamwork, right? So everyone has to work, analyst has to work, and developer has to work. Everyone has to work. So the focus is on team and delivering a small increments, right? And getting quick feedback instead of waiting for months. And agile is about collaboration and adaptability. So if you hear the word agile, it's all about adaptability, right? So you sometimes you get additional requirement while you are working, right? Just keep in mind. Um, so you have to plan it accordingly and avoid scope creeping. So if you heard the word, how do you manage scope creeping? Scope is a requirement. Creeping mean you already start a sprint and someone is telling, okay, this is not the requirement. We told you to create this dashboard. We are now dropping the requirement, the dashboard. So you have to build this dashboard, right? Something else. So you have to make sure avoid those scope creeping. So you can create your requirement in a task and we can visualize and you can start working. Okay, so keep in mind some agile ceremonies, sprint planning, right? So when you write a user story, you will PBR, PBR in product backlog refinement. PBR will do a mock PBR. Um, so after you write your requirement, let's say you are building a chatbot, okay? So you get the requirement from business, what we are building for the chatbot. You wrote some instruction for the developers and now you need to go to a PBR and get estimate those user stories or tasks to work. Now you are coming to a sprint planning before you start. So let's say in a team we are working three people, three developers, one DBA, one design, one tester. Based on the capacity, we cannot take in all the tasks what we need to deliver for the chatbot, right? maybe within this 2 week, within this 10 business days, we can only work setting the skeleton of the chatbot, right? Only 5 tasks or 10 tasks. So you have to plan it before you work, right? So that's why it's important sprint planning. So all the project we need to plan before you start. Okay. So everyone, maybe a person, a developer or tester can only work 2 items within 10 days, right? They cannot work all the items. So that's why planning is important. So this can be an interview question. How do you uh, how do you deliver a project on time? If someone is asking, right? Tell me how do you deliver your machine learning project? How do you deliver your whatever project on time? So you have to tell before I start the project, I'll identify the requirement. I'll create task or user story in JIRA, and I'll have a planning with the team, right? So use this word sprint planning. Okay. So if you use this word and they know what you are talking about, okay. So sprint planning is an important thing in any software application development. That's how you deliver your project by planning. Okay, this is very important. So daily stand up. So daily stand up, you might hear Scrum. Okay, Scrum daily stand up is same. So now you committed to work 3 tasks. Okay, so you are a, let's say you are a developer. You committed to work 3 tasks. So now your sprint start. Okay, and every day morning there is a daily stand up for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. It's a quick one. Before we used to stand and provide update uh, in person. So due to COVID or due to online, um, we just have a 30 minutes meeting. So you can finish your all discussion with that 30 minutes call. So stand up mean the Scrum Master will call your name, ask, hey Jay, do you have any update for the team? So what you have worked yesterday, what you are planning to work, and is there any blockers you need to test? So let's say you are working on a database migration task, and you need to identify, you have a dependency with the SQL team. Um, they're, they, they haven't created the target tables. They didn't create this staging table, so you cannot migrate your data to there, right? So you have a blocker. So you need to speak up. You need to tell in the stand up, hey guys, I'm ready with my script, but unfortunately, I'm not able to pull the data because the target staging tables are not ready. So I have a dependency. So the Scrum Master will help you to talk to the database SQL team and make sure they create the tables and all the columns so that you can start your task. So that's one example, right? So they will, the HR will ask you, how do you um, how do you keep track of your tasks? So you can tell, I will create a task in Scrum board, your sprint, and I'll provide an update daily to the team. And if I need any help, I'll ask Scrum Master or product owner, someone familiar with the team to remove the block, right? So that's one example. So what is review? So review mean, so now you plan, you start working, now your task is in progress. Now you complete the task. So now once you complete it, end of your 10th day, you need to provide a review, like what you have built, right? Who will create these videos and walkthroughs? So you can simply ask your tester, can you give your testing evidence, right? Or you can quickly test. Oh, you can grab some screenshot, right? Like, how do you test your models, right? How do you test your application? How do you test your chatbots? You can grab some document, you can grab some video, and show to the stakeholder this is what you built, right? So that's a review meeting, right? So they will give you feedback. Finally, retro. So retro mean, as a team, after 10th day, we all meet and we'll discuss what went well, what didn't go well. So we are learning from that past 10 days, and we are adapting good practices, or if you need any actions for the next sprint. So that's what we discuss in retro. So start from the requirement. From requirement, you write instruction. Write instruction is a user story and estimate it with the developer. That's a PPR, and plan it in the sprint planning, and developers start developing. Now you provide update in the daily stand-up, and tester is testing this stage, and finally your user story, your task is done, and you go to review and show to the stakeholders, and finally you can close the task and everything that you developed already. Now you are talking what went well, what we can improve. Any questions so far? All right. So if there is no question, let's move on to next one. So we are here. We are going to use some agile tools. So agile tools we use to manage any kind of product, right? So JIRA is your best friend. So in your environment, let's say you join as a data analyst, you join as a business analyst. So anything, create a task in JIRA. Maybe if you are reading, create a task. Okay, I'm taking a knowledge transfer to understand how this company works, or what softwares they are building, right? Create a task, your learning task, right? So you can create in your JIRA board, right? Confluence is it's like Wikipedia. You are documenting all um, your team note, right? Um, Business decisions. There is no particular format here, right? So you can whatever, because right now you have more information about the project. Let's say we go to the same chatbot example, right? So your chatbot design, what questions you will feed, what data you will train the model, or everything, all the step, whatever you know, there is no particular format. Just document it there. And keep some screenshot, keep your testing evidence, keep Jira task and user story, everything. It's kind of one-stop shop for all your groundwork, background work for whatever the software you are building. So that's, you can create a Confluence pacing, chatbot development, chatbot project, or like you are creating an app, one mobile app or something, right? So in future, like if you want to work in the do enhancement to the chatbot or that a particular application, you don't need to start from the scratch. So you can just quickly come to this Confluence page and see what you have done. And it's, let's say someone is asking to give a knowledge transfer to the new hire fellow, right? You can simply send your Confluence page and ask them to read. If they have question, you can meet, right? So you can save time. So Jira, we are going to take a look. Confluence, we are going to take a look. Kanban, just for the time being, we can ignore, but I would say Kanban is nothing but like how do you visualize our task here. Okay, so first let's set up a Jira account and we can see how this works, okay, in action. All right, so our first task is set up a Jira account. So everyone go to your favorite browser, um, go here and type Atlas. So this is the company name, Atlassian. So click here. Okay, I'll throw the link in the chat. Someone might have already done. Okay, so here you see this example, right? This is a software product they are building, right? It can be anything, guys, okay? It's not only any project. This is how they are tracking. So here you see they have project. The next big thing, email campaign, chatbot, mobile app. So these are your project. Okay, this is a good screenshot they have there. This is the software. Product management, you see this is your team, right? tester, developer, and everyone is on one page. This is the page, right? You can see project here, okay? And second, and it is in to do. So while doing a sprint planning, you can uh, finalize how many tasks you're gonna take in this sprint, right? So you can pull into to do in drafting or in progress mode once start working, right? In everyday stand up, this is what you give update. Okay, I'm working. Once you're done, move for the testing, or if there is no testing required, mark it as done. So in the daily Scrum, you can give an update what's happening, right? So this is what we use JIRA. So to create, so we are going to create a project here and create some dummy task or create some task, and we are going to practice. Okay, so to get started, click this one. Okay, uh, for me, I'm using with Google, so I already have an account. So if you don't have an account, just create this one. Okay, so since I have an account, it's directly connected. Okay, so can everyone go here, and you will get this page. Okay, so you have to hit Scrum. So my project name, you can give, I can give you my project one. Okay, so just give a project one, get started. So here you're saying what type of works you do, a task, small piece of work, story, feature, um, request, requirement, bug, and can you select everything? Don't worry, you can change everything it's saying, but try to select everything. Okay, so we need story, we need task and everything. Okay, just highlight everything. Uh, how do you track your work? So this is good. Okay, so to do, in progress, in review, done. You see, right? So when you start your work, you put your items in progress, review, done. This is how your project will be tracked. Okay. So just a quick reminder, guys. So this meeting is set to 1 hour. Okay, so you guys will get a notification. Yesterday, I think appropriately, the meeting was ended. So we try to finish within before 1 hour. So maybe 15 minutes we'll stop and we'll answer the question. Okay, sorry for yesterday. So can everyone land into this page? So I'll give 5 minutes. Okay, if you are done, just put I'm done. So since I had an account, I just landed here. Okay, Asis, Gaurav, you guys done. Um, so I'll give another 2 minutes for the other student. But don't worry if you're not following. So I am recording this session. So I'll send you the recording. But we'll wait another 2 minutes for other students. Okay. Okay, so 7:35 now. So now you see I created my project, right? So here we have two items. So you see backlog and you have a board. Okay. So your board, nothing is there, right? So we have here only backlog. So if you see the backlog and you have a plus item here, right? Add or some navigation. So and also there is no sprint created, right? So because our backlog is empty. Backlog. Can anyone tell me what is a backlog quickly? Anyone want to tell? Yeah, so we like in a company, right? Like we get orders from customers, right? Um, think about a call center. Customers are keep on calling. Let's say, an example, Amazon return shop, right? Like people are returning. Oh, think about the passport office, right? People are requesting to create their passport, right? So in the passport office, they when you call them or when there are big backlog, so that's why there is a delay. Backlog means you accepted items, you know this need to work and it's pending due to the resource, right? So let's say only three people are working. We have 100 orders to fulfill, right? So the 100 order will be in the backlog until that three people complete, right? Same like that. So you are not only work in one project, you have multiple projects, right? So you can create your you can create. So let's say you are building a chatbot here, project one. Second one, you are building a machine learning algorithm to catch fraud. That's a second project. Third one, you are building a web application for an online loan. That's another project. So there are three projects simultaneously you are working, right? So what you can do, you can create all the tasks and user stories and keep on adding to your backlog, right? And all the items so that you will not forget. You can keep on moving. Whenever the developers is free, when the sprints start, when they have cycles, they can start pulling in this task and they can cover. So your job is keep on adding your backlog. You can accept requests from customers, right? Like this case, there's no customers from the stakeholders. You can keep on creating the backlog so that through a sprint planning, we can plan and work. Okay. So here you can see the paid version. This is not the look and feel. Okay. Paid version, it's kind of slightly different, but the functionality is wise same only. Okay. So no need to worry. Your paid version looks slightly different, but it's okay. With this one, we can practice. Okay. Here you can see a create button. In your paid version, you might see projects here. So you can click your project, make sure you are on your project. Okay. So let's say multiple teams are working. You are not creating tasks in other people, other teams board. Okay. So make sure you are in your right project board. Okay, we can call as this is a board. Okay, so here I create my project. Make sure before you, this is very important. Newcomers, new joinees, they always make a mistake. So you are wondering where you created this task. Make sure when you get access to JIRA, you let's say you are working for fraud team, you are working for AML team, you are working for data analytics team. Make sure you are in the right project. Okay, so that's how. If you want to change the project, you can. Here I have only one project. So you can switch the project here when you click here. Okay, so my case I have one project only, so I'm selecting project one. So here you see the plus button. Somewhere you can see plus button. That means you can add a task here. Okay, so here I am going to the backlog, not here. Okay, I'm going to the backlog. So here you can see small drop down. So here we have story. So here we need a task, but it's unfortunately it's came. Okay, I need, okay, task. Okay, tasks are there. Okay. So let me go back to my settings. Okay. So it's by default, it's bring to board. So no need to worry, okay? Just switch, navigate from here. So here I'll click this small backlog item. So here I need a story, okay? So don't confuse with this one, just click a story, okay? And describe what you need to do. So let's say create a online form. So this is what we want. So just put your, so your title can be action, okay? Action is what? Create our CAD operations, create, update, delete, or remove, or something like that. Action, then the verb, sorry, not the verb, the noun, right? What is the object here you are going to do, okay? So main objective is here, create what? So create an online form, right? So you write your action, what you need to do, and main objective, what to do, right? Object or objective, right? Like you are building application, create a database or whatever, okay? So just write that particular format, your title, very short and sweet, okay? So now I create an online form, that's my, so I am creating this one. So this is created. You see, it's created. So here you can add one more task, create a database for online app. You can click create, okay? Can everyone create couple of user stories, only the title? So in the meantime, I'll create one task also, okay? Documentation for the database spec. Okay, so I'll create one more task here. So make sure you are creating a task or user story. Okay, I don't know why the task is not coming. Okay, it's selected. Okay, create this one. Okay, so everyone created this one. Okay, so user story. So let's take a look. Okay, so we haven't just right click or open in a different tab. Okay, I'm opening this link in new tab. Okay, so this is what our title, project 1. So we don't have epic, we'll discuss the epic tomorrow. So let's add some description, create an online form. This is not enough for the user, right? So here when you come here, say who is working on this one, can I get more info, status update. So here not comments, here sorry, I think did I click the wrong page. So here sorry, I'm really confused with the free version. So here you see a description here, right? Go to the description and type more detail here about what you know about this online form, right? So we are using a format, so simply write user story. Okay, so you can write user story, and we can use a format as a user. Okay, I want to show that. So this is the format, user story format. If you fill up this one, and you can get the user story done, right? So this is the format you can use as a user. I want show that. Okay, where we are working on. So I think guys, we are getting that notification, right? 15 minutes we are done. Is that correct? Okay, so we'll try to wrap up quickly. Okay, so as a user, so tell the user who is this using. Okay, so let's say mobile user. If the user is your mobile user, your mobile user. So what you are building? Online application. So what you are building? So that why you are building? So that uh, customer can apply loan online, something, right? So very straightforward. That's the format of user story. Okay, so tomorrow we'll discuss the project and we'll write the user story, but this is just a simple format. Who is the user, what you are building, and what is the benefit of this one. Okay, next one is acceptance criteria. Okay, so we can call as a DOD, definition of done. So that for the tester, we are writing this one. So we are using a format, Jekyll format, given, when, then. Usually the developers use this one. So given mean what you need to provide here, right? So uh, user need to sign up, the prerequisite, right? So user in uh, web or mobile loan flow. Okay, so this is the prerequisite, like what you have provided data, right? Where this user is, right? So that's a given. And what user is doing when user clicks on apply loan button. So user is in the loan flow. When user click apply loan flow, apply the loan flow, and what you need to do, display the loan application form. Okay, so this is what kind of high level definition. Otherwise you can simply write verify that user should be able to see the loan application form online, or we can write ensure that users see the loan application online loan form. What else we can write? Verify, ensure. Um, we can write something like that. You are writing an instruction to verify the flow. That's it. Okay. So you can use any of this format. It's not written in the stone. You can write. Make sure you are writing clear instruction for the tester. That's it. You can verify, ensure. User should be able to see, given, when, then. There is no particular format. As long as the tester and developer is understand what your instruction is, you are good to go. Okay, so we can just give the format, but we'll practice more here. This is one example. Okay, so next one, we'll practice more about the user story tomorrow. This is how when you get time, you just keep on practicing how to use a story. So I want to switch back to the Confluence. Okay, switch site here. You can see here Confluence. So Confluence is this transform, collaborate, build a single truth. Okay, so this telling uh, there is many, but we can try the sample one. So in your job interview, they will ask how do you document your document and everything. So that's why it's important. You want to learn about this Confluence. Okay. So while this is loading, okay. Okay, so here you see we need pages only. We don't need this one. Uh, next, invite, we can skip this one, free version. Okay, So here we have the Confluence, we got it. Okay, so here you create a page. Okay, so write the page. So my project. So you can just simply document here. So what you want to document here, you can write your user story. You can keep your user story. You can copy and paste here, and project overview. Project overview. If you know anything about the project diagram, like requirements, whatever documents you have here, okay, so you can just house it here. So I just click publish. Okay, so that's it. So you get a link every time you do a project. Okay, you can come here, you can add items. So you can put diagram, you can put all the stuff. It's kind of a documentation, right? So whenever your project done, whenever you are working on your project, you can keep on adding stuff here for your future reference. So that's how the Confluence work. You can just keep on adding, click the create page if you want to come and modify. You can just click the pencil mark and you can keep on editing here. Okay, so that's how the second document. Third one, I want you to, this is very important one. You can see here this chart. So again, in the interview, they will ask like what tools you work to create diagram. You can simply tell you can use Visio, or like you can use this online diagramming tool also. It's same, exactly the same, only the Visio work, right? So how your this diagramming can use. So this rectangle is for your steps. So you have to create your uh, diagram tool. So guys, if you, now it's showing 7:52. If you got hang up, no problem. We can continue tomorrow. Okay. So I'm just speaking. So steps, we use steps for this one. So this is the starting. So process starts and end, use this oval. Okay, starts and end, use this one, and you use steps, and you have a logic. So any decision, use this one. Okay, so databases, you can use this guy. You can make it like this. You can use this one. Okay, actors, systems, you can use this one. And that's it. These are the main diagramming you will use. So you can create a simple flow. Here you see, you create, start from here, customers login, customer login. Okay, so customer login, we can hold the mouse here. You can simply get here, you can adjust the tool. So you need to practice this one. Fill online application. So here we can select directly approve or not. Okay, so here customer login to the website, apply the online loan, and here outcome is yes or no, right? We can put two outcome here. Yes or no. If here we can put if yes, approve, so you can grab one more here. If no, decline. Okay, so decline. Here you can grab this guy and the process. Okay, so this is the tool you will use to do your diagramming. Okay, you can grab and you can get used to this one, right? So I can delete this one. So you are explaining a flow: customer login, fill up the online application and send to the decision engine, and decision engine will decide whether loan should be give yes or no decision. Approve mean here we can put one more step here, loan funded. Okay, so here loan funded and here decline processing. Okay, so first you will create these diagrams, right? Like before you go to the meeting, before you explain to anyone, you can visually create this one: customer login, fill up this one, and you can write your user story and you show the user story, and everyone can work. Okay, so that's it for today. Do you guys have any additional questions? Let me check if I cover everything. Okay. I included the links here. Okay. You guys can practice question and interview questions. Okay. Do you guys have any additional questions for today? Okay. If there is no question, we are on time. Thanks very much, everyone, attending today's session. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, everyone. Thank you. You too. Good morning, everyone. Okay, we can get started. Let me share my screen. Can everyone see my screen? Okay, thank you. So, welcome to day 3. So, today is day 3 of training. We are going to take a big step forward. We'll understand project scope and then write our very first user story. By the end of today, you'll see how requirements move from a big idea into something small and clear that developers and testers can actually work. Okay. So before we move on to our day 3, so let's answer a few questions. So this is yesterday's question. I'll drop the link in the chat. Okay, copy. So here is the link. Okay, so let's quickly answer this question. The first question is, what is the main purpose of Agile? First option is to create a long documentation before coding, to deliver working software in small, valuable increments, and C, to avoid teamwork, to release software once a year. So what would be the answer? Yeah, B is the right answer. So main purpose of Agile, deliver small incremental development. Okay, so B is the right answer. Question number 2, which one is a key Agile value? Options: process over people, comprehensive documentation over working software, responding to change over following a plan, D, delaying delivery until all features are done. What is the answer for question number 2? C is the right answer, right? So key value of Agile, responding to change over the following a plan, right? So this is the right answer. So question number 3, JIRA is mainly used for writing books, tracking tasks or user stories and sprints, designing graphics, and hosting website. B is the right answer, right? So JIRA is widely used for the project management. So what we are managing through JIRA, we are tracking our development task and user stories and sprints. Okay, so let's move on to the question number 4. Confluence is used for the options are tracking coding tasks, storing project documentation and collaboration, running automated tests, releasing software to production. B is the right answer. That's right. So Confluence, all the projects what we are working, so we need to document for future reference, right? Like if anything happen, how to debug, um, like as a newcomer, we want to know like what is the project all about, what's the scope of the project. So always there is no particular structure you can document your project details, right? So example, if you are building a chatbot, and what are the features, what are the questions you train, how the model train, right? Like if you are building applications, right? If you have a flow chart, diagrams, so whatever information you have, even user stories, epics, project documents, data sets use, business rules you use, right? So you can house one page um, in Confluence. So that will be a one-stop shop for all that particular project related information. So this is important uh, while you are working. So if you ask me, when do I record it, right? So you don't need to wait until the project ends. The moment you start the project, you can simply create a Confluence page, and whatever information, maybe the information are not accurate, or like you don't have full detail, you can just put a title there, project under progress, something like that, right? So you whoever reader, they know this is not the accurate detail, so this is under construction or under someone is working. So once you complete the project, right? So the product is shipped to the production, and you can complete, you can come back and complete. But while you are working, you can kind of use a working document, your Confluence page. Okay. Let's move on to the next question. Question number 5. Which of the following is Kanban principle? Working in large batches, visualize work and limit work in progress, focus only on deadlines, avoid transparency in workflow. Exactly. Perfect. Thank you. So visualize work and limit work in progress, right? So mainly human beings are like, we have to see the bigger picture, right? Like we need to understand. That's why the main purpose of we create a Jira board to visualize what works, what task we are working on, what is the status, right? Like often stakeholders or business, someone is asking like how long it's going to be take to complete the chatbot, right? Or your machine learning pipeline or whatever you are building, right? So you can show your Jira board, you can show whatever task, you can show your backlog, right? So you can visualize. That's the main idea of Kanban. Okay. Let's move on to question number 6. In Jira, a Jira board is used to options are visualize tasks and track their progress, store documentation. Um, this is a type of error. Send emails to the team and manage databases. A is the right answer again. So Jira board is used for visualize the uh, tracking the our development task. Okay. So question number 7: which diagramming tool is free and commonly used for instead of VC? Photoshop, Draw.io, Excel, PowerPoint. Yesterday we used this tool. Yeah, Draw.io. Anywhere you can use this one. But yeah, it doesn't matter you are a data scientist, data analyst, DBA, or developer, a business analyst, any kind of role in project management and software development. It's very important you draw a flow chart diagram, right? Sequence diagram, or like data flow diagram, customer journey. Uh, Draw a high level diagram using any kind. You can um, draw a diagram using Word, you can draw a diagram using PowerPoint, Excel, and tool is not a limitation for you, right? So make sure when you are get your requirement, right, like your pipeline or whatever your life cycle requirement, like cycle, whatever you get it, your requirement, try to visualize and see bigger picture before you build it, before you work it. So it's important you draw a simple diagram so that you can understand the requirement and you can explain to someone. So in the interview, mainly they will ask you, it's good to include in your resume, even you don't know, but it's same if you can practice in Draw.io, like some other free tools, it's going to work similarly. Okay, so it's very important skills and important tools. I recommend everyone should include in your resume. So question number 8, what does WIP stand for in Kanban? Work in plan, work in progress, work in priority, work in performance. B is the right answer, work in progress. So we have different status, work in progress. The first, when you create and start your sprint, so it's go to do, and from do, then developer or the person who is going to work, and it's pulled into work in progress, then testing, and it's go to the product manager review and complete the task done. Okay. So question number 9, which is not an agile framework? Scrum, Kanban, Waterfall, SFE. Yeah, Waterfall. Yeah. So don't need to worry about Kanban or SFE or Scrum. Okay. So agile mean it's a short time life cycle, and you need to develop incrementally, right? So you are not waiting for 1 month, 2 month, 3 month, 4 month. So that's the meaning of agile. So it's a short time cycle and you incremental development. Number 10, the first step in setting up an JIRA is usually generating a project board, writing user stories, estimating user story points, sending tasks to developers. Yeah, yeah. So this question is slightly tricky. So I would take A and B. The intention of this question was right answer, getting a project board. But usually, as a developer or as a business analyst, you don't need to create a project board. So when you got hired, the project board is already created. So you are either adding a user story or task or spike or bug, right? So this question is kindly tricky. Okay, so but the right answer is getting project board. The project board creation is Scrum Master job. VSM project board is created and we are adding task here. Okay, all right. So that's the day two question. So I'll keep the interview questions for the final day. We'll discuss um, like a kind of revision on last day. So we will have 50, almost 50 interview questions. I'll send in advance. So I'll send you the interview questions today. So I think I send the interview questions for day one also. Tomorrow I'll give you the interview question for day two, and I'll keep on sending all the questions. So final day we'll review all the interview questions with the answers. Okay. right? Okay, so let's get back to our slide. Okay, so can anyone tell me? So we are going to talk about first understanding the project scope. So what is a project scope? And we are going to use one example project, lending project, and you can use this project in your resume, right? Again, I'm telling you heard it right. You can use this project in your resume. There are many lending sites are there. You can go freely, you can play around, you can navigate, and you can test our whatever you are learning. So that's why I'm telling you, you don't need to tell, I have no experience, I have not worked in live project. So I'll show you like there are so many lending companies, there are so many banking websites are there. You can apply a loan, right? You don't need to apply a loan. I'm just telling um, provide some dummy data there and try how the workflow is working. So that way you can practice whatever you are learning here. So I'll give you a high level understanding what is this lending project is, so you can literally include in your project. Okay. So scope means what is included and what is not included in the project. So for our example, we are using a lending project like when a customer applies for an online loan, the project scope tells the boundaries, right? So for example, we make our loan application, credit check and approval, but maybe loan repayment collection is out of scope for this release, right? Defining scope early prevent confusion later, right? So business stakeholder often come and they have many ideas, right? So they will tell we need a decision engine, we need a fraud engine, we need a AML engine, we need online application. So business has many idea, right? It's okay to have ideas, but as a person, we are working on a project. We want to know what is our scope, what is our out of scope, right? So then only peacefully we can work. Otherwise, while we are working, business may come and tell, okay, we don't need this one, so that's going to be difficult, right? So make sure when you are creating your development task, when you are start working on a project, clearly identify what is your project scope is. Okay. So moving on to slide number 3. So lending project example. This is what we are going to discuss. So let's discuss what's the current status, current state was future state. So that means what is happening today, what we are going to build is. Okay. So let's look at the real example. The current state, the customer must come to the branch and fill out a paper loan applications. It is slow, manual, and required staff review. So think about you are going to a bank to apply a credit card. You are going to a bank to apply a mortgage application, car loan, right? So these are kind of personal loan or typical loan applications. Today, you can go to a branch, any kind of bank branch, and you can apply manual. Okay, so your job is you have to fill a loan application form. Um, and once you provide the loan application form, and the branch staff will collect your information and supported documents, review your information, and run it through their business rules and see if you are qualified, and you'll get the money. Okay, so that's the current state, right? So future state, customer can apply online using a web form. The system checks the credit data and automatically the loan officers only review the exceptions, right? So online form is we are going to mimic the in-person flow. We are going to create this form in a digitally, right, in an application. Behind the scene, this will call the credit bureau to check your credit information, and the business rule will execute. It's go through the rule engine. So rule engine is nothing but it's like, think about if you go to a in person, the counter staff or the back office staff will analyze your current expenses and income and see if you are qualified for the loan, right? So similarly, we can configure all the manual rules in a rule engine. Engine is nothing but it's like a workflow, and whenever customer submit application and immediately get all necessary data, run through the loan approval work decision engine, and the decision will be provided to customer whether it's approved or not approved, or it's required a manual review. Based on that, customer get an email, right? So this is the future flow. So this gap between current and future state is what drives our requirement, right? So we get the requirement. So here you can see I have put out of scope. So we build applications for web, mobile, many other platforms, right? So here first we are building for the web application, only for the desktop it will work once we complete this first phase, and we will implement in the mobile workflow, right? So there are one more project we can work on this load, the collection workflow. So what will happen after customer borrowed money, like in case if customers are not paying, right? Like if they defaulted payment, how this work, right? So how to collect money. So that's these are all we can keep it in our second phase, right? So first we'll implement the digitalizing the loan workflow. Okay. So next step is process mapping, right? Process mapping, your current state was future state. So here is an example process map. So what is a process map mean? You are capturing what is happening today, right? Um, how do you know what is happening today? So usually when a project start, right? Like if you are new to the team, you can get a small KT, whoever already working in that project, right? So maybe there is a Confluence page, you can read it out. There are some videos you can watch, right? So that's how you learn the current state. Or you can talk to a product specialist, right? Like you can talk to a business person who is currently working on that particular workflow, right? You can talk to them and gather information and understand the current process, right? So here on the left side, you can see uh, your manual step, right? On the right side, you are seeing what customers are doing. We can call as actors here, right? Customer, branch staff, and entity, right? What is happening behind the scene? Customer fill application, right? That's the action. Branch staff manually reviews and enter into the system. So this is a system check. So we have to check a credit check um, via phone or email. So this is the manual process it's explaining. Loan approval is taking two. So you have seen some loans taking more than 1 week, right? So that's why they are doing everything manually, right? I'm not sure if you have experience. You waited for a decision for 1 week. Probably some mortgage application take this much of time, right? So that's manual check is required. Customer informed manually over the phone. So this is all current step, right? So the future state, customer apply online using a web form and data stored in a customer microservice. So don't get confused about microservices. Okay, so microservice, let's think about it's a mini application. Okay, mini application mean it's a dedicated application to handle the loan process. So what's the loan process? We will have an online form, web form. We collect the user input or customer information, right? Name, SIN number, date of birth, those kind of information, store it in a database, and the application we can call as a microservice. So we are calling it a customer microservice, and we prepare a request to TransUnion or the Equifax or whatever the credit check company. We send this customer information and we get back the result. What is their current credit score and what are the payment they are paying. So here we have some business rules, right? Like the manual person, right? We have all the income, we have all the expenses. So run it through, calculate through the system, and generate the loan amount or loan decision. Okay. Any questions so far? Our loan project. Do you have any questions before we move on to next slide? Okay, I'll take. Yeah, you're good. Okay, so please pay attention to this slide. This is all about, right? So requirement life cycle. So we know business has an idea, right? Someone want to create a chatbot, someone want to create a fraud data analysis black box, whatever item we are building or initiative we are building. So that's come with an idea, right? That's a stakeholder idea, business initiative. So it doesn't matter who is gathering requirement, data analyst or data scientist, senior analyst, business analyst. Someone has to understand the requirement, what we need to build it. Do we need to build a chatbot, machine learning algorithm, or web application, mobile application? So we are building something digital. That's the main point here, right? So what is the requirement here? We understand. So next one, you can name it user story, task, spike, or whatever. Here we are using a JIRA Confluence as example. Any kind of project management tool, right? So we need to understand the requirement. You put it in a task format or user story format in the project management software, right? So here our case we are using JIRA and Confluence. Next, sorry. So next, developer who is responsible to develop this requirement, which we explain in the user story, the developer will pick up and start building the feature. So here I'm referring to feature, mean not referring to the column or anything. So what is the functional thing we are building, right? User online sign up, credit check. So these all features, right? Functional thing, all features. So we are building here. So next phase is let's go to the testing. So we never send any features, any functional thing into production to the customer without validating, right? Customers don't like bad experience, right? Like we need to provide a perfect because competition is more, right? So if when you apply a credit card and if the decision is taking too long, the customer will go to another bank, right? So we need to make sure this is working as expected. Whatever you are building, it should work as expected. So that's why quality assurance TQA is very important here, right? So tester will check if all okay. Tester will say okay to deploy. Ready this feature, we can ship it. If not, and the tester will log a bug or defect saying bug is nothing but it's not working as expected. How the tester know it's not working as expected? Because it's defined in the user story, right in the instruction. Remember acceptance criteria definition of tab. So we are saying what we need in this user story, right? So it's sent back to the developer again for the development, and developer will fix it and resend it to the testing, and it's go to this page, and if all good, and sign up will happen. So this is an important thing, and I recommend you guys to include in your resume user acceptance testing, UAT in short form, right? UAT mean like this is our internal image testing. So we are building this application or software for a user. Remember, the person who used the application, we call as a user. The person who used the product, we call product or service, we call as a customer and client, right? So our customer and client of our software application, someone actually using that application, right? So that's why we write user story. Remember our user story format? We write the instruction to build in the user perspective, right? From the user standpoint. So user have to satisfy whatever we build it. Not only the tester, right? So we can show to our business group and give some credential or the testing environment. So typically we call as, sorry, UAT environment. So before we release to the final version, we can give a same version to our business group also. Just go and test this one, see, and provide us the feedback. So this is very important in a software development. And when you, let's say your chatbot, right? Before you send your chatbot for your main customers or application, you give to a business group and let them play around with the chatbot and see how the chatbot is working. So UAT is must before you send anything to production. Okay, so that's the number 6, user acceptance testing. Finally, business group is happy and tester also provided a sign up, and we can engage the release management. Release management is nothing but who handle the deployment, right? Deployment is nothing but it's ready for production. Customer can use in live, right? So that's a number 2. So finally, monitoring and maintenance. This is what the customer support, application support, customer care come into picture, right? So we can monitor through a dashboard here, right? So we can create dashboard, see where customers are dropping, where customers are not purchasing our items. So we can monitor, we can implement dashboards here, right? So uh, so you guys know how to create dashboards, right? So you don't need to implement any new technology, implement any dashboard. So based on the company you are going to work, so if they are using GCP, if they are using um, Azure or the Amazon, right? So all the cloud technologies, they have their own monitoring and alerts. So you guys have to know what is the requirement. Based on the requirement, you can set up widgets and you can set up alert. You can define the alerting scenarios. So this is a good options. You guys get a job in this area. More, you can start. You can join as a dashboard creator, right? So maybe you'll ask, do I need to know Tableau, Power BI? You don't need to know anything, right? So as long as you understand the requirement based on the company, whatever the technology they are using, you can work with developers and see what are the edge cases, right? If the system is not available, you can create a dashboard. If the downstream is not available, upstream is not available, right? So you can, this is a good opportunity. You can start creating dashboards, number 8, right? So, and maintenance means, right, how to fix the error, right? So you can capture some logs and you can debug and see how to fix this one. But if it's reported by a customer, and we can take a look that bug and what's going on, we can fix it. So this is what the life cycle, requirement life cycle in software development. Okay. So let's move on to the next item, writing our first user story. So yesterday, um, using JIRA, we um, we wrote one user story. I'm not sure if you guys write or not. So we wrote one user story, but today we are going to take a deep dive in how to write user story, right? So our first user story, remember a format, right? So everywhere there is format, cheat sheet, template is very useful. So here you can use a format. Who does what? That's what you need to remember, right? So I'll tell here. the important is who does what. Okay, so ask this question always in your mind. The software you are building or the application, the feature you are building, who is the user group you are building, what that user is going to do and what the system should do, who does what, right? So our case, you see, um, first we need to create a registration and login. So here, as a customer, right? Customer is the loan applicant, right? So you can write here even as a loan customer or as a customer, and this statement is telling to us by customer. That's how we need to write. As a customer, I want to register online. As a customer, I want to log in securely, right? The loan application, you see, as a customer, I want to fill out a loan application form. As a customer, I want to validation on my inputs. Okay. So second one, credit check. So now there is no customer. Remember our flow, we collect the user input from the first step. Now we are going deeper backend, right? Like inside the system, remember we said we have a microservice. Think about this is your front end. This is like if it is a restaurant analogy, think like where you take customer order, your lobby. This is like your kitchen, right? From the kitchen, the chef will work on the order, whatever the order we receive. So here, the system, it's kind of a kitchen, right? Here, backend system wants to initiate a call to the vendor, right? So we send through the data through APIs. API is nothing but it's a data exchange method or protocol. So we send some request in the request payload. If you don't understand the word what I'm talking, don't worry. This is not a big thing. It's learnable skill. Okay. So for the time being, just listen. Think about we get a request from the front end. Front end, think like your lobby. Here, customer is filling something. Customer is asking, hey, here is my income. Here is my personal detail. Could you please borrow some money? Right? That's the question customer is asking. Like customer is ordering some food here from the front end, right? In the back end kitchen, we need to prepare the food, right? We need to make a decision. How do you know how much we should lend to this customer, right? So that's the backend system car. So backend system, as a business, we don't have information about this customer. He gave the name and phone number. How do you know how much this guy is eligible? So that's why businesses need to tie up with different businesses, right? So our case, we are asking this customer information from a credit union. So in our case, we are using a TransUnion as an example. We will create one API and create customer information sent to TransUnion. In return, TransUnion in the response will provide the customer uh, credit status, whether this customer bankrupt or on a consumer proposal, what's the customer uh, credit score, and what expenses currently they are paying. And in the credit report, we can see the revolving credit, right? If the customer is paying credit card monthly, how much he is paying, 3 month statement, 1 month statement. Currently, do this customer has a loan with the other company, right? So everything we get through this API. So that's the credit check. So that's how you write. As the system, I want to call TransUnion API, right? So loan approval workflow. Now we get all the information. We have the customer information. We have the credit information. Now the person remember in the branch, right? How he made a decision. So now this is the person. So since we are creating a digital workflow, there is no person. So this is going to be our microservice. So application behind the scene, how this is going to process, right? So here you see loan approval workflow. We are writing a user story. As a loan officer, I want the system to auto approve the review, right? So we are mimicking, we are we are building a decision engine, rule engine to system should approve the loan, right? So that's why we are writing who is the user, right? And what is the expected outcome here? As a customer, I want to receive a loan approval instantly. Okay. So finally, notification, right? So we need to inform to customer. As a customer, I want to get an email with my loan decision. So these are sample user stories, 1 or 2 line only, right? So you can work on, like, let's say if you are going to work on a lending project, sorry, the collection project. So first you need to identify who is the user and what is the feature we are building. So you can write, as a customer, I want to do this one, and I have not include the benefit. So if you know the benefit, you can write so that this can be done. So that this can be done. So as a customer, I want to fill the loan application so that I don't need to go to the branch, right? So like that you can write. So let's move on to the next one, the workflow again. Okay, so just quickly reminding the workflow. Before we go to the workflow, I just want to remind you the acceptance criteria, right? So here we have only the instruction only. So each user story must have acceptance criteria. So clear condition that explain when the user story is done, right? Definition of done. So here we can write the loan form should capture name, income, and loan amount. The loan form should validate required fields. The system should send data to the backend system. Here, this user story. The developers, the way developers and testers know exactly what to check. So that's accepted. So you can use given when then method, or like a verify that, or ensure that, or whatever it's understandable language you have to write the user story. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. So next one is system behavior, right? So here we defined what user flow, customer journey, what we are collecting, right? So we are going to more deeper level how the application should work, right? So this diagram shows the system behavior for a loan application, and the user submit the form. So here from the website, user submit the form. The system stores the data, right? We collect the data. So this microservice or this application has a database and store the data. Then calls the credit bureau API. The system triggers the TransUnion API. So here we have extra step, system validate the inputs. So next step, receive the credit score. If credit is good, status is updated to pre-approved. If the credit fails, the customer is notified. Textual or visual flow diagrams always help for us to understand the system behavior. So make sure, as we discuss, always try to create, you see, I didn't use any big diagram. You can simply write it in Excel, Word, or like this. These are the diagram chart you can create in the Visio or any online diagram tool. You can create this one. So draw your application behavior. First, customer, the user behavior, right? And that will help you to write your user story, right? So as a customer, what you want, and based on that, and system behavior. So this user behavior we can get from the user journey. This is the requirement we get from the business. This system behavior we need to work with developers and DBAs and solution architect, design, and how to get this result. So you will be participating these kind of conversation as a data analyst, business analyst, right? So we want to get customer this data ingestion, right? We get the data and run through our system. Calling a TransUnion API mean here you can build a analytical software, analytical thing, and see the onboarded customer, the email IDs, the mobile numbers are good or not, right? So you can call a vendor, see if these informations are valid or not. Based on that, you can give information to the front end. We can onboard this customer. You can create a multiple scenario, multiple use cases. The flow works same only, right? You collect information, store it, prepare a business rule what we need to validate, and run through that system, get a decision. You can create a fraud working model here. Customer information created, create the customer request, run through your fraud model, and get the result and send the result at the front end, whether this is a fraud, legit or not. So you can create thousands of scenarios, thousands of projects using these flows, right? So the important is you should familiar at least one project. This is what interviewers looking in your interviews, right? So you cannot tell I build a model classification algorithm, got 80% result. So instead of that, you can tell I build a customer churn model in a loan application project, right? So it helps business to predict how much loan we can give in advance, right? Or how to give loan, like how to determine the customer is the right customer or something like that, right? So that you have to always add a business value, project value to your technical thing, what you have built, right? So mainly these few days until you get your job, you need to focus on not the technical stuff and how to provide some portfolio from the business standpoint. Okay, so projects is really important. So pick use cases, pick scenarios which add value to businesses so that you can get quickly hired rather than you talking about the technical things or technical or the information. So business, they don't need information, right? What we are providing, I know Python, I know SQL, I know this tool, I know this one. Business don't need anyone information. Business need people who can add value to their workflow. Business. So business is, right? Either they are selling a product, they are selling a service. So do you know how their service workflow work? Do you know how their product workflow they work? What product, what service? So if you talk about how to improve their service, let's say you are building a software for a barber. You're not talking about any Python and SQL there, right? You are telling how to bring more customer to the barber salon or design, right? So what you can do, you can talk about like different design, how to expand the marketing, how to booking online, right? So you can add value to that business. Accounting software, if you're building accounting software, let's say you got hired for H&R Block, right? So how can bring more customer to their workflow? How you can make that application user friendly? How do you catch fraud when customers are coming there, right? So let's say you are going to work for CRA, you are working for ADP. So there are many companies you can get hired. It's not we are just sitting on one circle, one black box, and we are thinking one or two tools that's going to land in a job. No, it's go outside and see what business are selling. Choose one area, right? Choose one area, like example, you want to work accounting, payroll, taxes, so many things are there. You want to work entertainment, pick entertainment companies, right? So see, learn what product they are creating, what I mean, projects, initiatives, learn about their workflows. It's a simple workflow, right? So there is a customer. Who is their customer? So as a customer, right? What they're doing, right? Be a customer and understand what is the data collection here. Isn't it a data collection here? What type of data we are collecting in that workflow? Behind the scene, where system is preparing request, making a decision, and selling to customer. This is what the high level workflow for all the companies, all the businesses, you name it, bank and HR solutions, all the companies. So I would recommend you, based on your expertise, you are a customer service agent, you are working in a retail company, or you are an entertainment person, you are a cooking person, you can build software for restaurants, right? That's why I told you, if you have cooking skills, you should pick up something. Big restaurant, they need a software analyst, right? And data analysts. Big restaurants, big hotels, right? That's why if you are a gaming person, there are gaming company required your analysis skills, right? So your whatever, remember our knowledge tree, from the knowledge tree day one, we discuss from your knowledge to skills, right? Skills to project. So now you have knowledge, you have skills. So now you need to identify which project, which business, service, or product I am familiar with. So three steps. Knowledge you acquired through your education, right? Skills already there. That's what we are sharpening through this workshop. And now you need to identify what area I can work, what businesses I can help. Do not tell, always use the word I can increase the value. I am an analyst fascinated about solving business problem, helping the business workflow using my analysis skills. Your tools come later on. Tools are not required. Tools are learnable within 1 or 2 days, right? Your critical thinking, your problem solving skills is the most important skills people are paying, right? So see, in a workflow, can you solve a problem? All right, guys, recap. So from our day three, identify your scope, define, and to get an idea, what is your requirement area, what you need to work. Your scope is important, and other way you need to understand your out of scope also. If you don't have this information, ask a question from your senior or ask a question from your business stakeholders, right? That way you don't get any scope creeping. Scope creep means like you don't get additional requirement while you are working. So second one, once you have a clear understanding about your scope, understand your current versus future process flow, right? Draw a diagram, right? Write down the steps, do a process mapping flow, design a diagram, and see your requirement life cycle, right? So you have to create a task, you have to create a user story spike or whatever you want to create, right? And identify the clear user and system behavior. User is doing something, based on that, what is the system behavior? This is very important. This is where you are going to help the businesses. Are you going to catch fraud? Are you going to determine whether this customer is KYC is completed? Are this customer qualified to purchase from your application, right? So this is the system behavior, which is the business rule. Your critical thinking, your all idea comes here only, system behavior. This information, our data collection. So this is where you write user stories, right? So here is the quiz to link. I haven't created the day 2 interview questions. So I'll create 10 interview questions. I'll pop it up here and I'll include the link. And as usual, this session is recorded. I'll send you the recording plus the day 3 slide. So that's it for today. And the homework is go and see if you can create a customer journey. Here your high level customer flow is there, right? So go and see if you can create a process mapping using Word or Excel. I would recommend you use Excel and see if you can generate a process flow, create a diagram, right? So after you create a diagram, if you want, you can send it to me. I can take a look and I can provide my feedback, right? So two exercises you can do. You can create a process mapping, current versus future. First, write in Excel, right? You can write the process mappings. This the entity, right? Entity and the action step. Entity, actions or steps. So first write it and then see create a diagram. That's one exercise. After that, we have some sample user stories we created. I have not purposely included the definition of done, which is the acceptance criteria. See if you can create some acceptance criteria for this one. Very simple, given, when, then, or like verify, whatever, as long as understandable for someone and should be good, right? So if you can create acceptance criteria for this one, that would be nice. And again, if you want to take a look and send it to me, I can take a look and give my feedback. Any questions? Final thought, guys? Okay. Silent, I take as no question. So you guys have a wonderful day. We'll see tomorrow, everyone, same time. Thanks, everyone. Okay. Can everyone see my screen? Okay, thank you. All right, so welcome back to day 4. So far, we have looked at project scope and how to write user stories. So today, we'll go deeper into making our user story actionable. So our focus today, how to write acceptance criteria and how to identify actors in the system and how to link user story in JIRA and how to understand and apply the definition of done. Okay, so these are our main goal today. So by end of this session, you will know how to take a simple user story and make it ready for development and testing. So far we have talked about bit and pace. So after end of today's session, so you can create any kind of user story, development ready. Okay, so before we jump into today's session, so let's do a recap of yesterday's session. So I have prepared some question. Okay, let me share the link in the chat. Okay, I dropped the link in the chat. Okay, so the first question is, what does project scope primarily define? Can anyone answer? Yeah, B is the right answer, the boundaries of the project. So before you start a project, before you write a user story, make sure you ask your question. What are the scope of this development? What is the out of scope? So it's good to call out if you know the out of scope. Let's say you are building a application, so you can ask, is this applicable for a mobile or is this applicable for both web and mobile? Maybe you are developing any mobile related user story. and you can ask, is this applicable for other languages like French, right? Do we need to test in French? So when you get answer, so you can call it out in your user story. Just put a note. Uh, this user story focus on only English mobile. French is out of scope, right? So you can ask, do we need to test accessibility criteria, right? So when you are developing any user story, make sure it meets the accessibility criteria. So you can ask the question. Of course, by default, we need to meet the accessibility criteria, but it's always better to call out in the user story. Just add, please perform accessibility testing, right? So all user story should meet accessibility criteria, something. So always remember, when you get a requirement, just understand the scope and out of scope options. Okay, so those are the boundaries of your project. Next question, why is defining a project scope is important? B is the right answer. So to avoid scope creep. So this is a very important interview question. Like, the interviewer may ask you, how do you handle scope creeping? Can you tell me a scenario you face scope creeping, and how did you handle that situation, right? So scope, you understand what is a scope, right? Here, from here, scope is what we need to build, what we need to develop, right? That's the project scope. Now, when you are grooming your story, when you are writing your story, um, stakeholder told, okay, we are building only for English, mobile English. So, middle of the development, they might come and tell you, hey, can you include French as well? So we don't need to do any other development. It's a minor change only. To We need a French translation. Even it's a minor change, we need the French translation, right? So getting the translation, you cannot write it by yourself. So we have a technical writer, marketing, or someone has to write, the technical writer has to write, convert into English verbiage into French verbiage, right? So this will put a hold your development, right? So now you are middle of a sprint. Your sprint supposed to end within 2 days. Now you cannot complete the user story because business asked, we need the French as well, right? So what you can do, you can complete the user story which you started for the English, and you can work with the translator or the technical writer to get the French verbiage for this particular change, and you can clone, or you can copy the same user story, just change it for French, right? So again, this question, so you could avoid this this scope creep if you identify the project scope in hand beforehand. So your case, you already asked from the business or the stakeholder, is French is in scope or not, right? So very important, um, defining a project, asking the scope area so that you can avoid scope creeping. Okay, so B is the right answer. Next question. Which of the following is an example of scope creep? Adding an unplanned feature after the project starts, defining accept criteria at the start, writing the user story during the backlog refinement, conducting daily stand-up meeting. A is the right answer, right? So scope creeping is after we plan something, business ask us to do. So that's the example we talk about here, right? So we start, originally we wrote our user story for only mobile English, and middle of the development they come and told us we need the French as well. So that's a scope creeping. So here for given option, adding unplanned features, right? So unplanned. So they didn't think about, then now they are thinking to add this one. So that's a scope creep. Okay. A is the right answer. So next question. In lending project, which of the following would be in scope? So designing a new mobile banking app for scratch, building a loan application for the web portal, expanding into investment banking products, running advertisement for loans. So what would be the scope for a loan project? Yeah, B is the right answer, right? So we need to focus on, so these are options, right? So maybe, yeah, we have to expand this product into mobile, right? These are additional thing, and this is not our scope. This is marketing one. So for given answer, so B is the right answer, building a loan application for the web portal. Okay, so let's move on to next question. So fifth question, which of these is the first step in writing a user story? Define as acceptance criteria, identify the user and their need, assign story point, link the story to test case. B is the right answer. So always keep in mind when you talk to a business or stakeholder, or if you receive an email to write a user story, ask this question in your mind: who does what, right? Who give you answer? Who is the right user? So we are developing applications, we are developing software for the customers, right? The customers are who uh, use the application, so we call as a users, right? So you have to keep in mind you are writing user story from the user standpoint. So first you need to identify the user and what they need, right? So that's why as a user I want, so that, right? That's our main core two statements. First user and I want this option. So next question, what is the correct format for a user story? When X happened, then Y should occur. As a user, I want goal, so that reason. If condition, then outcome. Given, when, then. B is the right answer. So we just discuss here. So user who use the application, I want what user is trying to achieve here, right? So here user need, reason. What is the benefit for the user, right? What's the benefit for the customer? Right? B is the right answer. Let's move on to the next question. Which of the following would be a good user story for the lending project? Create loan backend table. As a customer, I want to apply for a loan online so that I don't need to visit a branch. Build loan API for TransUnion integration. Develop UI for loan application. B. So these user stories are required, but for given options, because it's in build a loan app, this is not a user story, this is kind of a requirement, right? So we can build a user story from this one. So B is the right answer. As a customer, this is the user. What customer need is customer want to apply online loan, want to apply the loan in online. So benefit, customer don't need to make a trip to the branch. Eighth question, what do acceptance criteria in a user story help with? Define who will test the user story, decide the budget, clarify when a user story is done and working correctly, assign tasks to developers. C is the right answer, right? So here we are very simply, we understand the user and what user, who is the user, what user want, right? So that's the instruction we are giving. So we are clarifying on what is the user requirement. So C is the right answer. Number 9, in requirement lifecycle, after the idea or business initiative stage, what usually comes next? Deployment, requirements gathering, bug logging, user acceptance testing. So requirement gathering. Okay, so let's take a look. In requirement gathering life cycle, after idea business initiative stage, what usually come? So our life cycle is business has an idea to go online, right? Go online. So they want to sell their product or feature online. So we are helping them to build their shop, right? Like a brick and mortar location, you see, retail shops are selling products. Services are selling service like a hairdresser, accountant, mechanic. They are selling services, right? So if these people decide to go online, right? If they need their shop online, so we can call as an application. We as a IT professional, we help them to go online, which means to build their shop online application, right? So we listen to their idea, right? So I want a website or application or some web page to show my product, show my services, right? So we listen to them. So listening, and we capture the requirement. So that's the next step after the idea, right? B is the right answer. And next one, we create a user story, right? We understand this is what the user journey going to be. This is the user, this is what user need. So based on that, we develop user story. We estimate it with the team, developer and tester and rest of the team, PBR, after PBRing, and we can start a sprint. Then a developer can start develop. After development done, this goes to tester for testing phase. Once the tester is accepted, if it is all good, this go to the product review. Someone BA or product owner can review, and this will go done so that we can send for deployment, right? So that's the life cycle for this question. The B is the right answer. Last but not the least, which statement best describes the role of the business analyst when writing user stories? Writing test cases for developers, translating business need into clear, simple user story with acceptance criteria, managing the project budget and deadlines, coding the backend services. What is the B is the right answer. So each task have a main role. So here A option, writing a test cases for developer. Can someone tell who write the test cases for developers? Or like who write tests, who will test our features? Tester, right? So tester will write test cases for to test. I'm not sure they will write test cases for developers, but developers can use the test cases to do their testing. We call as unit testing, right? So tester will write main action here, writing test cases. The person who write the test case or like execute test cases, tester. So here is the BA business analyst is responsible for translating business need into clear, simple user story, right? Managing the project budget. So this is a project manager responsibility, right? So every project has a project manager who will manage the project budget and deadlines. Coding the backend service. So this is a developer. Okay. All right. So that's a recap of yesterday. So let's dive into today's discussion. So what are the acceptance criteria, right? So if you see the definition of acceptance criteria, so these are the conditions user story must need to consider completed, right? So why do we need them? Without acceptance criteria, developers might assume one thing, tester another, and and the business owner something else. So all the stakeholders, testers, developers, business, they will assume, we need an online feature for uploading a document, or we need online feature for notification. So everyone will assume something different based on their understanding, right? So acceptance criteria keeps everyone aligned, right? It's a kind of alignment. This statement, this is what we try to achieve through this development. So here is an example from our lending project, right? When customer applies from an online, the acceptance criteria ensure that all required fields are filled. Eligibility is checked and confirmation email is sent. So here you see all required fields are filled and eligibility checked, right? Income was expenses and confirmation email sent. So by completing this JIRA ticket, which is the user story, these are the things we need to achieve. Okay. Any question on this one? Okay. After our discussion, you are going to write 5 acceptance criteria, 5 user stories. Okay. So if you have any question, please ask now. Okay. Let's move on to the next one. So writing a good acceptance criteria is about being clear and testable, right? So a common format of writing acceptance criteria: given, when, then, right? Some BAs might write very detailed steps. Some BAs write one line, two line, right? So again, you can avoid um, vague terms like quickly, efficiently, those kind of thing. So I recommend you to include given, when, then, right? Or like a verify or ensure. So example, given the customer is logged in. So this is the precondition. Okay, precondition mean where, so without customer login, customer cannot test that feature. Without customer go to that loan page, cannot test. So maybe you can tell the given the customers logged in, given the customer in loan flow, loan web flow or something. That's a precondition. When says what customer is trying to do. It's something clicking or something try to achieve here. When they submit the loan form, so the customer, the user try to hit the loan button, apply loan button, right? So you can say when user clicks on loan, submit loan button, then the system confirms submission and generate an application ID. Okay. Any question on this one? Okay, let's move on to next one. Okay. Actors. So who are the actors? We are using the lending project, so that's why here it says lending project. So who are the actors on a software application? So actors are the people or system interacting with the application. So this is very important when you are developing a software application. Need to identify who are the actors, right? Entity. So we can prepare process mapping. What is the interaction between systems, right? We can create a user journey, data flow. If you know the right actors, every step, customer log into the website, customer navigate to loan section, customer clicks on apply loan button, right? So here you can see the example provided. Actors: customer applies for loans and view status. Bank staff reviews the approve and rejects. Credit bureau system validate the credit score. Notification system send email, SMS. So these are the checklist for you, right? So first you listen to the business owner, and next step is try to identify who is the actors, right? Even though your user story is one line, as a user I want so that, but we need to get this information. That's what the requirement gathering. So we are going more deeper into requirement gathering, how a business analyst will gather this. That's why you say analysis, right? We are analyzing the system behaviors. Who are the system? What are the entities or the actors, right? So that's why I say analyst. So you need to analyze, you need to find out who are the actors when you get a requirement. How do you find these actors? Can you ask business? Yes, you can find, you can see how they work, right? And get their user manuals, get their PNPs, and see their workflow, right? They might not knowing the system interactions or how the system behave, so we can get answer from technical folks. But high level, when you start a project, before you write a user story, I recommend you to create a process mapping. So to create a process map, identify the actors, whatever you understood, right? So at least one or two actors and what they do. Just put it in a paper or Excel sheet or VCO or any kind of document. Just document that. Okay, this is the actor, this is what try to do, action, right? The actor, this try to do. So run it, show to the business, show to the stakeholders, show to the developers, show to the tech leads, and get their feedback. Hey guys, this is my understanding. Can we take a look? So they say, yeah, you are missing one step. There is one more actor. There is one system, and go to backend. There's API. There's a microservice. So you get feedback, or you can test the flow. You can ask the tester to test and give more feedback. So you can update your document. So now you have a detailed step here. So it's just matter of you know the current state. Where do you going to implement a new step, right? So you can, when you are presenting your user story, when you are explaining your requirement to your technical folks or testers or business, you can tell this is what happening. It's very clear. From here, converting into a diagram, swimline diagram, flowchart diagram, whatever diagram is very, very easy, right? Because we have detailed steps once you identify the actors, right? And easy to write user stories. Okay, so we'll do the exercise after we discuss everything. Any questions on this one? Okay, let's move on to the next slide. So stories don't exist in isolation. They are connected, right? How the stories are connected. For example, the loan approval story depends on the loan application submission story. Right? In JIRA, we can link them using relationship like blocks or block by or relate to. Do you guys understand what I'm talking? So in a loan project, we have multiple user stories, right? So some user stories are depend on another user. So if we don't build the form, and we cannot prepare the request. So first user story, collecting customer information. That's one user story. Second user story, build the API to create a response request. Third one, sending this created request to the vendor to get the credit check. Fourth one, make the decision or notification. So each of the user story connect. So in JIRA, these user stories are, we can link or we can put dependency. First, must completed this user story first, right? So this way the team can see dependencies clearly. So your user story format is as a user I want and the acceptance criteria. So these information we can add more detail, right? So project out of scope, right? The story out of scope. This is only applicable for mobile English. This is applicable for only web, this testing. So that's you are calling out one step. Just put note and you can call it. So dependency also, I recommend to call out if there is a dependency. If there is no dependency, you just simply put dependency not applicable, right? So this way team can see before they start working what are the dependency. If the loan application story is delayed, the approval story automatically gets delayed too, right? So if possible, um, we can uh, we can go to JIRA and we can perform some linking and how to see link one user story to another user story. Okay. So let's move on to next slide. So now let's talk about definition of done. Isn't it the definition of done is acceptance criteria? Kind of, right? So definition is done is a checklist the team agrees on to confirm a user story is really complete. For our loan application story, definition of done items included here you see, right? From implemented and validated, eligibility rules applied, integration successful, confirmation sent, acceptance criteria verified, documentation updated, code review done, right? What will happen if definition of done is ignored? Can anyone answer? Exactly, right? Yeah, so if we ignore, there is a risk incomplete, right? Like this go to production and with the competition, you may lose the customers, right? So fraudster can hack our system. So exactly that's the point. So as a business analyst, do you need to worry about definition of done? Yeah. So you have to make sure your job is collecting requirement, writing, identify your actors, right? So identify the actors, write the detailed step. This is not a mandatory step, okay? You can writing this one. This is not mandatory. Your job is listening to the stakeholder and creating the user story, estimated, and that's it. But these are good practices. You can talk to people, right? So when you have this information and you can simply do a sanity test, sanity verification, right? Like everything. So there are so many people are on the pipeline to verify this information, right? The business analyst verify the requirements are done, and developer will do a unit testing, see if the feature is working, and the tester will do a detailed testing, and the product owner will review the user story. Again, we will show to the business stakeholder in the review as well. So there are so many checkpoints, but there are chances requirement can be missed, right? So always as a business analyst, this is your project. You have to make sure definition is done is met or not. And a Scrum Master also there, right? I forget about Scrum Master. So there are so many people are working on the same item, but still there are chances I have seen easily missed, right? Because of due to multiple projects we are working, all the projects. If you if you get the job, you will feel the pressure, right? So when so many projects simultaneously, we have to work. Everything is urgent. Everyone say, we need next week, we need in next week, we need this one. Sometimes 8 hours is not enough to complete. We have to work longer hours, right? So we are just talking one project only, right? So there are critical projects. There is a production issues, right? So easily it can ignore, right? Because your job, you will be doing the same thing again and again. Only the project is different. Easily you will get tired, right? So easily this definition of done can be missed. So it's always good, take time before you approve, before you finalize any features, right? So take time, ask testing evidence, see clearly, see maybe you might have written the user story 3 months ago, and now, like in this sprint, they pull the user story and they start working. In between, there might be some discussion about this feature, and you forget to update. So you know you need to update. It's a slight change there, like you need to update one acceptance criteria or one feature or something, you forget. So you just need to add this is applicable for mobile as well, right? Nothing will change, only you. So you forget to update that, right? So they start working and testing. Oh, when you go to review, then stakeholder will tell, okay, where is the mobile view of this one, right? Then we go and check the user story return date 3 months ago, January, you have returned the user story. Then everyone start thinking, okay, I think we only got the requirement for web only, right? So it's always it's not you created and estimated. So whenever there is a communication, you can attach the email. Just open, just write note, business update, new requirement added. If added, talk to the team because they already estimated with the without mobile. So now you are adding mobile for us, for as a business, and it's just one line. But for the developer, it's a task. For the tester, additional scope need to test, right? So again, revisit the user story and explain again. So to explain, you don't need to put more effort because you have your process flow, right? So you just tell additional requirement we receive for this user story. Do you guys prefer to use the same story? We are just adding mobile also to this feature. We are adding to mobile. Do you guys prefer to use the same user story or should I create a new one? Right, so new one, you can just clone it and just change the title mobile and update the acceptance criteria mobile, right? So these are very important. Always, if there is no, every team will have a definition done of agreement with the team, right? So, but as a business, it doesn't matter you business analyst, tester, PO, data analyst, anyone, right? Any job, you make sure what is your responsibility, right? So you have to own the feature. You have to know what you are working on. Make sure all the conditions are met, right? So this check can be done by yourself also. If not, then you can remind to the right party to execute the job. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. So flow. We talked about the flow yesterday. So real world flow diagram, right? So customer, this is very important. When you have your process mapping, you can create flow diagrams, right? So our case, customer submit a loan application, system checks the eligibility, loan approved, rejected by bank staff. This is the current state, right? So every time you present to developer, tester, it's good to show the flow. Every time you talk to the business, you can show, right? Your job is not done after you writing your user story. You need to run walkthroughs. After these features develop, you need to update the you need to help business to update their user manual. So you need to give a walkthrough. You need to train people. You need to show how this feature is working. Sometimes business don't know how to use when they develop. So if you create clear uh, diagrams, and this will help to business. Okay. So now recap. Today, so let's wrap up now. Today we learn how to write clear testable acceptance criteria. That's a fun thing. How to identify actors in our system, and how to think story, we are going to link, right? So we are going to learn how to link user stories in JIRA, track dependencies, right? How the definition down ensure the quality. Okay. All right. So now time is to write user stories. Let's go to JIRA. Go to Google. Type JIRA login. So type JIRA, and you will come to this page. Okay. So last time we created a project, if I'm not wrong. So sign in. So I'll sign in my Gmail. So you can go to recent, right? Or you can directly click JIRA. I guess we created one project. Click your project there. I'll go to backlog here, right? So can everyone go to their project? I'll give few minutes, okay? So otherwise, if your first time you are logging in, you can just simply you can do the same thing also. Let me exit from here, go to Google, type JIRA, why is them not coming? Just type JIRA login, okay. So come here, it's already login with me. So get started. I'll continue. If you're coming first time, so it's asking Kanban or Scrum or project management. So let's go with Scrum and continue. So if you already have a project, you can use the project. Otherwise, if you are coming first time, you can follow this step. So here I'll put lending project. So in production, you don't need to create, it's already created, right? So here asking what we need, task, request, bug, okay. We can just, how do you track? Let's do this one. Okay, close this one. We have a new project, right? So here we project, you can view your all project here. So we are in our lending project. So we need to go to here. It's by default, it's coming to the board. So we need to come to the backlog here, right? So in the backlog, so you can see option here, create, right? So here you can see we are creating a user story, right? So here we can add a title, right? But just simply we add creator online form. Okay, just we are simply adding, okay. What happened to that option? I think it's okay. Okay, it's created. So we can add more user stories, right? So let's go to this user story. You can open it, right? Open in a different link here. So it's open. So now here we are adding the description. So what is our description? So we can add user story, right? As a user, I want to show that. So we can directly acceptance criteria can given when then. Okay, so this is our format. You can copy and keep this format. I think I provide you that day also. You can. So just a quick reminder, guys, our call will stop after 15 minutes. Okay, so this is the format you need to follow. So the since time is very short, I'll just share the user stories with you quickly. You can write it, right? The first user story, we try to write it here. Let's copy this everything here to the our JIRA ticket. Okay, so I remove this one. Okay, let's modify here. So this is how your user story looks like, right? So you can add a title, user story. So you can add more detail, right? If you want to add a background, you can add a background. If you have a dependency, you can out of scope. You can add these are additional details, okay? Not mandatory, only this is the one mandatory, right? So as a user, I want a customer submit a loan application, and so that I can request fund without visiting the bank. That's a user story. The acceptance criteria is customer can fill all the items, right? System validate the requirement successfully. So this is our first user story. So I'll save. Okay, so everything is ready. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this one. I'll paste it in the chat too, because please create this one all. Tomorrow we are going to do a mock PBR. Okay, that's why it's required. So please create the user story. So the next user story, I'm going to copy the title here, upload supported documents. Okay, so let's go to JIRA here. So create one user story here. So this is the title, upload documents. Okay, so I'm creating here. So your paid version looks different. Okay, so I'm just using the free version. Okay, so next user story here. Okay, upload document. So in the description, you can copy and paste our user story here. So I'll share with you end of this session. You can write this one. So here we have our user story. Okay, so this is our user story is ready. As a customer, I want to upload required document so that the bank can verify my details. Access some criteria. Customer can upload document. Each upload system validate file. Customer receive. So you can write it in given, when, then format, right? So that's the exercise you can do. Otherwise, this looks good. Okay, and let's go to the third user story. I guess we have time. So our third user story is check loan eligibility. Okay, let's copy the title here. Go create, paste the title, click create button, open this one in a separate tab. Okay, our third user story, update the description, right? So again, I'm going to copy paste. Okay, little cleaning here. User story. You can add other detail also, background, dependencies, scope, everything, because we have little time only, so that's why I'm just making fast. Okay, so now let's go to our backlog, so we can add our third user story, fourth user story. Copy the here, go to JIRA, title here, create, and go to our next option. So I'm clicking the wrong one. I try to open in the, it's not working. Okay, open in a separate tab, update the description. Okay, let's update the description. This is the description we need to update. So this is a user story. Okay. Okay, let's save this one and go to our project board. Okay, so let's create our last story. Track the application status. So title. So again, your paid version looks different, but it's the same interface only. Okay, you get the description to update, copy paste. So you can do the same thing. You can write your user story in a Word or Excel and keep it a copy. So you project to project you can change. You don't need to create from the scratch. Okay. So now our user stories are all done. Let me save this one. Okay. So we want to talk about the linking. So let's say this is our tracking user story, right? So this user story cannot work before we do the first couple of user story, right? Um, I'm not sure where to edit this one. There is option you can edit here and you can link the. Okay, let me go to the board first. Uh, let's go to this user story and okay, is there any pencil mark? Okay, so here you see, I guess you can, one option I can show you here, clone. Let's say you build this user story for web. Now you want to have a similar user story for mobile, right? So you don't need to create, copy and paste. You can click this clone option, right? So it's asking clone. So just remove the clone. You can add mobile, right? So clone and you can get the same user story. Just I am refreshing the board. So let's see whether it's got created. So sixth user story is created. So this one is loan and this one is mobile, let's say. So it's easy to create. Once you create, you can go here and you can clone similarly. So you don't so you are creating only one time, right? So if you want to clone, you can clone. So I'm just looking the option to link the user story. I'm not sure. So it's saying clone, move, archive, delete, add a flag. So just take a look somewhere in this user story. Let's go to the user story and see. It's saying add epic. It's not the option I'm looking for. There's a way you can clone the user story, but in case, right, so that's not a option. Just what you can do, so let's go to, this is our first user story, right, in the project. So you can copy this user story link. So this is our first user story. You can copy this user story, okay, and this is our last user story. So what you can do, you can just simply add a dependency and you can paste it here. So here you have the must completed first. So you're so this is the dependency. So when someone start working, they know they cannot start the this tracking user story without creating, obviously, but it's always good to call out, okay? But look for a edit option in your paid version. So there is option. I'll take a look. There's option like clone, and you can link the user story. Okay, so you can link the user story. I don't see the option here to do this one. Okay, so that's it for today. Time is 7:58. I guess this call is going to end. Any final question, guys, before we end the call? Okay, if there is no additional question, thank you. Okay, can everyone see my screen? Okay, all right. Welcome to day 5, everyone. So today we are going to learn about how work is organized in Agile project. So now we know how to write user stories. So we are going to get organized and we are going to um, estimate our tasks to work. Okay. So there are other JIRA items, not only the user stories, which is useful we use in a project, right? So we want to know what are the other type of task or JIRA items normally in software development we create. Okay, so we'll cover over epics here. Okay, so what is the epic and task, spike and bugs. So these are some other item other than user story uh, we create. Then we'll talk about product backlog refinement, which we call as PBR session. Okay. Also, and how teams estimated working using story points. Okay. So by end of today, you will clearly understand how requirements move from big ideas into small piece of work that developers and testers can actually build. Okay. Yes, this is visible. Okay. What is an epic? Can anyone tell what is an epic? Okay. So an epic is a big requirement, big business requirement. Think of it is a large chapter of a book. Okay, so think like a big book. Each chapter can then be broken into smaller sections or small stories, right? So for example, in our lending project, we build online loan application portal. So that can be a epic. That can be an epic. So inside this epic, we can have user stories like online loan application. So this is the big epic. Think this is like a big book. Okay, inside that big book, we have different chapters. Customer registration, one user story. Customer login, one user story. Loan application form, one user story. Credit check, one user story. Loan approval, one user story. Email notification, one user story. So an epic is too big to complete in one sprint. That's why we break it into user stories. So we cannot complete all these tasks or user story in one go, one sprint. So that's why we will, in a project, in a given initiative, we'll have different sections. Maybe we can differentiate this one front end UI, and backend. We can create separate user story. So that's why you we will we yesterday you noticed when we create user story, the Jira is asking what is the epic for this one, right? So that's why we allocate, we group all the related task or user story into a one epic. Okay. So the epic is useful for reporting purpose. So instead of we search all the tasks, we can simply query in Jira, or we can simply find the epic and we can find out all the associated tasks under this epic. Okay. So today we'll create one epic and we'll assign to our user stories. Okay, I think it's a duplicated slide. What is a task? So tasks are small piece of work linked to a user story. So what is the difference between user story and task? Why we have to create task? So if a user story is, how do you write? So we write as a customer, I want to apply for a loan, then possible task could be, right? So we create user story as a user, I want to show that format. So tasks are typically usually created by developers and testers, the user story is ready, right? So there are small development tasks required or testing things required before the functionality or the feature build. So as a BA, you will create the user story. The other tasks, other development tasks or testing tasks created by developer or the tester, even you can also create. So you can see here, in order to create our loan web form user story, we need this task: create front-end UI, create UI to customer microservice, write test cases for validation. So these type of only thing different. User story should be tested because we have an acceptance criteria. Task, there is no acceptance criteria. It's just a simple one line or two line, just to keep track of the things what we are doing during the sprint, right? So you can create also task for yourself, BA initiative, BA effort, BA work, so that when you have a task in the board, and you can provide an update during the stand-up every day, right? So that's the purpose. So we have three type of JIRA items we have identified. One is user story. The previous one was the epic. Now third one is the task. So task, you can link this task to your user story if there is a dependency. So for this, user story has three dependencies in order to complete, right? So these task three have to work first. So how do you decide whether I should create a task or user story? Usually you create user stories. Again, I'm telling, if anything functionality related, directly feature or functionality, the system behavior, you will create a user story so that it can be testable. If it is a task, uh, maybe developer will test, but you don't need to write acceptance criteria. So that's only different. Okay. So one more JIRA item is there, we call as a spike. So sometimes the team doesn't know the answer right away. For example, how do we integrate with the TransUnion API? So we start the project, we are telling to developer, we are going to partner up with a TransUnion credit vendor. So we need to create a API, so we need to integrate. So the developer know how to create APIs, but the developer, this is a new vendor. So there are specific format is there for the request. So the developer need time, or the tech lead usually need, or solution architect need time to study the API documentation and come up with the design, right? So how do we track of this work, right? Every day there is a Scrum standard, right? So to keep track of this work, whatever the tech lead is doing or solution architect, whoever doing, instead of we create a user story, we can create a spike. So you can ask, why do we need to spike? Can't we create a task here? That's a good question. So, but here we are investigating something. So we can use the right JIRA item here if you are investigating something, if you are doing a research, if you are doing analysis, if you want to find out what is the data type, what is the format, what are the databases we need to implement. What if you ask the question, what? If you are uncertain, if you don't have any answer, so the appropriate JIRA item is spike. So you can do a spike, or you can spike on that particular task, and you can complete everything. So usually here, just remember time box, limited hours or days. So we'll come back to the estimation. So just to remember, for the spike, we don't give the user story point. Here we have to time boxed. So we'll revisit this slide again. Okay. So there is one more item, JIRA item. This is the last item. So what is a bug? Bug we can call as a defect also, right? A bug is created when something that was supposed to work does not supposed to do, and work does not work expected, right? So something deviated from the expected functionality, something deviated from the expected functionality. So when we are building, we know how that system should behave for that particular task, right? We are building an online form. So when user click on apply button, apply loan, system should display the loan form. So if system is not displaying the loan form when user click apply loan button, so we can call as it is deviating. It is not showing the system is not showing the expected result. So if there is system is not working as expected, we call as a defect. We need to find out. It's a bug. So before it reach to user, we need to address that bug. So that time we need to create a bug. So usually the bugs are found during the testing phase. So again, yesterday we talked about how to make sure definition of done. So before we complete the definition of done, we need to find out, we need to address the bug, otherwise this will go to production, right? Any questions so far? So just a summary here, you can see Epic is a large feature. It's like a department, like a big book, right? This is kind of a supervisor or big leader or department or section. User story and user requirement, right? Example, register online. So we link user story to the Epic. Where do we link tasks? Yeah, every task required Epic also, right? Technical work, example, build customer DB table. So if you are a DB, database admin, you don't need to create any user story. You need to create task. If you are a data analyst or data scientist, if you are creating a model, you don't need to create a user story. You need to create task or either spike if you are investigating, right? Research. If you are not sure the data type and how many columns are there, how many features are there in the existing data set, either you can create a spike or task. Bug. Bugs are defect. Example, loan status showing wrong results. Okay. So does anyone have any question on these 5 items we discussed? Okay. So if there is no question, let's go back to yesterday's recap. Okay. So let me copy the link and I'll share it in the chat so that you guys can answer also. Okay, so yesterday topic was we were discussing how to create acceptance criteria, what is the use of actors, right? And how to link. Unfortunately, we couldn't link, we didn't see the feature, but I saw you like if the user stories are related to or there is a dependency, you can go to edit option. You can see a link option in JIRA. You can link and definition of done. Okay, so these are the topic yesterday we discussed. Okay, so let's go to the questions. The first question is, what is the main purpose of acceptance criteria in a user story? Options are describe how developers should code the feature, to list the business benefit of the feature, to define the conditions under which user story is considered complete, to decide which developer will work on the story. What would be the right answer? C is the right answer, right? So a user story have two sections. One is what is the user requirement. As a user, I want an online form so that I don't need to visit to the branch. Acceptance criteria, kind of a definition of done. We are putting all consider things to be tested under acceptance criteria. So this case, define the conditions under which user story considered completed. Right? So this is our acceptance criteria will conform. This is the definition of done for that particular feature or functionality we are building. Okay, so let's go to question number 2. Which of the following is a good example of acceptance criteria for an online loan application? Okay, yeah, go ahead. Option C. Okay, so let's take a look. Good example of acceptance criteria. Customer should be able to apply quickly. Okay, I'll keep this one. Loan approval should happen as soon as possible. Yes, this is required. Customer receive confirmation email with application ID after submission. Loan application form should look nice. So these are all required, right? So here we are telling how should we write, right? So we have to tell what we are expecting from a sister behavior side. So here we are saying when customer on that particular loan application form, customer receive confirmation email with the application ID after submit. So when the customer hit the submit button, customer should receive this confirmation. So it's easy to write given when then format so that you know what is the precondition, what user is doing, what should system do. Okay, so let's go to the next question. So yeah, here we have a given when then form. So what is the given when then format used for? That's right. Yeah. So writing code snippets, defining measurable and testable acceptance criteria, assigning tasks to team members, document. So here what this is referring, why do we need acceptance criteria, right? So that's the main question here. We put given, when, then format. So given is the precondition, right? So you cannot test if you are in a different flow. So let's say you are testing the chatbot, but you are, as a user, you are not in the chatbot flow. So you are in your profile flow. You are in FAQ section. So you are in FAQ section, you are navigating questions, frequently asked question, and you are expecting your chatbot should return some answer. So that's wrong, right? So the precondition where the user is, right? That's before do the functionality, before click something, right? So that's the precondition you have to give. So your case customer on loan flow, when customer clicks on apply loan button, then what is the expected result? So here defining measurable and testable acceptance criteria. Question number 4, in the lending project, which of the following is an actor? What would be the answer? It's a tricky question. Just choose the right. right possible answer. Yeah, so actor can be a system or the user. So here we have two options, either database or customer. So we can choose both. Here we are going with customer. Customer is the right answer, right? So when you create a data diagram, process mapping, so you have to actor or entity, right? So databases, microservices, APIs, switch, loan, like buttons, drop-down menus. So all the interaction will come actor or entity, right? So here we are, right answer is customer. Okay, so there is database also. If there is no customer, you should have select database. Okay, so let's go to next question. Question number 5, why do we identify actors in a project? Option A is the right answer because we want to know each each actors how what is doing, who does what, right? Like that's what I told you to remember. What that user is doing, what is that system behavior. When we provide data, there is a control, right? Like when you, if you are developing software, you know, there is a control, main control, right? The main switch, right? Every component, every functions, every method has a control, right? How this function, this method or class is triggered. So to identify, we want to know who is the actor, who is triggering, right? Who is the client, who is the host, you know that concept, right? So here we want to know who is interacting with the system. So that way we can define clearly, we can write our user story. As a user, I want so that, right? So A is the right answer. Okay, let's go to the next question. In JIRA, why do we link user stories? Option B is the right answer, right? So to track dependencies between features. Remember yesterday we created 5 user stories, right? So notification feature cannot be built without the loan form, right? So we just put simply call it out on user story dependencies. Online form must be completed first. Here is the link, right? So when you are working with multiple project, right? Each project will have approximately, I'm just telling, okay, 50 to 60 user story or tasks, including tasks, uh, spikes, and user story. So every sprint you'll get couple of tasks to work, right? So you cannot keep track everything what you are working. You might working 3 different projects, right? So it's always have everything in one JIRA item, right? So if it is one is dependency, if there is need test data, just record it everything. So you are just learning the basic, right? How to write user stories, how to create tasks on Spike, but there is no specific format. As long as your development team and you, testers, data scientists, analysts, everyone understand what to do, it's good to go, right? So always call out if you have any link task if there is a dependency. Question number 7, which is the correct example of story linking in the lending project? Option B is the right answer, right? A loan relates to customer email address. Loan approval is blocked by loan application submission, right? So these are the options available in JIRA. Sometimes if it is related, there is no blocked, okay? So you can use related to, right? But there is no dependency, but it's the same type of user story, same flow you are creating. You can use relate to relates using this keyword. But if it is a dependency, you can use this one, is blocked by. Okay, so these are really important. Um, I'm not sure this will be asked in during interview, but when you start working, right? If you never worked in a project, it doesn't matter which role you are going to work. Definitely, you need to remember these things. Okay. What does the definition of done, DOD, ensure? Next question. Question number 8. Option C is the right answer. That's a story meet quality standard and production ready. Question number 9. Which of the following should be part of the DOD for a loan application story? So options are customer is happy with the design, documentation is updated, acceptance criteria is verified by the QA, developer writes at least 200 lines of code, story is completed before lunch. Option B is the right answer because DOD mean like how do you make sure your development is completed? This features is DOD mean this feature is ready to go to production, right? So B is the right answer. Last but not the least, what could happen if a story is marked done without meeting DOD? Options are the team saves time and deliver faster. The customer receive. Option B is the right answer, right? So if you don't review the user story after test, right? Like a tester will test, and we can do a quick review with the tester. Usually, we need to check and put the command some companies, right? So because you are the one written requirements here, so it's always to do a quick sanity test. It's a good practice to do a quick sanity test. See if the feature built the way you want or whatever is defined in the requirement or acceptance criteria. Okay. All right. So now we switch back, continue discuss what we are discussing. So we learned today different type of JIRA items in a project to create, right? So now we are jumping into PBR, Product Backlog Refinement. So let's quickly talk about this one and we will go to JIRA and start creating user stories. Okay. So this is an important agile ceremony as a BA, right? The requirement walkthrough. You can give a requirement walkthrough, right? So when you are gathering requirement, maybe your senior data scientist or maybe your tech lead, your product owner, and you sit with the business and listen to the session. And you guys had a brainstorm session and got the know, and you know the requirement. But how we make sure the rest of your team, like developers and testers, know your requirement. So this is the session we give a walkthrough to our internal team. So usually product backlog refinement happen weekly. If you join, you can see invite from your Scrum team or the project team, or they will send you a request, meeting invite to your calendar. Probably it's like a long hours, 1 hour, 1.5 hour, 2 hour. Oh, it can be, it doesn't matter how long is the meeting, but at least you have two meetings you learn now, right? One is your daily Scrum, daily update, daily stand up. One invite you will receive from your Scrum Master to accept. the moment you get your laptop, your Teams is set up, your Slack is set up, and you get an invite to accept setup meetings. This is the one of the meeting. One is daily Scrum, so please accept. Second one is the product backlog refinement. So who will conduct these PBR sessions? In short, we call as PBR. PBR typically product owner can conduct, a business analyst conduct. Who is responsible for the requirement? Right? Let's say you guys are building a machine learning algorithm pipeline, right? So, or you are working in a database team. There is no business analyst. There is no there will be a product owner or some business partner, right? Whoever is responsible, maybe a tech lead DBA, someone. They will plan before they start working, right? So this PBR will help to know the requirement, what we need to work on, right? So that's all about the PBR, right? In Agile, we don't wait until the last minute to clarify requirements. Instead of the team regularly reviews the backlog together. So during PBR session. So we check if user stories are clear. That's a main goal here. We add missing acceptance criteria. We split big stories into smaller ones, and we estimate each user story in items of effort. So when you are discussing the user story, the developer can take a look at the existing code, right? So developer will see so many comments, so many conditions, exception scenarios, which you may not know. So developer can ask some question. Hey, I don't see this one. I see this one in the code. What should I do? Right? So that's a kind of missing requirement, right? So you have still chance. Okay, if you know the answer, you can provide answer. Otherwise, just take back that particular question and record it in your user story. Just put a question mark. Need to confirm with business, right? So you can tell the developer, okay, I'm not aware of this one. I'll take back this question and confirm with the stakeholders and get back to you. That's the main purpose. The tester will ask so many questions, okay? Right? How do I prepare data? Should I use API testing? Should I use end-to-end? Should I use this one? I don't have a credit card to test flow. I don't have an ID card to test. I don't have this one, right? So you are writing that notes in your user story, test data to be prepared in order to work. Sample credit card required if you are working in credit card flow. You need some sample credit cards to test, right? So this is the session everyone will discuss after you. So what you are showing exactly here? So you can show your process mapping, current state and future state, what you are building. Then you can jump into your JIRA task or user story and work through the acceptance criteria. Tell what you are building, who is the user, and what is the acceptance criteria. Then you start receiving the comments and question. If it is a question and you don't know, you don't need to be uncomfortable. Just get the question. So your job is facilitate, your job is make sure the requirements are clear, right? So you get the information and record it in your user story. Just put TBD if you don't know, right? So need to confirm with architect, need a translation, right? Everything you discuss in the PBR session. So sometime there are larger audience might come to this session. Larger audience, your manager might come and some stakeholder might come, right? You are the hero, you are the one running this show. So let's say if you join new, definitely the first session going to be really challengeable for you. It doesn't matter which role you are going to work. The first session going to be really challengeable for you unless you have previous experience. Different mindset of people will come and their knowledge is way more than you because they are already in the project, unless it's a new build team. So how to avoid these things, like how you can confidently run a requirement PBR session. So I recommend you to have a pre-grooming session. What does it mean, pre-grooming? Or technical grooming. So let's say your PBR is scheduled every Monday 1 to 2. So what you can do, you can send a meeting invite to your team members, only team members, right? Like how many developers can be in one team? Maximum 3 to 5, right? Let's assume in our team we have 3 developers, 1 tech lead, 4, and 2 testers. So 7 people and plus your product owner, like 7 to 8 people. Send a link and just say pre-grooming. Pre-grooming of what? Pre-grooming mean before you go to main PBR, you can have an internal session, because it's not nice when you take your user stories into main PBR and people are start asking so many questions, and your new BA or new analyst join the team, and you might not know the answers for everything, right? So it's kind of a rehearsal. You prepare in advance. You take internal meeting, like you don't need 1 hour, 2 hour. People will complain you. There are redundant meeting arranged by J. So there is some people, why do we need? So at least if people are saying like that, at least you meet with your tech lead, meet with your lead tester, one person representing the development in engineering team, one person representing the quality assurance team. So you can invite you and tech lead and the testing team lead, right? 3 people meet and just say, here are the user stories I'm planning to PBR on Monday. So this is happening somewhere Thursday or Friday or Wednesday before Monday, right? Okay, can you please take a look? Can you tell me? You are not asking, can you check if my user stories are good or not, right? So you are just telling high level, you are talking about acceptance criteria. So they also know, okay, oh, here we need test data, here we need dependency, here we need database to be implemented, and take the note and work on those, right? You have 1 or 2 days before Monday, right? Before the next session. So you call it out. So now when you go to your actual main PBR, you know you are no longer your second time you are going to talk about this one. So you can mention, any unknown area, you can just mention, I had a quick chat with tech lead Ram, and we go through this one, and these questions are pending. So no one will ask that question. If there is question, you can still take that question. So it's always, do not go to, if you are really comfortable, you can go, but these sessions can we bring down you, right? If you are not talking the right thing, right? Because your manager might be in the call too, right? So there will be a big 101 to you after the session, and stakeholder will be there. And let's say if stakeholder ask you a question, if you don't know, and your manager also there. So the session is not to make you uncomfortable, right? So it just openly talk about the requirement, but it can be turned into negative situation for you. So that's why I'm recommending you, if you don't have a chance to talk to your internal team before the PBR, at least you talk to the tech lead, the testing person, tester beforehand. Before you just copy the link, JIRA items, you can just send it in a chat saying that, hey guys, hey, I know your calendar is busy. These are the user stories I'm planning to PBR on Monday. So when you have a time, please take a look and see, let me know if I need to add more or anything. So send it. If you don't have, time. If they are not giving time, at least just one time, just socialize, right? You put it in a Scrum chat, right? There will be a group, and you can put it for the whole team, right? You can just share it. Hey guys, um, I'm not sure. We can discuss more details during the PBR, but here are the items. Just a heads up. We are going to discuss, and please go through. If anyone has any question, comments, please let me know. So you are in advance, you are preparing, right? So that's a good practice when you are working before PBL. Okay. So now I want to talk about estimations. So estimation. Okay. So we are still in the loan project. Okay. So here what we do during the PBR, everyone understand. After everyone is clear with the requirement, and we need to estimate the user story. So team estimate the work using story point instead of hours, right? Um, Let me go to a JIRA project. Yesterday we created some user stories. Let me see. It's going to the wrong. Okay, never mind. So I want to go to JIRA. I was in the JIRA. Do I have a backlog? Okay. All right. Okay. So I have two user stories here. Implement a new API, implement a new microservice. Okay. So you can start creating, right? So here you can create a story and you can create a task, whatever. Okay. So for our case, I'm just writing user story 2, 1. So let's create user story. So let's create one task 1. User story 2. Okay. Okay, so there is no epic here. You see, so this one has epic. So there is no epic, this item. So here we have a epic. So how to create epic? So let's say if you want to add a epic, here you can create from here also epic. Okay, so it will come what items to be created here. So I think I came to the wrong option. So in the drop down, it will show what you are creating here, right? So is it epic or task or user story? So here also you can add epic. So let's add epic. It's asking, I have already created one epic capital market, right? So I want to add a new epic. Now it's created the same epic. I just want to say bug. Okay, so this is the sign for the epic. I'm sorry, because this is the free version. We have a time to create item. Usually it should show here. Let's see if we can add here. Okay, so here we can see use this option, okay, wherever it's come. So epic also kind of a user story, right? So here epic for online loan, right? So what is the description here? Here list all. Here you can add simple all the task and user stories related to the uh, loan online loan requirement or feature, anything. So you just add one or two line, and if you have diagrams, if you have detailed breakdown what would be the requirement, you can add detail. There is no specific format like as a user, I want this one. So you can add. Anyhow, you are going to link all your user story under this API. So add one or two line if you know background contacts, what is the purpose you are doing, and you can add every detail here. Okay. So simply create this one. So now this is created. Now if you see for the task file, if you come here, we have two epic. One is online, one is capital market. So we can select online loan. So we can add more user stories here. So let's create some task as well here. Okay. Task 2. So what should go? Generate unit test cases. Okay, simply like, I don't know, it's not testable. So you can add your task here. So I'm going to clone this one. Yesterday, so we can clone this one, right? You can clone. So you don't need to keep on creating the same one. So you can just clone this one. So the item is cloned here. You can refresh the page. You can see in the backlog, your task 3 is added. You can clone user stories also, right? Instead of we create more, go here, edit option, clone. You're just duplicating the same type of user story. Instead of we create from scratch, you can just clone. Okay, let's go to the backlog. Okay, so here I add epic sum of this one, online loan. So we have two projects. Okay, so when you go to your PBR and your PBR backlog is like that. Okay, so you have created these two couple of items, few items for two project, right? So we have a estimation user story, right? We have estimation. So let me go to that slide and talk about the story point. So story points are, we use common values 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, and 13. So these are t-shirt size, right? So anything small, we use 3. Large, we use 8. Extra large, we use 13. Medium, we use 5. Extra small or small, we use 1 and 2. Again, I am reminding. So here, very small story, medium, complex. So these are not based on the how long it's going to take. It's a complexity, right? Like how people know this one. How do they know this is complex with this small or medium? So that's why we are talking requirement. We are talking what we need to build, right? Based on that experience, they will estimate. So if you are wondering where should I put this estimation, let's say implement a new API, what we have. So here implement API 8 story point. Yeah, can be 805, right? So you don't need to worry. This is not written in the stone. The team knows whoever estimating. So you are asked first, how do you do estimation on this? So you take this user story and you talk to your team. There is no items added here description usually. So here in your, so you have requirement. If it is a, I don't know, this type error, okay, just leave it this one. So here you have request, sample request, sample response. If you don't know what I am talking, that's okay. Usually in a API user story, we have a sample, what is the URL, input, payload. So it's a, don't worry this if you don't know about this one. We need this all specification, so this can be provided by the developer. So once we have everything, now we are asking team, did everyone understand the requirement? Do you have any questions? So team probably say, yeah, I have this question. Take the question. If there is no question, and we can ask them, can everyone estimate this user story, right? So how to provide the estimation? Let's say they provided 8 story point. We call as a, I'm looking where to estimate this one. Okay, usually there is a button edit, then there is a story point here. So let me see, this is cover. Is there any okay, maybe I'll go to backlog and see. Okay, so here it's showing this story point. I don't know why it's not showing. There might be option here. I'm not able to find, but you guys can take a look. But usually your paid version, when you click the edit button, you can see story point and everything. But for us, it's showing here itself here. So you see the story point. So for this API user story, we said it's 8. So provide 8. So let's say the new MS, the developer is providing 3, and this user story they are providing. So what is the purpose of estimating this all? Because how many story points we can work during a sprint, right? Maybe 10 or 2 tasks or 3 tasks. So that's why we need to estimate the user story, because we have to plan, right? Like what can be done. If it is a short week coming due to the long week and everything, so we have to take less user stories or tasks here, right? This is wrong. I put 4, there is no 4. Okay. So now we know I can create a sprint here. So let's create a sprint. So I created this sprint. We can go to the board. We can start the sprint here. Is it created? Okay. I don't know why it's not going to the board. So when you start the sprint, it should show here. Okay. So to do what are the items, you can keep track this item while you are working. So your main job, this everything can done by the Scrum Master or whoever taking care of the managing this one, right? So your main job is to write user stories and estimate it with team. So this is your main job. So you have to master it, how to get estimation. That's the main point. Okay. So today's recap: epic are big requirements broken into stories. Tasks are smaller technical piece of work. Spikes are for research and investigation. Bugs are defects that must be fixed. PBR session help refine and clarify backlog items. Story points, scale 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 30. This is based on the complexity. Okay. That's it for today, guys. Do you guys have any question? All right. Okay. So if there, okay. So if there is no question, you guys have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to day 6 of Business Analysis workshop. So today we'll cover one of the most important parts of BA role, testing. So as a business analyst, we don't just write requirements, we also validate them. That means we need to know how to test. So what type of testing exists? And that means how we want to know also how to test and how to work with the developers and test stakeholders to ensure the product is working as expected. So by the end of today, you will also learn about project closure and how to document BA artifacts in Confluence. Okay, so we'll go through these all items. We'll discuss about different testing methods, and we'll learn how to document project closure in Confluence. So why BAs need to know testing? As a BA, our main testing role is validation. So that means we don't test like a QA tester who click every button. Instead of we test to make sure the system behavior according to the requirements we wrote, right? For example, if you wrote a user story as a customer, I want to apply for a loan online so that I can get approved quickly. So our testing is about just checking, does the loan application form exist? Does it capture the correct details? Is that data stored properly? Right? A business rule: loan cannot be approved if credit score 650. Right? So these are the type of testing we can execute. So now let's take a look type of testing we should know. First, we start with functional testing. So functional testing is checking if features work expected. Example, submit loan application. Does it save and show confirmation? That's a functional testing. Second one, smoke testing. A quick check to see if the system is alive. Example, can we log in, open loan form, and submit without errors, right? So if the loan form is not working, we cannot continue our testing, right? So we can verify through a smoke testing. Next one, sanity testing. After a verified bug fix, a quick test that the fix works. Example, loan form date field was failing. After fix, can we now enter a valid date? Right, that's one example. Regression testing. Checking that new changes don't break old features. Example, after adding loan approval rules, is customer registration still working? UAT testing. Very important. User acceptance testing. Performed by business user to confirm the system meets their needs. Example, loan officer logs in and approve reject loan. Does the workflow match business expectation? So typically this is conducted by the end business users. SIT testing, system integration testing. So our loan project example, we have a third-party vendor, TransUnion. So when we integrate TransUnion API with our system, we can conduct a system integration testing end-to-end, right? From all the way, customer is filling application, the request is sent to the TransUnion is sending the response, and we run through the business rules, logic, and make a decision and provide the decision to the customer, right? So we can test through the system integration testing. We can do API testing also. So we'll learn about what is API testing in a couple of minutes. Okay. So next one is performance testing. Performance testing stress or the load. So this we measure from the system standpoint. Let's say we build a system. So we build a microservice to handle our loan applications, loan logic, right? So let's say in production, we are expected to receive 1000 loan applications per hour, right? So we have to measure, we have to do a test, see, providing 1000, simulate 1000 loan application to the system, see how fast the system can process the microservice code. So how many TPS required, right? So we can simulate the load through API or through the front end, and we can measure the performance of the particular system. So this is also very important, performance testing. So next one, how to write test cases. A test case is simply a step-by-step instruction of what to test and with expected result. Example test, right? A title, loan application submission, submit a loan application. Steps, log in as a customer, fill up the loan application, enter the loan data, click submit. Expected results, application is saved, success message displayed, and email sent. Right, so that's one example. So as a BA, you might write test cases or review QA test cases to ensure business rules are covered. So this is an example of a positive test case. Now let's take a look how to write a negative test case. So negative means just opposite of what you have tested, right? So you submit a loan application with invalid credit score. So here you are providing the happy path right data. So you are providing the negative invalid details, right? So do the same testing. So system should reject it and error message is displayed because the data is invalid, right? So next one is API testing with Swagger and Postman. So as a BA, you will also work with APIs. APIs are like bridge between systems. Swagger is a documentation tool where we can see available APIs and inputs and outputs. So the Postman, a tool to send requests and check responses. So example, for our lending project, the loan application system calls TransUnion API for credit check. So using Postman, we can send a request with customer ID and see if we get the credit score in response. So I'll show you Swagger UI and Postman UI in a while. So what is the expected results when we send API request? So response is if credit score 750, system should return eligible. If credit score is 400, system should return rejected, right? So why do we have to do API testing? So when we are building a software application backend piece, right? Sometimes we do simultaneously development with front end and back end. If the front end is not ready, we can independently develop the back end also, right? So once we develop our APIs, once we integrate it with the vendor, so we can pretend we receive a customer request from front end. So we can simulate those requests using Postman or Swagger. Okay, so now let's take a look how this looks like in Postman interface, what I am talking about. So you can just go to Postman, I guess postman.com. So I just log in. You can use your Gmail account and you can get free account. So here how looks like the Postman interface. So we are just simulating here exactly front end, right? So front end, the client, the website, your loan application will send this data, right? Here example, you see customer name and date of birth, SIN number. This is just an example, right? So the API, most important, what is the method we need to know. So as a BA, you don't need to worry about this information provided by your tech lead or solution architect. So we are just helping the testing. So when you're writing user story, you can include this information in your user story. Okay. So here is the URL. And one important thing, you have to know the header if there any header, right? Next one is the request body, input payload. So here we call as this is a JSON format, key value. So key value pair. So here we can call as a parameters, right? So here some parameters, some fields can be mandatory, some can be invalid. So there are lot of things to learn about when it's come to API development and API testing. So we will have a different session about API and how to build API, what type of API and how to test API. So I'm just showing how you can work with Swagger, sorry, the Postman. Okay. So once we have the URL and the request body, all the parameters is provided, we can simply click send. So this URL won't work. This is invalid just for the testing purpose. So if the URL or if we successfully, if it is hitting the vendor system, so this will give you in response 200 OK. Here response you can see if you are expected to receive the credit score and credit status, you can see in the response. So this is how we test with Postman. This is very easy. Okay. So next one, the Swagger. So I think I might have a Swagger. So here, so you can just go to swagger.com. You can use your Google account and you can get a free account or free trial. So here you can click testing, free testing, and the page will open like this. And same URL, you can test all your API. So I add the loan API already here, which we had here, same URL, and I didn't provide any request parameter or anything. So simply can click the run test. So our loan API is added here. So it's asking the parameters. I'm not going to provide more detail. I just want to show the interface how it's look like. Okay. So you can see here same like Postman, you can give the URL and you can select the method, and here request header and request body, and here you should get the response, right? So it's same like Postman. Either you can test through the Swagger or you can run send, so you can get the result of that API. Okay. So next we'll go to DevOps testing, development, how the testing in development workflow, right? So let's also understand where the testing happen in development like cycle. So usually after developer write the code, developer also executes some test which we call as unit testing. So first developer creates a new code in the branch, right? He write the code in the branch. So developer raise a pull request. You will hear something called PR, so which is nothing but pull request for a code review. So this code review is sent to a technical lead, a solution architect or enterprise architect. So after code review completed, so this will go to a build. So code is merged into build. So you'll be here, code is merged into build. Okay. So next, QA start testing once this changes. So first developer develop the code in a branch and go to code review by pull request, and that code is merged to build. Now QA can start testing. So next one, automation test may run to check common scenarios, right? So if a repeatedly a feature should be tested, it doesn't matter if you add a new enhancement or something, you have to test, make sure nothing has break, right? So we can create automation test cases for the repeated test scenarios. So BA validate features with exception criteria. At each stage, a BA can help confirm, does this match the requirement we agreed on, right? So BA is not a tester, so but BA can always verify if the feature is working. So we start talking about test automation. So let's talk about here a little bit in detail. What is a test automation? So you may also hear about test automation, right? So automation means repetitive tests like login from submission, credit check run automatically by tools, right? So every time you want to test the feature in the loan flow, you need to log in, right? Login is not our scope, so that's another feature, right? So we can automate that one. So we can set automation script providing test data to log in. So we can bypass that one. We don't need to spend time. So we can use a automation test case to run. So as a BA, you don't need to write automation test script also, but also you should know. You can provide help to the tester. You can guide them. You can tell which test cases are automated, which need manual testing, and where the automation. So main benefit of automation is saving time, like regression testing after every release, right? So before main feature build, we have to run a regression testing, make sure the existing features are working as suspected. So that's all about testing. So before we go to uploading B artifacts, so let's talk about yesterday's quiz. Okay. The first question is, what is an epic in Agile? Options are a small task completed within a day, a large body of work broken into multiple user stories, a bug reported by the tester, a temporary workaround for issues. So right answer B, a large body of work broken into multiple user stories. Second question, when should a bug be created in JIRA? Options are when developers need research time, when a new requirement is discovered, when existing feature does not work as expected, when a task is too big to complete. So right answer is C, when existing feature does not work as expected. Right. So third question, what is the purpose of a spike? To record defects in the system, to research or investigate a solution for an unknown area, to group multiple user stories under the one big requirement, to track progress of completed tasks. So the right answer is B, to research investigation, right? So question number 4, which of the following is an example of a task? A customer, I want to apply a loan, test plan application from validation, loan approval process epic, eligibility calculation spike. So right answer is B, test loan application from validation, right? So this can be a task, this is a user story. This is a epic, this is a spike. What happens during a product backlog refinement PBR session? A developer saw fixed bugs reported by testers, team reviews, clarifies and breaks down user story, customer tests the new features, manager approve the budget. The right answer is B, the team reviews, clarifies and breaks down user stories. Question number 6, why do we use user story points for estimation? To measure exact hours of work, B, to represent relative effort and complexity, to decide project budget, 3, to replace acceptance criteria. Right answer is B, to represent relative effort to complexity. Right? That's why we need to do estimation. Question number 7, which of the following is the correct Fibonacci sequence used in Agile story points? So I don't need to read this one. The right answer is B, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. So small, medium, large, extra large. These are extra small, medium, large, extra large, right? So as question number 8, as a user story is estimated as 8 story point, while another story is 2 points, what does it mean? So options are the 8 story point will take exactly 4 times more hours. The 8-point story is more complex and will require more effort and 2-point story. The 8-point story cannot be completed. The 2-point story has bugs. The answer is B. The 8-point story is more complex and require more effort than the 2-point story. Question number 9. Which of the following an example when to create an epic in lending project? Options are build online loan application portal which includes multiple features like from submission eligibility, fix email confirmation bug in loan application, research API integration with credit bureau, update customer loan status. So right answer is A. So here build online application portal which include multiple features like from submission to eligibility. So epic are big requirement. user stories break into small features on that epic. So last but not least, what is the outcome of the good PBR session? A list of completed tasks, updated backlog with the well-defined user stories, acceptance criteria and estimates, approved project budget by manager, code deployed to production. So B is the right answer. Updated backlog with the well-defined user story, acceptance estimates. All right. Okay. So that's the quiz for yesterday. Now let's continue. The artifacts. So Confluence is our knowledge base. Everything should be documented to the project team and future teams can access it. So main purpose of documenting this one. So if in future, if we are going to enhancement something related that feature, we can come back and revisit. Or if you are going to give a knowledge transfer, you can provide this Confluence page to start quickly. Okay. So what we include in our Confluence B artifacts, we can include, there is no particular format. You can include meeting notes and project flows, process diagrams, design documents, and acceptance criteria, test cases, evidence, and some other business decisions. Okay, so you can keep, so here we can have a simple template. Again, I'm telling you, it's not mandatory. You can keep your the way you want. So here we can include the project name. Then here we can put the project name. Of course, it's lending project, online loan. Project objective: enable customer to apply for a loans online with automated credit check. Scope: delivered registration, loan form, credit check, approval workflow, notifications. Oh, milestones, right? So key learning: API integrations, issues, customer validation rule, outstanding items, mobile app feature, collection workflow, sign off owner, right? You can put the sign up and the deployment. You can provide all detail, right? So there is no particular format. How do you build these pages? Okay. So today recap. So before we come to recap, we can just go to Confluence and try to create one. Okay. So here, head on to JIRA. Okay. And I already logged in with, just go to existing account. So these are the user stories yesterday we created. You can see we assigned user story yesterday. So we can go to one of this project. Just click here, your backlog. Okay, so these are the user story you created. You can assign story point here, 3. So this is what you do in PBR. So let me assign user story point here. 1, upload documents, rescue file here, check eligibility. I think it's complex. I'll give 8. Loan approval notification, 5. tracking system file. Okay, so we have here total, you can see 31 story points. So here one more option is there, who will work on this one. So for the time being, there's no other people. Let's assume we have different people here. We are assigning this task to different team member here. So this case, I don't have anyone in this JIRA board, so I'm just assigned to myself. So here, let's say if you have 2 developers or 3 developers, let's say we have 3 developers, so we can assign each of them 2 tasks here, 2 user stories, right? So this will tell you total how many story points, right? So this will really helpful to plan your sprint. So here you can create a sprint. So we created a sprint, and I guess sprint should start also, so that we can verify in the board. Sprint hasn't started yet. So let's go to the backlog again. So okay, so here we created this sprint. Okay, so we can move this item to Scrum. So let's right click and we can assign sprint 1. Okay, everything now. So now you can see from your backlog, you move everything to your sprint 1. So now here you see start has changed to start sprint. Okay, I think one more item we are missing. So epic panel also. Okay, so here I guess we have a epic. So here you see we didn't select any epic, so that's one thing we are missing. Let's add epic here. So create your first epic. So looks like we don't have an epic. So let's create epic here. Epic is lending, online lending for web. Okay, so what to write here? We can write this project personal. Okay, so the more detail is good. So you can add more detail here. Okay, so you can add if you have process mapping, if you have any business rules, other info, if you have any other info, you can add in the epic. Okay, so do you need to assign to someone? You don't need to assign to someone here. So here we don't have, you can create a label loan project. Well, okay, so this label will help you to make some report. So you can add a label here. So you don't have to provide this one. So this, you don't need to select. You want to create a team, you can create a team. Let's say lending team. Okay. So you don't need to create for every epic. So this is automatically created since we are using the free version. So that's why I'm just providing all the information. Okay. So start date, end date, due date, you don't need to worry about this one. So we don't need to assign a sprint here. Okay. Estimation. So usually we don't estimate epic, so we can just ignore. Okay. So here you can see this is what I'm talking about yesterday, right? So when you are creating a user story, you can provide if there is related to block by min, so there is a dependency, right? So if there's a dependency, you can, let's say the user story. So let's assume that you are creating a user story here. So this particular user story, you cannot create the feature upload feature without the loan application. So in case if you are creating this user story upload support document, and you can link this create online form block by, right? So this is a dependency. So you can choose here, since we are creating an epic here, we don't need to provide the block by. And also you can clone, we saw how to clone. You can duplicate. So if it is a duplicate of this one, you can select duplicate. If it is related, right? So these are all related. For the epic, we don't need to give anything related, so we just keep empty here. Okay. So I'm not going to select anything, any impediment. We don't have any issues so far, so we just click create. So we created an epic. So let's go back here and add epic. So here you can see online lending. Okay. So here it's very simple. Can you create a new epic? Yes, you can add new epic. So let's say upload document, check loan eligibility. This two is backend. Let's say these are backend. We can add a new epic here. So click new epic. I guess I need to close this one. I think we can create from here. So new epic asking. So let's say rule engine online loan. We can write backend or rule engine. So we are creating backend related works. Okay. So here we don't need to assign label. We can assign loan project web. We can use the same label here. You don't need to select anything, no story point, and you can simply click create here. Okay, I'm not sure if you can see, but I have created. So now let's see. If we go to add epic, you can see there is another epic is showing here, right? So you can select backend. So here we can select backend epic. Okay. Here you can select lending forward. Okay. So perfect. So now we have epic selected, user story selected. So one thing you have to make sure there is no acceptance criteria I have added here. So you have to add the acceptance criteria before you pull in. Okay. So now everything is ready. The Scrum Master will start the sprint. You see, so it's automatically saying 2 weeks, right? So here, but there is option you can select how long. So typically standard way is 2 weeks. Okay, so we are going to click the sprint first, start sprint. So now we can go to our board. So it's saying we have started the sprint, right? Let's see why it's not showing our sprint. Let's refresh. Okay, there we go. So I refreshed so we can see our sprint items here. Okay, so now we have a sprint. Let's say this is the developer number 1, so we can start in progress, right? So you can pull the task. So when you start working, you can pull the task. So another developer, he can start in progress. Oh, it's not coming. Okay, so you can start. So you can review. So once it's done, so this is in progress mean it's developing, right? So what will happen? So every day so today we start the sprint, tomorrow morning, next day morning, right? So you can see somewhere here when your sprint ended. So let's go back to your backlog review. So you see, 23 August we started the sprint. So usually it says when your sprint ends. So 2 weeks from today. Okay, so 2 weeks from today, and you can, okay, let's see the timeline. Okay, Scrum 1. Okay, it doesn't show the time, but from the sprint view, you can see the timeline. So every day morning, whoever working, so let's say this is Ram, this is Anil, this is Sumit. Right now it's assigned to me because I'm the one only in this board. So this is assigned to different developers. So developers start working and they have to provide update every day morning in the Scrum. Okay. So let's say developer is completed, right? So developer will send this task to review, right? Code review. That's what we discussed today. Let's pull this one also to the review. Okay, so developer will send this task to review. I'm not sure why it's not showing the status in testing. Let me see if we can add in testing. Okay, so we required here. So in review, after in review, so this will go to testing. So tester will pick up. Okay, so this is how the task is moved to one by one. So before done, we have to have a product owner review. Okay, someone has to review, right? It's not mean tester tested. We are just directly sending here. Okay, so now let's pull one task all the way here so that everywhere we can have a task. Okay, review in testing. Testing completed. Tester will walk through with developer, and let's pull one more task. We need one more task. So every category we have a task here. We have a nice recap. So once it review, let's go to done. All right. Okay. So now see, let's take a look. So you go to a meeting, you get a requirement, you write a user story. So once you write the user story, let's go to the backlog, right? And you see the status change, right? So its status is changing. You write user story, you estimate it in the PBR, and everyone as a team, you guys plan how many story points, how many tasks required for the sprint, and you start at a sprint, and the progress you can view in a JIRA board. So in this JIRA board, one by one, you will fill into from to do to in progress. So after you complete your development, developer complete the development, this will go to in review. So in review, the code will be reviewed if any comments provided, if anything required. So this will come back. Can we move back here? Yes, of course we can move back here, right? So we can bring back this task. We can start doing the changes which is suggested in the review. And the developer will change. Again, it will merge into a branch. So create a pull request PR, and it will go to a build. Okay. So once the build is available after deployment, the tester will go to that particular environment and start testing that particular feature. Okay, based on this acceptance criteria is written. Now, once the testing is completed, the tester will show the evidence to the BA or the PO, or PO or BA also can verify, do a quick sanity test, right? So see if the testing meet the acceptance criteria or the definition of done, right? Once it's done, we can mark it as complete done me. So this is ready for deployment. So this is how we can track the task in JIRA. Okay. All right. So we'll go to B artifact. So now we are going to, we created our user story and everything we have developed, tested, review it, approve it, right? So now how we can document these artifacts in JIRA. Okay, so let's head on to JIRA. So I guess here you have option here, you can see, you can directly go to Confluence here, right? So when we click Confluence, this will take to the Confluence page. So I think I open a Confluence page here. So once you come to this Confluence page, so usually this we call as a space. Okay, so here you can see different spaces are there. Okay, you can create a space. So once you create a space, it will as a space name. It's technically like your team, right? So your team, let's say your team is lending team. So you have lending space there. Okay, so let's assume we are in the lending space. So what do you document here? So there is no specific format, right? Like to document. So you can start with your meeting minutes, right? So here you see JIRA itself, Confluence itself can give you some template for the meeting minutes, right? So when you have a meeting minute, you can just, there are so many features available here. You can just click, right? Code snippet, decision, divider, date and time. So you can, based on your requirement, based on your need, you can bring these plugins here when you click this one. So example, if you want to bring a date here, so you can just click here, date. So you can select the date, right? So if you want to decision, right? So you want to decision, you can bring the decision. You can click, you can play around. So there are so many options. Otherwise, if you don't need these additional plugins, you can just get a plain sheet. We'll take a look. So you can write your meeting minutes here, who attended, and mention all the people, goals, what you decided, topic, action items, decisions, related materials, right? So it's very useful. So you can, once you're done, you can start publish, right? Okay, so you see everything is there and you don't need to worry about. You can just, can you edit this one? Yes, you can click the edit. You can change. If you don't like, you can just simply delete. That's it. Update. So you can create a brand new page here. Testing evidence. Okay. So here you can write test cases. Do you need to write one by one? No, you don't need to write one by one. You can just provide the link from the tester. You can web, mobile, environment. So which environment you tested? Environment branch or build, and you can write test data, design. You can just include everything here, whatever you need. So like that you can publish. All right. Okay. So you can see, you know, in your space you have one meeting minutes, right? One testing evidence. You can add one more page. Design documents, right? So you can publish this one. So you can see a new page is created, right, under this. So here you getting started under your project, you can add pages, right? If you want to create this one, it's asking whiteboard folder, so you can create page number 2. So you create page and start creating. So under this page, you want to create under this page, you can create under this one, page 2 documents. So this will go under this one. You see how this hierarchy, right? So now we created here page 2, here this one meeting minutes, right? So here we have, you can, it's very super flexible and best way to document your project documents. All right, so we are on time, so let's do a recap what we discussed today. Okay, so we start with BA testing, focus on what's the purpose of testing. So validate our requirements, right? So we learn type of testing, different testing. We learn functional testing, smoke testing, sanity testing, regression testing, UAT testing, right? So we saw how to test API with Swagger and Postman. So you can also register its free account. Then we take a look test how to define test cases and step and expect a result, right? And BA also participate in their workflow, right? Like creating the code and go to the code review, and code is merged and pull request is created, and the build from the build tester can test. So finally, if repetitive test scenario need repetitive test, so QA will create automated test scenario, right? Using some tools, Selenium and other tools. Finally, we document a project closer upload B artifacts in Confluence page, right? So this will help you to view full BA testing and project closer everything in one place, right? So here Um, we can document all information in our Confluence page. Hope this helped. That's it for today. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great day. Hi, good morning, everyone. Welcome, everyone, to day 7 of our BA workshop. Today, we will dive into advanced BA concepts like user story mapping, big group planning, requirement gathering techniques, key BA documents, testing, release management. Let me go to the agenda. Testing, release management, and integration. By the end of this session, you will understand how these pieces of fit together in a real project. So far, we covered everything, all the BA basic. So today we are going to cover important keywords during the agile development, which you will be come to know. So we are going to practice, we are going to familiarize these important keyword. Okay. So here is the agenda. So we'll go through user story mapping. What is a user story mapping? Joint application development, so which you call JAD. Key documents here, BRD, FRD, SRS, RTM will be here in this kind of document. And modeling and UML diagrams and sequence diagram, data flow diagram. So you will be hearing different type of diagram here. We already discussed this one. So MEP and phases, what are the MEP and how the delivery phases are working. You will be hearing some word, big room planning, BRP, testing and release management, integration and mock data. Some will discuss banking domain knowledge, right, and Q&A. So we'll go step by step example of learning project, so everything is practical and easy to understand. Okay. So we'll start with user story mapping. So user story mapping help us break a big feature into a smaller, right? So you'll be hearing, let's do a user story mapping, right? So if any big initiative or big project start, this is a very useful exercise to map out all the requirement. Okay, so let's take a look how user story mapping will be working. What is this user story? So as I mentioned before, user story mapping help us break a big feature into smaller actionable stories. For example, our loan application project, the epic is loan, right? So the main epic is making a platform for the online borrowing, right? So we break it down into activities like register, apply, upload documents, verify credit score, approve, and verify credit score, approve, and fund the loan or distribute, right? Each activity is then turned into a smaller user story. Like as a customer, I want to register with my email, I want to apply, upload income proof, I want to verify credit score, right? So this approach ensure we don't miss any functionality and makes prioritization easier, right? So we can use tool like Miro board, we can use Visio, we can use Confluence, we can use Excel, Word, doesn't matter what application you use. Or you can go in person and pick a blackboard or whiteboard, and you can define your epic under your epic can draw what feature goes, you can put what features required in one side, right? What functionality we need to build and dependencies, which team, and what all the things. You can visualize in a board. You can use sticky pad, sticky notes, right? So you just visualize before you create. So this is all about user story mapping. Just to understand the bigger picture. From bigger picture, we break into small functionality, workable functionality. So we decide in a room, or we can do virtually also. So we call this session as a user story map. Okay. So next one, we'll go to JAD, right? So you might ask a question, have you familiarized with JAD, right? So JAD, nothing but Joint Application Development. So JAD is a structured workshop involving the business. BA developers and testers gather requirement collaboratively. How they do this one? So for our loan project, we can hold the JD session with the loan officer, compliance officer, IT team, and BA. By the end of this session, we might produce user stories like upload ID proof or receive email confirmation on loan approval, right? So we sit everyone, SMEs and stakeholder together with our team, and it's similar to the user story mapping. So yeah, so different names, but anyhow, we are discussing with stakeholders to get our requirement clearly, and output is creating user story over peak. Okay, that's two big thing you have to remember. So next we'll jump into you might hear in job requirement BRD, FRD, SRS, right? So what are those? So these items are like let's go one by one. So BRD stand for Business Requirements Document. It captures what the business need in simple language. For example, the system should allow customer to apply a loan. So think about in waterfall methodology, we used to create BRDs, right? So there was no Agile, and for an entire project, we create a BRD document, define all the features, dependencies, scope, and everything. It's a big document, and before we start the software application, we create a BRD. So it's like think about like a Epic. We have all detailed requirement and other dependencies and project overview and everything. So it's a big document, right? So again, question: do you need to learn to write BRDs? I would say no, because now no, there is no requirement. If you are going to work in agile environment, there is no BRD requirement. So you just need to learn how to create epic and user stories, not BRDs. So there are situations, some BRDs required, like a big project, migration project, upgrade project, or big project. To get approval, BRD required, but there are specific vanilla BAs, specific BAs are there. They're responsible to create, but as a beginner, as a starting point, you don't need to learn how to create BRDs. You can just stick on to how to create user stories and epic JIRA related item. Okay. So next, move on to FRD, or functional requirement documents. So describe how the system will meet the BRD. Example, if the loan application from must include name, income, and credit score fields, right? It's all interconnected. Functional requirement document, right? Next one, SRS. So SRS stands for Software Requirement Specification. So contain technical details for developers and QA. Example, the system shall call TransUnion API to fetch credit score. If API fails, return error, credit data unavailable, right? So we can cover everything in a user story JIRA ticket, but these are some companies required specifically to um, create this one. So just familiarize with this word. It's not a big deal. as long as you know how to get the requirement, how to create epic and user stories, you can pick up a template and you can start writing this one. Okay, so for the starter beginner, I would say you don't need to worry about this. Okay, so together this document ensure everyone is aligned and nothing is missed. Okay, so next important keyword you have to remember RTM. RTM stands for Requirement Traceability Metrics. Any project, this is a good practice. We trace our tasks, right? So RTM helps track each requirement through the design, development, and testing, for example, right? So we cannot take 2-3 months to design and testing. So this will clearly define what we are doing, where we are doing. So this keep stakeholder updated. We can create a RTM and we can send to them and give access to RTM so people can monitor this one. Okay, so next one, this actually ensure every requirement is tested and verified before the development, right? So this just example is we can include what happened. This test cases is passed, this is failed. So this is just an example we are discussing here. Okay, so next big thing you will hear in your interview, so discussion, UML, defined modeling language. So visual way to show your system behavior, like a sequence diagram, activity diagram, right? So we discussed previously create flowcharts, right? So you can basically you will get access to VCO or some other flowchart diagram. So you can create any just visual representation of that particular new feature or the flow, how this behaves. So how do you create this one, right? How do you know as a beginner if you are not familiar? The first step is create a process mapping or business mapping flow. Understand actor action that we show second day or third day, right? So understand how to create a process modeling, process mapping, business mapping, data flow, whatever you call it. Prepare one, capture the current state and future state. From there, you can start creating these diagrams. Okay, so diagrams are very important. This will help business stakeholder and developer tester everyone understand what we are going to develop. All right, okay. So next important keyword we want to discuss MVP and phases. Okay, so this is user story mapping example. So let's move on here. MVP and phases. So MVP stand for minimum viable product. So in a product backlog refinement session or JD session or like big room planning, call it anywhere, you will be hearing MVP and phases, these two words. Okay, so what does it mean? MVP, minimum viable product, is the first working version with the essential feature. For example, let's take example. For loans, MVP might include apply, upload documents, and credit check. Later phases can add dashboard articles and mobile app access. So this approach delivers value faster and reduce risk. So we can build the loan app without error handling, only happy path we can build this one. So this one usable. Today, there is no online option. Every customer has to go to branch, right? So we are making step-by-step approach. So we build the system, customer can apply online. So we are not making credit call, we are not making other integration. So we're just making the first step, right? Second phase, we can make advanced feature like calculators, dashboard, and mobile app integration, right? So we can make a phase-based approach. So this is all about MVP. See, we want to see how our new system behaves, right? So we can use this MVP base, and when we are agree, when we are working with the stakeholders, we can agree how this is going to do, right? Okay, so before we move on to our next slide, so I would like to discuss yesterday's quick summary through a quiz. Okay, let's go back to our quiz. So yesterday we were discussing testing and be a responsibility in testing, right? So let's go to the first question. The first question is, what is the main purpose of user acceptance testing? So you'll be hearing UAT. So option one is to test system performance under load, to verify the system meets business requirements, to identify security vulnerabilities, to automate test cases, right? So right answer, verify the system meets business requirement, right? So what is the business requirement? Today, the loan process is manual, so we want to build an online platform to so that customer can apply online. So that's a business requirement. So performance testing, it's clearly saying it's a performance testing. This is the vulnerability, security vulnerability scan. It's clearly say automated test case, right? So we build software based on the business requirement. So that's we always functional, and we after our QA test we give to our tester, so that test after tester test we give to our business tester for the business testing, right? So we can call as user acceptance testing. Okay, so that's the right answer. So let's move on to next question. Next question is, which of the following is a type of functional testing? What is functional testing? We just talked about, right? Regression testing, smoke testing, sanity testing. Everything is a functional testing, right? So all of above is the right answer, right? We can verify if the system is working, verify the feature is working, verify the prerequisite is working, verify what we are testing in regression. We are testing all existing features are working, right? So these all fall into functional testing. Number 3, in regression testing, what is the primary checked? That is primarily what we checked here, right? New features only, all features to ensure they still work after changes, system performance, security vulnerabilities. So regression testing mean it's a functional testing, but mainly we are testing all features still working as expected, right? Because we introduce, let's say we have introduced loan application form, right? So next we are implementing the apply button. So when the user clicks on the apply button, this will make calls to TransUnion to get the customer check credit history, right? So first we build the form. So what is the regression test case here? After we verify our TransUnion call while clicking the apply loan button, we want to still make sure the loan form is working as expected, right? If we provide all the details correctly, then only system can create a request. If the loan form is broken and the next feature don't have enough data, right? So that's why we want to make sure loan form is working as expected, because sometimes what will happen, because of the new feature or functionality, uh, the existing behavior won't work, right? It won't work as expected. So that's why it's important every time we build a new feature. Like building a new feature means, let's think about this is the application, right? So this is the application. Let's go back to here. Okay, so this is our basic application. We start with the basic, right? Display the URL application. Then we'll add one button here, right? So user click that one button. So we are adding the third step here. Like think this slides are every step. Okay, so we are adding the third step, right, which is the form. So once we have the form, now we are adding fourth step, like clicking a button, right? Clicking a button, right? So the next step is making the call to TransUnion. So if we are testing this area, so you want to make sure step 4, step 3, step 2, step 1 is not broken, right? So that's all about regression testing. Regression testing means all features to ensure they are still work after changes. Okay. So let's move on to next question. Which tool is commonly used to test APIs manually? A. MS Visio, JIRA, Postman, and RTM. Right? So we can test API. I think my Postman is still open. So you can use Postman or you can use Swagger. Right? So primarily what we need here, we need a URL, right? And we need to know what method is this one. You can see get or post, right? And output or delete. And in API testing, you want to know what is the header. Yes, very important. And body request, right? So request payload body, what fields we are sending, right? What field we are in the request. So sometime I'll set up another setup videos to API and backend developments just to understand. So there are many more here. So we need to see what is there any field validation is required. How what is the length of this field? Is there any validation rule we need to add, right? And based on that, the response body will change. So what we need response, if it is everything okay, 200 okay. If it is a bad request, 400. So or if it is system error, we want to discuss display 500 server error, right? So there are many things we'll discuss in a different session about API development and API testing. So just for the time being, if you happen to write a API user story, you can ask sample request. Sample request is nothing but this one, including URL and the method, right? Sample request, remember, sample request is required and sample response, what should look like. So why do we need API testing here, right? So remember, I'll go back here, this example. So this is your front end, right? So this is your apply loan button. Let's assume this is your apply loan button. The front-end developer will develop your front-end piece, UI, user interface, right? The back-end developer independently developing the API, right? So two people are working. So this is our back-end, this is our front-end, right? So these two, you see, this is the front-end, this is the back-end. These are not connected. So someone had to make a connection. You see, let's assume someone has to draw lines, someone has to do some electric kind of let's say welding, someone has to give a connection, right? So that is the integration. So if the integration is working, then only if someone click this button and this will do the rest of the process, right? So now it's two different components, right? So it's not integrated yet. So what we are achieving through APIs, we are pretending like we can simulate front-end data. Like here, what we are going to gather, right? We are going to get customer information from the loan application. This information, so send to the third party or send to the application, right? Or send to the rule engine or something decision has to happen, right? Computing is get input
or provide input to the system process and give output, right? So collecting input is very important. The collected input we need to send to the processor. We need to send to a application. We need to send to a role engine. So here, collecting from the front end, behind the scene API, it's sent to data exchange, right? So system to system data exchange is happening through API, right? So front end data collected through API and send it to the role engine, whatever the process or application system, right? So here through API, what we are trying to achieve, we are pretending, we are assuming we receive the data from front end. So we are simulating. It's like artificially we are creating some data to see our rest of the process downstream, or like a role rest of the process is working. So this is very helpful, time saving. We don't need to wait until the full front end is developed to test our back end or rest of the thing, right? So these are good examples for Agile, right? Agile is you can you can deliver incremental development, right? So there is no dependency. Okay, let's finish the front end every 15 steps, then we'll move on to the back end. So then we will integrate, then we'll test. So if anything happen, we have to change everything. So this is very effectively time saving and money saving also. This kind of testing, API testing. API testing, we are simulating, we receive the data, pretending we receive the data from front end, and rest of the process we are going to test. So that's why it's very important, very useful, this API testing. Okay, so we are here API manually. So the right answer is C, right? So Visio we use for diagramming, JIRA we use for project management task tracking, Postman or Swagger we can use for API testing. RTM is not a tool. It's a traceability matrix, requirement traceability matrix, right? So let's move on to our next question. What is a mock API used for in BA testing? So mock, what does it mean, mock? Mock mean we can call like a dummy data, right? So here right answer is B. So the options are to document user stories, to simulate real API response for testing, to tracking bug in JIRA, to generate test data reports, right? Mock API, right? So here you can see the word, right? So we can simulate the real API responses, right? Like the data is not actual, but we are simulating the actual scenario using mock API, right? So next one, question number 6. Smoke testing is typically performed. Option A, after every minor code change to check basic functionality. Option B, only at the end of UAT. Option C, to validate API documentation. Option D, to write test automation scripts. The right answer is A. So after every minor code change, check the basic functions. Smoke. Very quickly we see, unlike testers, those testers have to do a regression testing. Very detailed automation testing will be there. But as a BA, we can just quickly see if the loan form is working, right? If the login is working, right? So that's a smoke testing. Number 7, which of the following is the responsibility of business analyst during testing? A, write SQL queries for database access. B, participate in UAT and validate acceptance criteria. C, merge code in Git. D, perform security patterns penetration tests. Okay, so the right answer is B, participate in UAT and validate acceptance criteria, right? Pack testing, UAT testing, the right answer. So question number 8, what is the difference between sanity and regression testing? It's all interconnected. A sanity checks new functionalities, regression checks old functionality. Sanity is automated and regression is manual. Sanity is option C, sanity is done by developers, regression by testers. Option D, there is no difference. Option A is the right answer. So sanity checks new functionality, regression check old functionality, right? So we can see regression means existing behavior. Question number 9, what is the main purpose of test branch in software development? Option A, to document test cases. Option B, to test new features without affecting the main code. Option C, to track user stories. Option D, to generate UAT reports. Right answer is B. Right. So what is the main branch in software development? To test new feature without affecting. So let's take a step back. So business idea, that's a requirement gathered by business analyst, and create current versus future process mapping. Take to a user story mapping session or JD session, right? And write user stories. From there, take to the PBR product backlog refinement session. Then next, go to a planning session. There will be many user stories in the backlog, and take the items which you can work and ready to work and start a sprint, and you are developing to do in progress. Yesterday you see, right? In to do, and once the development is done, and it goes to code review. Once the code review approved, and developer will create a PR, right? By that time PR is created, and it's go to code review, and once it approved, that is merged into a bit, right? So branch is like, think about section, right? So let's say this is a branch of a software. So for August, all the developers have to create their code here. And some developers, some codes will be going in September build. So some developers are developing in September build. Some developers are developing in October build, right? So based on when we are planning to deliver this project, the code is developed in that branch. Think about the entire applications like a tree, and branches are like testing environments before we merge into the main branch, main tree. We are just sub-developers, right? So we develop in TQ environment so that we can fix it, we can develop, test it, and merge into the main branch, right? So that's why it's we call as branch. Okay, I think we are at question 9. So the right answer B, to test new features without facing main code. So what is the main purpose of a test branch? So to test new without affecting the main branch, right? So if anything wrong, it will affect only that particular branch only, right? Not the main tree. So that's why its branches are required. Last question. In BA testing, which of the following is not typically the BA's responsibility? Option A, writing test cases. B, validating business requirements. C, performing code level unit testing. D, participating in UAT. Right? So the right answer is C. It's asking not typically be a responsibility. Writing test cases sometime, right? It's not your primary job responsibility, writing test cases, because test cases written by the testers. So this case, right, like for this particular question, if you're answering, so yes, sometimes we may have to write test cases. Test cases are like acceptance criteria, right? So based on the acceptance criteria, testers will derive or testers will write test cases. So here we can take a also kind of BAs doing. Second one, validating business requirements. Of course, this is a main job of a business analyst. Performing code level unit testing. Participating in UAT. Let's leave the option C. Let's go to the option D. Participating in UAT, yes. Collaborate with business testers and work with the business testers and do the UAT testing. So code level, every developer, when they develop their code, every micro step, like if it is functional, they will execute and see their code if it is working, right? After that, they will create unit test to see if their code changes are working first in their computer, which is local, right? They will verify everything local before they push the code into the main branch. Okay, so that's all about yesterday's recap, testing and BA responsibility in testing. Hope this helped. Let's get back to today's discussion, right? So we are discussing, let's go back to here, important keywords which every BA should know. So we started with story mapping, JD sessions, and some system or business functional requirement documents, BRD, FRD, SRD, and we went, from there we shifted different diagrams and how we can trace the requirements and how phase approach we can take instead of like waterfall. We wait everything develop and delivery. So here we can take in agile phase approach, MVP, minimum viable product in phases, and we talk about big room planning. So let's continue the rest of the slide. Okay. Okay. So we are here, big room planning. So big room planning also it's kind of a JD session, story mapping. So here we'll create a roadmap, especially we'll create a roadmap for entire quarter, for 3 months. We'll create a roadmap, what items we are going to deliver, right? What items we are going to work as a team. So there are multiple initiatives. Let's say we need to upgrade something from a legacy application, we need to upgrade. We need to move our existing database to cloud, and we need to integrate with another vendor for analytical. So multiple issues are there, and from this multiple, not issue, multiple project or initiatives, from there, what project are we planning to take, right? So from there, and based on the capacity, we'll plan it for entire quarter, and from there we can do user story mapping or JD session. Finally, ultimate target is we are planning, right? So we are planning, and we know how much we can achieve during that particular time period, and based on that, as a BA, we have to do a reverse. So we don't care like it's going to take 6 months or 1 year, 2 year. So our job responsibility won't change. So as a BA, our job is as soon as possible. If we are going to work on this project, it doesn't matter this quarter, next year, our job is get the requirement done, right? So requirement analysis done. Then work with the tech lead and solution architect and or project who were responsibility, other folks, business architecture or someone, and get the design done. From there, complete all the user story and put it in the backlog and talk to the team and do the PBR and estimate it. Keep the story ready condition to work. So the rest of the everything is planning, right? Scrum Master, product owner, project manager, they will plan it. But as a BA, your job is not wait for other decisions if that is in our scope and we are going to work it, but we don't know when the timeline, it doesn't matter for us. So our job is get the requirement and complete the user story and keep the ready state in the backlog. Okay. So BRP, big room planning, it's also really helpful to identify the requirement. Okay. So next, we talked about yesterday detail about testing. So today, release management, right? Like what they're doing, testing. We before it's a product or feature go to delivery or release, the release manager will ask a sign off from TQA with all the features and functionality, whatever it's going, give a sign off, right? We cannot put anything without a proper sign up. Have you done functional testing? Have you done your regression testing? Have you done your performance testing? All kind of testing is completed and get a certification, get a sign up from TQA or TQA manager. Then only the release management is ready to cut the branch and send to the production, right? Production. So we discuss smoke testing, regression testing. Smoke test is can use a login example. Regression test is ensure all features still work, and pack testing, production acceptance test, right? So during the build date, we can call a business user, right? And we can monitor in the log as a system person, and we can monitor when customers are doing transaction if they see the because of the new feature if the system behave weird or like not working as expected. So we can do this kind of testing, pack testing, production acceptance test. Or you can be a consumer of that product application, you can do small transaction, right? Like this, or let's say we build application for bank and we build a check deposit feature, right? So if you have a personal check, you can deposit and see if your check go through the rule engine and pass it and clears, right? So that production testing, which is we call pack testing. Next, I want to talk about bug triage, right? Prioritize defects release management, ensure features are displayed in the planned way, minimize risk, right? So let's say we get multiple bugs. Let's say we develop application. There won't be multiple bugs. I'm just for creating scenario to understand this one. Once we introduce a new feature, if someone is testing, business user or someone is, there are multiple bugs coming from UAT testing. So we have to triage the bug. Triage means like we need to prioritize. Sometimes the bug is not a bug. The person who is testing, they don't know the requirement. They misunderstood, right? So they're thinking something, they're assuming something, and they're doing, right? So we have to guide them. We have to triage and see. First of all, we need to simulate. We need to get the detailed step what they're doing. That's the first step, right? Simulating and see what is the bug. So sometimes if bug is not a bug, so they don't know how to use the application. So that's the triage is important before we find the root cause. Okay. Okay. Now talk about integration and mock data. So integration is critical when system communicate each other, right? So here we have a customer data and we are sending to TransUnion API. So mock API simulate TransUnion credit score data, right? So let's let's say why we need mock data or mock API. Let's say there is a API we need to call. That's API developed by TransUnion. So if the TransUnion API is not ready, we cannot complete our development, right? So there is a dependency. These cases to test our features are working because we are responsible front end and this is an application, right? So we create mock APIs. We fake it TransUnion API and we have some mock data. We are pretending we are receiving data from TransUnion. We can continue our development and testing. That we call mock data, mock APIs, right? So this is very important when you are working with dependency systems, third-party vendors. We can use this approach to continue our development. Yeah, so benefit of this one, this allows testing without affecting live systems. So next, we want to talk about banking domain. I don't think so. I have a slide here. Anyhow, we'll talk about. Okay, so banking domain and knowledge. So let's write down. Let's include one slide here. Okay, let's make it this one. Banking domain knowledge. Okay. Oh, let me delete this one. Let me write something. Loan origination and disbursement and credits checks and scoring payment and settlement systems. Okay, so a PA must understand the domain. So this is very important for any project. So there are many business analysts in the market. Why they are not get hired? Because they are lacking domain knowledge, right? So business, they won't hire you. Banks, they won't hire you specifically if you don't know what product and service they are selling, right? So remember the first day we discussed about there are two type of business are existing. One is product based, like physical product you buy, right? Like food, car, pen, laptops. Those are physical products. Service based businesses, haircutting, accounting, IT, customer care. These are service based businesses. So bank is service based plus product based. There is no physical product exist. You cannot, yeah, you can buy money, I guess, right? So you can buy money when you give money, right? So I would say it's kind of digital. Very hard to say bank is a product based business. It's a semi-product based, but mostly service based, right? So it increase your money value, investment, right? Deposit money, you can get interest. So if you don't know what actually bank is selling, what their product, you won't get hired. So it's important you start with your business analysis basic with a product, right? Do not wait, like learn business analysis basic, then pick a product and start working. So I would recommend you start with a product. So you can start with customer service, you can start with AML, you can start with fraud analysis, you can start with lending products, you can start with investment products, capital market, forex, remittance. There are thousands, I don't know how many, maybe I meant wrong, 1,000 or at least 10, 15 products are there or service banks offer today. Bonds, right? Deposits, GICs, so many options are available. So whatever one product, I guess you use at least one product, right? You have a savings account, checking account, you have some credit cards, you have a mortgage. You don't need to learn much about any product or service. Whatever you today use any kind of banking, see what product you are using and how you can. Today you might using an online application to log into your profile, right? So that, see how this software is built. Today you are logging into your account, you are moving money, depositing check, taking a picture from your mobile. How this data moves, how bank is making decision, this check can be cleared. So think about that. And to all this process, can you write some detailed steps? If you can write a detailed steps, that's your modeling, right? So you're looking at your existing banking and you are modeling. And if you are writing requirement for a new bank, so you can take competitor analysis. That's how the business works, right? Before they start a software application, they do, is there any existing software in the market if someone is selling? So they model, they mark, they see how that existing software is built, and they create kind of similar, better, enhanced application, right? Like let's say we see a shop, Walmart, it's open. So if you want to open a shop, we go to Walmart and we see what they are selling. For the shoppers, no fields, we can see they're selling. So retail business, we can, okay, these are the best selling product, these are how their counters looks like. We can customize and we can make it. So we get an idea, modeling. All the businesses same like that, right? So what I'm recommend you, if you planning to get a job in banking in IT, start modeling, start seeing how the existing your banking application is working. So write some detailed steps for whatever you are seeing. That's your experience. You cannot say I don't have an experience, right? You already, if you are a consumer, if you are a user of already a bank application, you can practice your production application. You will have many experience. You can get more experience using that app, how this is made it, how this is built it, create test cases, create user stories. That can be your interview question, your project experience, right? So knowing a banking domain knowledge, it's extra benefit to get your job faster. Okay. So let's do a recap. These are so many items are there. I'll just make it bigger. So we start with user story mapping. So break large feature into smaller stories, clarity and tracking. So that's user story mapping, right? We identify all the user story. JAD, which is joint application development, collaboratively workshop with business and all the stakeholders in sit together and gather requirements. So that's JAD, right? BRD, FRD, SRS, different type of requirement documents, like a Word document, this one. Capture functional and non-functional details through these documents. Sorry. RTM, requirement traceability matrix. Track your task, right? Give access to stakeholders so we know the particular task is in which state. So maybe you can ask, isn't it what we are doing through a JIRA board? Yes, it's kind of, but this is overall project health status. Send a weekly to the stakeholder email. If you are working on a big project, let's say you are moving your databases from SQL, existing on-premises SQL to cloud-based SQL, send what's going in with your project through RTM, put it in a chart or pie chart or diagram, health, whatever. Some visibility, you can send it so that keep stakeholder updated. UML diagrams, visual representation of workflows, right? Process and system interactions. So you can create sequence, flowchart, any kind of visual representation, how your application system is going to behave. MVP and paces delivery. This is very important. We cannot complete all the project given time. So we can take a phase approach or MVP approach to deliver minimum required product in order to start the business. Big room planning, it's important we can plan for the quarter. Testing and release, it's all kind of testing like validating before we go to production, everything is ready. So integration and mock data is useful when you are working with different vendors to simulate the real scenarios without having the actual APIs or the systems ready. Domain knowledge, it's very important. We want to know a business before we start working. So we should speaking their language, we should speaking their product, we should be using their product. I'm not telling you want to be a customer of their company, or I recommend you, if you can be a customer before you start working, you can develop better software, you can develop better user story, because you are a consumer, right? So we are developing applications for users. So you write the user story on behalf of customer, right? So I would recommend you to be a customer. If you cannot, at least know the system, how it works. Having a domain knowledge, extra qualification, extra strength to get hired faster, right? So last but not least, remember clear requirement, proper document, and yearly collaboration, and reduce defects and improve delivery speed system, right? So that's it for today. I hope this helpful. So let me start the screen. Can everyone see my screen? Okay. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining today's session. So, and we are in day 8 today, our business analyst workshops. So this title is titled here, so you can see the first impression. Tell me about yourself and HR round. So we will have 3 days series, 3 days of training. We covered all the business analyst basics. So this 3 days will cover all our HR round questions, mock interviews, and how to create your resume. So next 3 days, we are going to talk about how you can land in a job, and what are the things you have to do, and what are the interview questions you need to prepare to get hired fast. And also mastering the interview skills, very important. So we are going to we cannot cover everything within 3 days, within 3 hours. So we'll try our maximum, and we'll get some basics here. Okay. So today our goal is simple. Today our goal is simple. By end of this session, you will know exactly how to make a strong first impression in a BA interview, and handle HR questions confidently. Okay. So remember, the first impression is often decisive in interviews, right? So we will focus on practical examples, templates, and checklists you can use immediately, right? So if you don't um, execute well your uh, first impression, then you will get not your second chance, right? So maybe you are traveling somewhere and someone is asking about yourself, right? So if you are in this phase, like after your graduation, so you are actively looking some job, you don't know where the network can happen. So I would highly recommend you create a 1 minute or 2 minute elevator pitch. Like even if you don't know anyone, if you are trying to introduce yourself, always I would recommend you to use this 2 minutes, because we don't know who is the other person you are talking, right? Maybe it's a HR manager or IT folk or someone, a stakeholder. So that can be your like a first chance to get a job. So make sure you have kind of a script or something ready to always going forward next couple of months, 1 month or 2 months until you get your job. This first impression, the elevator pitch, you are introduce yourself, that 1 or 2 minute script should be ready. So by end of your session, you will have your 2 minute or 1 minute introduce yourself script is ready. Okay, so as I discussed, we have 3-day plan here. So let's look at our 3-day interview prep plan here. So day 8, which is today, first impression, tell me about yourself and HR round. This is where we start every interview. So day 9, we have technical BA interview. We'll focus on agile user stories, requirement elicitation, understanding real project scenarios. So this, we are not covering the revision. We are just going to talk about what questions, how to answer during an interview round. Okay. So 10th day, case studies and mock interview practice. This is where you put everything into practice with real life examples. Okay, so the idea is to build your confidence gradually so that by 10th day you are ready to face both HR and technical rounds without hesitation. Okay, so today's agenda, here is what we will cover today. Why? Tell me about yourself matters, right? Formula, how to, if I'm not sure what to follow, so we can simply follow this formula: past, present, future. Two real examples, one for beginners and one for experienced candidates. So here we'll practice. I'm not sure which stage you are in. So if you have some work experience currently, you can use the experience one. And if you are just a beginner, just graduating and going to land in your first job, so we can use the beginner friendly template, right? So, and also we'll touch few common HR questions you can prepare also. Framework for answering, like a STAR method, interview prep checklist, and template you can practice with, right? So these are coming. Stay tuned. Okay. So so everything what we are going to discuss today, it's all actionable. So you can implement it immediately in your interviews. Okay, so listen carefully, and if required, take notes. Otherwise, I can share the recordings. Okay. Okay. So tell me about yourself. So this is usually the first question in interview, as discussed. Any interview, anyone will ask, right? HR or anyone, any interview. So you have to practice this one. Keep it ready. So why does it matter so much? This, tell me about yourself. Anyone want to answer? Okay, no problem. So let's continue. So interviews, from their opinion, within the first 2 minutes, uh, it set the tone for the rest of the conversation, right? It's like a tailor. So let's say you are going to watch a movie. Before you watch the movie, you watch the trailer, yeah, typically. So your 2 minute tell me about yourself is kind of a mini version of your full experience. So it give you control over the narrative of your career, right? So common mistakes when we are talking about tell me about yourself, talking too much about personal life, right? Oh, education life. Oh, let's say you did a volunteer job. So, oh, you did a training. So you are talking too much of one particular confident thing, right? Because that's what you were excited to share, right? So maybe your recent course, maybe your recent training, or maybe your recent experience about something you implemented in, you share it in social media. So talking about something too much, it's not good. So we have to put a control. Especially one example, you'll talk about personal life instead of career, right? Rambling without structure. Okay, like you prepared 100 times or 10 times or one time. You have a script ready because these calls typically can be a phone call or like a Zoom call or something. So think like you are talking to an in-person person, right? You cannot have a script or anything. You just have to talk naturally, right? So that's why we have to have a structure. Or like you will start well, but you will end up with somewhere. So we have to have a checklist or structure so that you are in control. So using generic phrases like "I am hardworking," right? So these are common mistakes. So let's see some bad example, right? I am from Toronto. I love cricket. So good answer, one sample. I come from finance, right? So if you are going to the bank, right? So you can tell I come from finance. So what does finance, right? So if you are currently working something related, financial institution, insurance or lending business or anything, you can start from one. Or let's talk about you are coming from Tim Hortons, you are coming from McDonald's, you are coming from um, restaurant business, right? So you can tell I'm coming from kind of customer service, right? Customer service in restaurant business. So you can empathize, you can just tell the main skill, right? So if you are working in Tim Hortons or McDonald's, you are a crew on front end. So you day to day you are dealing with customer, right? So you can just simply say restaurant customer service domain in restaurant business, right? So you are just putting your customer service, customer handling skills. That's a very critical skills in front, right? Trained as a BA, right? So let's say you don't have any experience. You are coming from Tim Hortons, you are coming from Walmart or other thing. You can coming from. I'm coming from retail. I'm coming from retail business, right? So retail. You can use the word. So connect with me, just to what to tell here, right? So if you don't have any kind of thing, what to put here. So I'll help you on that. So trained as a BA. So here you can skip this one or you can keep it, right? So let's say you are totally coming from accounting background, you are coming from commerce background, or you have a data or like a engineering background. So you can avoid this one, right? So, but it's okay if you don't have any BA experience, you are just graduating, or you don't have a data analyst experience, so you can tell I certified. You can use those kind of word, trained, certified, having extensive knowledge or something like that, right? And worked on banking projects, right? So here is the key thing, right? So they will pay attention when you're talking about worked on banking projects, documenting. So for a data analyst, worked on banking large data sets. You can add more detail here, right? So you are telling, you are confirming the work culture or the domain you work similar to the work you are going to the work you are applying currently, and your the position BA or DA data analyst, and you have to mention, right? So here the main problem we don't have project experience, right? So that's what you have to say here. I worked on how many projects, right? So maybe you have a GitHub page or LinkedIn page, you can add there, and you can share that link also before your interview. So you can add this kind of good impression, like when you are starting. Okay, so we'll see one full tell me about yourself. Okay, so if you notice here, so the good answer focus on your career skills and relevance to the role, right? So that's very important, right? You might have different experience, so you have to be centric, like uh, job centric, or that company centric, that particular interview. That it's not about you. It's about you have to find a value. Your skills should be valuable to that particular job in that company, right? Then only the interviewer is satisfied. Okay. So the formula, like how to come up with what to tell, how to tell, right? So past, present, future. Okay. This simplest way to structure your answer in past and present, future, this framework. The past, your education, no prior experience. So let's say uh, it's based on your career, your experience. So you don't have working experience, so just focus on your education. Add your background. You might have done 10, 15 projects, right? Your caption project or like deliverables. Somehow you might have delivered some project, right? So we can use that as a background and your education, right? So if you don't have a working experience, right? So maybe you can ask, like, I don't have anything uh, relate, like anything related which I can include in the resume, right? So some other odd jobs, right? If you work 1 year, 2 year, what should I add during your college time? You might have worked in part-time, right? So connect with me. I will come up with some keyword and how you can convert that particular job you have done, how can bring value to this particular uh, tell me about yourself, so we can do something here. Okay, so second one, the present, right? Present your BA skills, training, certification, and projects. So all matter, guys. Any job is trainable, guys, right? So like we don't need any prior experience. Any job is trainable. Any job is learnable, I would say, right? So you guys are qualified since you have the experience, PG diploma, right? So you are qualified education wise. So you are lacking the experience. So experience we can bring from practicing projects, right? So executing projects. So you have to tell your skills and you have to uh, talk about your project, right? That's your present. So future, why you are applying for this role and to aim what you aim to achieve, right? So you have to share carefully. Let's say I'm doing my master's, I'm doing my PhD, I'm doing my CPA, or something like that. Like it should match with the company goal, right? Like why you need to apply for RBC, why you need to apply for this bank, ABC Bank, or whatever bank, right? So here is the place here is the section we add value to the particular institution we plan to apply, right? Keep it short, 1 or 2 minutes, always, okay? And concise, clear, and structured answer make a strong impression. Okay, so now let's say how that can be full answer, right? So I came from whatever your education, right? Data, engineering, computer science, accounting, commerce, whatever the background here, okay? Where I gain experience in analyzing customer issues, right? So here, this is for a customer service agent. We are going to take a customer service agent, or you can take a retail, if you are using retail here, Walmart, shoppers or other kind of retail, secretary, admin, clerk, receptionist, anyone, you can use this one, right? Customer issues. So this is very important. Recently, I completed business analyst training or certification or like anything, right? So recently I completed data analyst certification, postgraduate diploma. So where I practiced, so you can have your data analyst resume separately. You can have your BA resume separately, right? Where I practiced. So we are only focusing on BA related stuff here. So I'm using the BA as example. Okay. I practice creating BRDs, user stories, and working in agile project, right? Isn't it what we have to do when you join? So that's why you have to speak up, right? You have to tell. This is what mastering the interview skills, right? This is what you need to tell. This is what they need to hear, right? For example, now you are giving what you did and the project related detail. For example, I worked on a project to design an online application system where I documented requirements and prepared user story and supported testing. Currently, I am focusing on starting my BA career, and I am excited about this role because it matches my skills in requirement gather and stakeholder communication. So everything you included, right? This is what a BA do, BA day-to-day job responsibility, right? So you said what you are coming, right? Your past, your current, you are saying what you have done recently and what you are capable of doing, and future, why you want to do, right? Because this is what you're going to achieve. So this is a perfect example. You can customize for any job. This can be 1 minute or 1.5, maximum 2 minutes you can have, right? So you will tell why you want to get hired, what you have. So you talk about everything. So this is very concise and clear. So, and also notice, I don't know if you notice how this answer is structured and project focus and source initiative, right? So we want to be project focused, project centric, and the client centric. Client is the business we want to apply, right? So we are applying currently. So we want to that particular company focus your answer. So you have to change based on the job you are applying here. So this example for transition, right? Like you're currently have 2-3 years experience and how to use, or you might have a back home experience and how to answer this one, right? So maybe someone transitioning from non-technical to different role, right? Right. So you can use, I have work, just write the experience, 4 years plus, 5 years plus in operations, right? So again, if you don't know the right keyword, right? So let's say you are kind of not, you cannot add in your resume. So please connect with me. I can give the right keyword experience in, so we can convert this right keyword where I regularly work with clients. So we want to bring something, guys, with clients, users, customers. Doesn't matter what industry currently, right? So everywhere there is a consumer, right? So we want to bring that experience. So we mention client and system reports, right? So this person is not any kind of um, IT related experience. So how we are converting this one to say your 2 minute introduce yourself, right? So let's continue. That expose led me to pursue business analyst training, right? I have since learned requirement elicitation, user story mapping, and tools like JIRA and Confluence. I also worked on a project simulating customer onboarding for a bank, where I documented financial requirement, mapped the data fields, and created mock KPIs for testing. I am now looking for a BA role where I can combine my business domain knowledge with technical BA skills to deliver value to both clients and IT team. So I would recommend you, like even you don't have 4 years experience, maybe you can use your 2 years education experience and continue this one. I will leave to you. Either way, you can use the beginner. You can, but I would recommend you to use the transition one because you have 2 years or 3 years education experience, right? Just right, education experience. Both the case, we don't have a project experience. We are just completing the training, and so we are using that training as our um, project experience, right? So I would recommend you to use the second one. It sounds good, but it's up to you guys. You can take some sentence from here or here and mix it, match it, and make sure it achieve our past, present, and future. Okay. So this answer highlight transferable skills, practical BA knowledge, and readiness for the job role, right? So now let's discuss common HR questions you should prepare for. So this is your phone call and first round, right? So why should you have to practice? There are some other questions, but within this 1 hour we cannot talk about everything. So these are the like a common generic question. It should ready. You should memorize these question and answer. Okay. So why should we hire you? What are your strengths? What is your weakness? Tell me about the conflict at work. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Why do you want to join this company? Tell me about a time you miss a deadline. Do you prefer working alone or in a team? So guys, we can build like 100 questions from this one, but this question, 100% any given job they will ask you. So you have to master. You cannot, you cannot like struggling or you come up with on the spot you cannot answer. So please make sure you connect with all your project experience with this common HR questions. So each question tests your confidence, what they try to look at, right? Honesty, are you collaborative, which is teamwork and adaptive, willing to learn. So you cannot tell like I don't know something, I am a quick learner. So by answering this question perfectly, they know this one. So you are adaptable, right? Preparing well makes you stand out from other candidates, right? So you have to be like supercharged when you're answering these questions. Okay, so let's see examples with practical context here. Okay, so strength. So if you hear something about strength related question, because we don't know what type of questions and how they're going to ask, so this is how you can like pick one keyword. So again, I'm telling guys, listen to the question. There are two steps, right? Listen, use our triangle method. Problem, right? And solution, and what is the result? What did you achieve? Problem, right? Problem, the interviewer asking question, and result, right? You are answering. Solution, sorry, solution, you are providing the answer, and result, what happened, right? How did you contribute? What percentage or something like that, right? So listening, the understanding the question. So how do I understand some, because we cannot prepare every question what they're going to ask, right? But there might be a keyword in that question, so that's a keyword. Based on that keyword, you are going to build your answer. You are going to build mean you are going to just retrieve from your whatever you practice, right? You cannot just customize according to that question, but the pick up the keyword. What the keyword you familiar, you already practice, right? So here our case, if you heard the word strength, so you're telling one of my key strength is communication. Any role this is applicable, right? Any kind of role in my BA project. So now you are showing you listen to the question, empathizing, right? So you just acknowledge what they ask, right? So maybe it's kind of big question, but you heard the word strength and you are acknowledging, yes, I understood the question. One of my key strength is communication, right? Now you're saying your project is, in my BA project, I ran requirement session between business and IT teams. So this shows your experience. You are collaboratively managing your requirement, right? So this is a big critical skills, big strength here. You're saying my big strength is communication, right? And where do you apply this one? So you are just showing in my project, I interact with business stakeholders and IT team. So this is very clear, right? You said what is your strength and how do you do it? Okay. And okay, I didn't. So you can something tell this is prevented. Okay, so maybe I can add this prevented miscommunication and save time. Okay, so let me save here. So you're sharing the result. What happened, right? Yeah, I forgot to include here. So you can include this one, right? So next question, weakness. So they will ask negative question. Tell me a conflict, right? Your weakness. Negative question. So you are not a Superman, right? You cannot be 100%. So you have to diplomatic positively you need to answer. This is the wrong answer, right? You don't say, I don't have any weakness, right? That's a wrong answer. So they're testing how you can handle objections, right? So you have to, let's say how you can say right answer. Earlier, I struggled with prioritization. I improved by using JIRA to track tasks efficiently. Okay, so maybe you can add, I didn't add here, so you can say example, during my project, I received some, my boss, my manager, my immediate supervisor asked me to uh, do this task. And I received a call from my senior manager, for manager's boss, right? Senior manager asking to do this job. So, right, this is a kind of a different situation, right? Like who should you follow, right? So I visualize, I add both tasks in Jira and put it in the backlog. During the planning, I brought up this one to the team. See, this is what I supposed to do, and this is what my senior manager asked to prioritize, asked to do immediately. I don't know, it's a prioritization. So, but during the planning, we decide which task A or task B, to be done because we are doing MVP phase wise, right? Which is minimum viable product, which is important to the feature or product to the customer. Which one we should build first, right? So based on that decision, I used the regular one, which is planned to work than whatever my senior manager told me, right? So you prioritize. So you are struggling, struggling with the prioritization. This is not only you, everyone have this problem. So you are telling a good thing. You are converting your weakness into a strength, right? Super skill, right? You are not saying I don't have any weakness, right? You cannot be perfect, right? You are just you are giving a positive answer on a negative question, right? So you can use so what happened that one, right? So you can follow this one. I'm not spend time writing this one, so you can tell what you did and what improved that one, right? So you can write time saving and we prioritize the project and or something like that. You can add the result here, sharing the result, answering the question and question, problem, sorry, the solution and the result. You can add, keep on add. Okay. So the third question, why we should hire you? So I bring BA skills, experience in user story writing and practical exposures to the banking project. And you have to memorize the guys this one. For practice, using synthetic data, right? Mock data or mock projects. So guys, tell about that one. You don't need to use the word mock data or synthetic data, synthetic user story. You don't need to. So you just tell what is your foundation, right? Tell your. So here, remember when you started, right? We said knowledge, skills. We convert the knowledge into skills, skill into payday, right? So you are now gained your skills through the this last 1 week, right? You have your skills. Now you have to sell your skills. That's what you are doing. So you have to tell whatever the skills required for that particular job you are applying. In this case, BA, right? I bring BA skills. Tell confidently. Experience in user story writing. What is the primary one task you have to do in that job? Tell. If you're data analyst, you have to clean the data. You're not telling data analysis. Yeah, you tell well in detail. I am expert in cleaning. I'm expert in feature engineering. Right? If you are a BA, you're telling I'm expert in user story writing. I can write technical user stories. Very, very important, right? I can write front-end user story. Where you SME, where you expert on. Tell here, right? And practical experience to the banking world. So domain knowledge is very, very important, right? So you are coming from international business management. You are coming from customer service. You are retail, security, restaurant, food business, right? So get that domain knowledge here combined with your project experience. I say no one say no to you. One interview, you can get hired if you answer, if you prepare, share right experience, what they are looking for. You don't need to send 1,000 resumes. You don't need to attend 100 job interviews. First interview, you can nail it if you are just saying what they want to hear. And I contribute immediately to your team, right? Because you are telling I'm an expert in whatever skills they are looking, and you are telling what that ideal persona, that profile should do, right? Like you said, BA, and BA is right user story, and you are applying for a bank job. You are telling banking domain. Isn't it what they want to hear? Yes. If you can prepare this 3-step and formulas or whatever we're discussing, you don't need to waste your time. You just create your resume. Last day we'll focus on the resume. Just you can get hired faster. Okay. So next one. So I'm not discussing everything here. Okay, guys. So you guys can prepare this one using this method. Okay. But if someone need help, just connect with me. Next one, interview prep checklist, right? So you have to fully prepare, guys, right? So I would recommend you how you can do. Record this interview, right? Before you go to the interview, take your phone with the video, you record it, how you're, even it's a phone call or in one-on-one, you record it, how your body language, how your eyes contact, like pretend five people in the job interview. Nowadays, job interviews are like, it's like a group discussion. So don't expect one person will sit you and give a code or something. Just discuss. It's like a team meeting, I would say. They're not scare you, like they're not like put you in like uncomfortable. They are excited, the new person going to join their team. They are really excited. They want to learn, they want to hear what you bring to table, right? So think like you are a meeting. It's just a meeting, right? So you are the project. Everyone is excited. Don't worry about the how many people, 100 people, 10 people, one person come. You don't need to worry. I'm recommending you just prepare and just show up there, right? So it's like a team meeting. So before the interview, research company, right? Guys, don't make hurry, right? Like you are rushing, you're applying simply the job. I would recommend you apply quality. You heard the word, right? Quality is not important. Oh, sorry, the quantity is not important, quality is important, right? So just hit the right jobs, just send the right resume so that you can. So banking, why I say recommend you banking and finance, because all the banks are work same only. You don't need to spend much time on research, right? They sell the similar type of product, but you can just for 10-15 minutes, you can try to look into their web page and see, get information how A bank is working, how B banking working, what is their motto, what product they are good. So that's quick interview, right? Prepare 2-3 star stories, right? Like a scenario, task, action, result, right? Like what you have done. Revise resume line by line. Practice your 2-minute introduction. So don't write anything in your resume if you don't have a story. Using AIs and other engines, you can create your resume. That's not a problem. But if your resume is a piece of advertisement, right? So you don't sell information. You are selling your skills. So that's a piece of advertisement. So you have to remember line by line, right? Otherwise, you can just waste your time, right? So please make sure do not include anything which you don't know. So on the day, this just everyone do, but I'm just reminding you, right? So dress professionally, test laptop, internet background, arrive 10-15 minutes early. So everyone is doing. So just a quick reminder. So mindset, remember, interviews are two-way street. You are also assessing if the company is right for you, right? It's not like, guys, let's say you are a seller, right? Have a product. This case, you don't have a product. You are selling. You are a service. So you are finding right sales company to sell your service. You spend your whole life and time and energy, you acquired knowledge through 20 years, 25 years, and you got your certification, you got specific training to how that future job, what they do and how they do. You got your proper training workshop we did, right? Yeah, connect with me if you need more training. So you did everything whatever that job required more than anyone. Some people they just transition into job internally without having training. So you did professionally and you got everything what you need, right? So you are testing that company whether it's suit or match with your goals. Don't desperately land in job like which is not suitable for you, right? So remember, it's a two-way. They are also assessing whether we should hire these people, whether this person bring value to our company. And you are saying, is that the right place to I sell rest of my career, right? So that's a mindset you have to. You don't need to scare, right? It's not. You can find a job definitely, but be like a service, right? You are going to sell your service. You have everything. Be confident. Okay. Project experience no longer, working experience no longer required. Some companies, almost every company has new people, right? You can tell you can work unlimited hours. You can put it in your uh, draft letter. Weekends, I can work for any money, right? Like people love to hear that, right? Plus your experience, right? But never tell I don't have a project experience. I'm new. I am fresher. I'm just grad. Avoid those words. Okay. So mindset is important, guys. No matter how do you prepare, how many projects you work, you can get 5 years experience within 5 days or 10 days. What you need to do in that 5 years, that particular person worked in maybe every 6 months one project. So how many projects? 10 projects he worked, right? So can't you do 15 project or 20 project? What do you need to do? It's the same thing, right? Like you have to write user story or data analyst to the data analysis stuff. So confidently tell I did for 10 projects worth of 5 years experience. Did 5 mock projects, 10 mock projects, 100 business scenario, 10 business scenario. Set big targets while you are applying, right? So mindset is all about. So template, right? So these are the template. Tell me about yourself. Use past, present, future, right? With example. Strength and weakness question, right? Strength and use one example. Plus, what is the result? Weakness, one improvement, right? What was your weakness? What you struggle? And what did you do, right? Maybe a tool, maybe a proper documentation, right? So I struggle with something and I started this one and we improved, right? So our triangle method, problem, solution, and result. Okay. Interview. Um, why this role? I am interested uh, in this role because, right? So you have to prepare this one. STAR method, situation, task, action, result. So your project is your one lending project, onboarding project, your collection project. Oh, you're going to add more projects. So please connect with me. I'll help you with the more project. There are tons of project available free. We can keep ready for your sharing, right? So come up with answer, right? 4 lines. Every line, 1 line, right? So maybe I didn't talk about star method here. I can just simply take one example, um, one behavior question, right? Tell me about a conflict, right? Someone is asking, maybe I'll document so that I can send it to you guys right away. So star for behavioral question, right? So uh, question is, tell me about a conflict. This is 100% question. Okay. So how would you answer? In my operation job, 2 teams disagreed on reporting ownership. Okay, let's write it so that guys have a sample. In my operations job, 2 teams disagreed. Anything, your project or whatever, you can just give a sample. Report the ownership. Okay. So this is the question. My operation job, 2 teams degrees on the report ownership. Oh, whatever the task you are doing. So I said, how do you meeting clarified responsibilities, right? Responsibilities and document. This is a simple thing how you are making like a proper structure, right? This avoided, so we have to tell what happened, right? This avoided confusion and save time. Simple thing, you are just making up a story here. Okay, so practice this template like loud 3 to 5 times before your interviews, and this will dramatically improve your confidence. So my recommendation is practice, come up with answer, come up with scenarios, whatever the method suit for you using our template, and record it and listen again and again. Just send to your partner or your friend or someone who can give a feedback, honest feedback, right? It's not good for everything, honest feedback. Some can can criticize. So like someone, the negative, okay, the more negative you get, the more confident you can be, right? Send to a person who can give you positive feedback. Otherwise, you can send to me. I can take a look and give you feedback, right? Until you get hired. So finally, so that wraps up our day 8. You know, there are structured way to answer. Tell me about yourself, practical example, beginners and experienced candidate, some HR question strategies, STAR method and templates, a checklist for interview preparation. So remember again, as I mentioned before, practice is key. Repeat your answers and revise your star stories, and tell you will walk into interview confident and prepared. So you again, guys, I'm reminding you, you are selling your skills, right? So tomorrow we'll focus on day 9, where we focus on technical BA interviews. So before we hang up the call, let's quickly summarize yesterday's question. We have a few minutes. So yesterday we talked about some keywords, advanced BA keyword. So the first question, what is the main purpose of user story mapping? So I will not go one by one. We have a few minutes only. I'll just tell the answer quickly. The answer is B, to prioritize feature based on your user journey. Okay. Question number 2, in a big room planning session, who usually attends? So only developers, only testers, business stakeholder, product owners, developers and testers, only project managers, right? Uh, Planning kind of thing, right? Like this is for us designing. So if you have this question, so you can include, there are project managers and everyone, I would say everyone. Usually it's a planning session, so maybe it's a project manager. We can include project managers because they are creating a roadmap. We are not in the scene, but if there is no project manager, you can see answer. Okay. Question number 3, what is the difference between functional and non-functional requirement? This is a very important question. You have to understand this one, right? So the answer is here is B, functional is tested in US, UAT, non-functional is never tested, right? But when you are gathering requirement, you have to make sure you have to identify your functional and non-functional requirements. What is merge conflict? So these are keywords yesterday we discussed. So what is a merge conflict? A disagreement between stakeholder, a situation when two developers change the same code in line, a type of testing, a requirement gathering. A situation when two developers changing the same code in line, right? That's the right answer. So I just want to revise my answers here. For question number 1, answer is B, to create a feature based on user journey. Okay. And question number 2, the right answer is C, business stakeholder. Okay. Question number 3, right answer is A. Functional defines what system should do. Non-functional define how it should perform. Okay. I might told you some different answer. These are the right answer. Okay. Question number 4, we are in now. What is the merge complete? Merge complete is answer number B, a situation when two developers change the same code in line, right? Question number 5, what is the purpose of bug triage? Answer is A, to assign and prioritize defects for fixing. Question number 6, what is MVP, minimum viable product? Right answer B, a small working version with core features that adds business value. Question number 7, why do we divide work into phases? Answer is to deliver value in smaller step and reduce risk. Question number 8, what is the mock API used for? To simulate API response before the real API is ready. Question number 9, what does RTM, requirement traceability matrix, do? Right answer is maps requirements to test cases to ensure coverage. Last but not least, which of the following is an example for non-functional requirement? Right answer is C. Login page must load within 3 seconds. Okay. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining today. You have a great day. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Can everyone see my screen? Okay, thank you. So welcome to day 9 of our business analyst workshops. Today we are focusing on technical BA interview prep. So yesterday we did go through HR round. So today we'll take a look the next step, our interview process, which is technical round. Okay. So the goal is to help you master topics like Agile. So here in the technical round, remember, they will be asking your actual task related question, right? So first, yesterday we had some scenario behavioral question, HR round. So the technical round, so let's say whatever role you are applying, right? So data analyst, DBA, or like a BA, any role, the technical round would be the actual work. Okay. So here today we'll discuss about for the BA role, like agile user stories. That's the main thing, right? Requirement elicitation and real project scenarios. So by the end of this session, you'll be able to answer technical BA question confidently related to your answer to project. So we have to give project specific answers, okay, and demonstrate practical understanding to interviewers. So our main job is not tell to the interviewers what we know, not the information. We need to we need to convey, like we need to tell them our skills, experience in our mock project or project we worked. So that's our main goal. Okay. So agenda, here is what we will cover today. Quick recap of day 8 highlights and agile fundamentals for BAs, understanding user stories, writing acceptance criteria, requirement elicitation techniques, real project examples. We are using the lending project. Sample technical questions and answers and templates for your preparation. Okay, so this session is designed to give hands-on examples so you can use in your interview immediately. Okay, so next move on to agile fundamentals, right? So we are just recapping what we discussed so far. Okay, so with interview questions. So agile, what is agile? So agile is an iterative development methodology focused on fast feedback, right? So collaboration and delivering small functional features frequently. So if you heard the word agile, so remember so they may ask you, what does it mean to you, agile, right? Agile, what do you think, or what is your thought, like why we call? So any kind of question may come. So just use these keywords: iterative development, collaboration, and frequent delivery, right? Sprint. So as a BA, your role in Agile includes, right? So what in Agile environment, what is your main responsibility? So gathering requirements, writing user stories, supporting the product owner, assisting QA. So this just a few key points only, because we don't remember, we have to keep the interview answers precisely and very short, right? So we don't need to speak like 5-10 minutes, like just talk in bullet form with examples. Okay, so key terms you should know this one, right? So always we cannot master everything any given job, right? So again, I'm telling jobs are trainable. All the IT jobs are trainable if you have the right education. So you guys have the right education. So important, you don't need to spend like another 6 months or 1 year or 2 year to I will prepare everything and I will keep on applying, right? That's never going to happen. So master the vocabulary, master the key terms for that particular role and keep on applying while you are practicing. So nothing to learn here, you have to practice your project only. Okay. So for this BA role, so you have to remember what is a sprint. Sprint, a time box iteration of development. Okay, very short answers. Okay, backlog, list of tasks or stories to be completed. So this is in JIRA or any other project management tool. Epic, large feature split into stories, right? Online form, right? Online lending is epic. Then we have multiple user stories. User story, small deliverable functionality. It's instruction for anyone who's going to work. DoD, definition of done. Checklist confirming story completion. Okay, so here are some example. So make sure 1 2 3 4 5 6 this at least 10 keywords you remember by heart and you should know the meaning. Okay, so I put some example, just take a look. So understanding user stories. So user story, we mention here small functionality, right? Small functionality means some user is whoever the software user is doing something, right? So and system behavior, what is we are doing, the basic fundamental is we provide an input to the system process and provide input. So here customer is providing the personal detail, the system prepared system we designed for give the loan decision. Remember our first day how we started, right? In the physical world, business are selling either physical product or digital product or services, right? So applications are mainly, specifically we are learning banking applications, made for develop for provide a service, right? So it's applied to the computer basic, like all the computer programs are work like have to provide input, which is the data, and the process we can call as algorithm, we can call as application, business rule engine, and whatever you call it, it's the process, right? So application, software application is processing and give us an input, output is the result, right? So the user story we write here what that application should do once the user provide input, right? That's what the user story format is. So here example you can see, as a customer, I want to submit loan application online. So here is the data input where the customer is providing user. So I don't need to visit the branch. What does it mean? The system will process the loan application like the teller in the branch and provide the decision. So that's the instruction we are writing to the developer or tester to test this one. Okay. So notice here, we don't need to write essay here. So notice how it's short, right? Focused and communicates value to the user. So who does what? Remember, right? Always include acceptance criteria to make it testable. Okay. So now let's move on to, so we understood the basic how to write a user story. Now move on to the writing acceptance criteria. So acceptance criteria are a checklist that confirms whether user story is complete, right? So this is the is we make sure the functionality or the thing we're planning to build is completed, right? It's kind of checklist, right? Example, customer fills all mandatory fields, right? System validates input, confirmation email sent, application is logged in the database, right? So acceptance, always ensure acceptance criteria is clear and measurable and testable. This make it easier for QA and developers to deliver the feature correctly. So this is the only work your deliverable as a BA you have to do, right? So I recommend you to use given, when, then, so that you can write very valuable acceptance criteria. So to write how you can gain experience, I would recommend you to start writing test cases, right? So whatever bank you use today, log into that bank. So write one acceptance criteria, one test cases, right? How do you determine, or how do you decide what to write, right? So write like you are complaining to the customer care, right? Example, let's say you try to move money from your checking account to savings account. So bank already tested this one. This is working. For your learning purpose, how do you make this one kind of accept criteria or test story, right? So what you can write, first write the happy part. Happy part means, okay, I navigate, I log into my account, right? Log into the account, provide credential, navigate to move money section or wherever transfer quick, it's based on your bank. You navigate to quick money or like whatever move money section, select move money and select the from account source, enter the amount, select the target account, which account, which our case is sales account, and enter the amount. And sometime it may ask the frequency. Do you want to send once or like a bi-weekly, or our case by default it's selected frequency is once, and click the submit button, right? That's it. So this you can verify from your bank account. So let's say if this is not working, how do you explain to the customer care agent, right? So this case you don't need to call because it's working. For your just practice how to write acceptance criteria, what you can do, reverse the scenario. So let's assume you moved money from checking to savings, $10. It's not working. How do you write opposite of this one, right? The first prerequisite which is given is same, right? You log into your banking, provide credential, and navigate to move money section. I select checking, enter $10, and select the savings account. Click submit button. I don't see my money moved from checking to savings. So first my initial balance was $1,000. It's supposed to be 990. Now it's still showing $100. Sorry, $1,000. I didn't get a confirmation. So how do you explain? So this is how you will write, right? So now how do you tell to tester? How do you put it in a acceptance criteria? This case, right? You tell verify. This case you must get a confirmation, right? Like your move money successfully happened, no successful, right? So you verify, user gets success completion message. So you turn into your negative scenario, happy scenario into negative, right? So you're just telling verify. That's a confirmation. Verify, amount has been deducted from the checking account, right? Example you can give, right? This how you can write test cases or acceptance criteria. It's not a big deal, guys, you don't need to take 2-year, 5-year courses for this one. Simply start with your banking app. So you already, that's why I'm saying, getting hired in a bank, it's very, very easy because you are using a banking product, right? You are already using our application. Whatever features mean you see what functionality, like what options are available to service, right? So if you think map like you go to a saloon, what options available, right? Face wash, like I don't know, hair cutting, your nail polish, or whatever. Those are features like um, funds available, options available for you to use in the saloon, right? So same like when you log into your banking app, you see what options available, what features available for you, right? Move money, check deposit, open account, invest fund, buy a GIC. So those are features, right? Options. Functionality, how that feature should work. If you are opening account, you go through opening account flow, right? So you can practice and you can put it in a paper, and again you can convert into interview questions. You can include in your resume. Very simple. So experience is no longer going to be a problem for you. Experience mean what the experience, right? The actual service, how do you handle how to work with the actual service? So you are a consumer of that service, let's say whatever ABC bank, you are consumer. So that's what you need. Like I don't know how many years you are using your banking app. Probably the day you come to Canada, right? Maybe 5 years, 6 years, 4 years, right? So you have 4 years experience of using a banking app, but you didn't pay attention, right? So now think like a application developer, right? Can be a data analyst, analyzing whatever captured data, can be a business analyst. So both the role work hand to hand, I would say. BA has to analyze the data. Data analyst has to understand the requirement, right? So it's both semi-role, right? So that's why very important. First, be a consumer, be a user of whatever bank app you are using. Based on that, you can create many acceptance criteria or the testing instruction, test cases, we would say testing scenarios, right? So next time before you call to any customer care service, anything, you are brought a product from Amazon or somewhere. So let's say how you write an instruction, your product is not working, your service is not is acceptable, right? In writing and test it. And that's what you can share with your interviewers, right? Okay, so let's move on to the next item. Requirement elicitation techniques. So as a BA, gathering requirements accurately is critical. Techniques, you can see here some techniques. This can be, you can see in your job description, right? So some techniques, JAD, Joint Application Development sessions, workshop with stakeholders to gather requirement quickly, right? So interviews, surveys, observation, right? One-on-one discussion, collect information, watch current process, understand the workflows, right? So this all include in joint application development. So here conduct JD with career team to define loan eligibility rules, right? So it's important if you have a chance, let's say you are building application for customer care agent, right? So try to work with them one day or like a couple of hours, study their workflow. You are building application for mortgage agent. So be a mortgage agent and see if you can work with them at least 1 or 2 hours. You can visit to the branch and sit with them, grab a chair, sit with them and learn the process. you are building software for fraud. So work like a fraud 1 or 2 days, or like 1 hour, 2 hour. Study their existing process, right? So by conducting this joint application development session, you will get more information and you can write your user story very quickly. Okay. So now move on to the real project scenario, which we were talking throughout this workshop, right? So let's see how this looks in practice. Learning project. So technical BA perspective, tasks you would to do, right? When you start a project, right? Create business requirement document, which is BRD. Create functional requirements document, right? So your case, you don't need to worry about this one. BRDs, FRDs, you are not hired for BRDs, FRDs, right? So you can take a simple um, samples templates. So I'll see if I can provide you one template tomorrow. Um, your main job is study the as a beginner, study the existing flow, what the current state, what we are developing for the future state. Write the acceptance criteria and user stories, right? So this just for your knowledge I'm sharing, but if you are able to write a BRD, FRD, that should be good, but I don't think so. As a beginner, no one will ask, okay? So, but you have to know document functional flows, map data fields like a loan amount, tenor, customer info. So mapping is important. You need to learn, you have to know what is a data mapping. So I have an example I will show you in the checklist as templates side, okay? So you have to know how this will be very important, how to do a data mapping. So data mapping is nothing but high level, one system to another system. Let's say you get the information from front end. Before you store it to database, and we have to make sure what format we need to insert the data, right? That's a schema. According to the schema, we have the data will be stored. So before we send to TransUnion, we need to make sure what format we need to include the data in the JSON format, and how long, what is the length, is there any validation. So if you are providing your data one system to a system, it's like you visit Italy, and Italy, they speak in Italy language, right? So you can still communicate with English, but recommended for more user friendly, if you can speak Italy, that would be good, right? So the data mapping is like translating, right? So we are from Canada, and someone is translating our English into Italy, right? So they data mapping that, right? Is tell something, they convert it into Italy. So the data mapping is between two systems, A and B. So let's say we are sending data to B system, and make sure the data we have in A system acceptable by the B system. Often that's not the case. We have to do the data mapping. So wherever the downstream, the end stream, we have to see what's the format is that target system is accepting. According to that, in middle, we have to do a data mapping. So you don't need to do, that system will do, but you have to make sure is there a data mapping requirement. Sorry. Create mock KPI for credit score validation. So these kind of things in lending project you have to do. So from here, one interview question. Let's take interview. How would you elicit requirements for automated loan approval? Right? So this is a question. So answer, you can provide, schedule a workshop with stakeholders, create user story, maybe joint application JD session, workshop, create user story, map data fields, validate with QA, and document acceptance criteria. This is pretty basic, but still you need to include main keyword here, right? Create user story, map data, validate with stakeholders. Or if you can include JAD session, that would be good. Okay. So now let's take a look what are the generic. So again, there are many other questions might ask, but we cannot master 100 or 1000 questions here. I would recommend you make top 10 ask question, come up with answer with the project example. Again, question, answer, result. What happened? How do you participate? They want to know how, where, what is your contribution, right? So that listening is the key. Again, listen the question, right? So these are like, I'm not sure if someone is going to ask, but these are pretty basic, but still this is the main job you have to do. But I would recommend you, if you are applying for a BA job, make sure as a beginner, you should know this one, okay? So, what is a user story? Give an example, right? How would you write acceptance criteria, difference between functional and non? So this is an important question. So make sure you have answered for this one. This number 4 also very frequently asked question. How do you manage requirement changes in Agile? So they are scope creeping. So if you heard scope creeping, so that's the question they are asking, number 4. Okay. How do you support QA for testing user stories, right? So tell me a scenario, when did you participate in testing? Because that's not your job, but they want to know, right? So you have to 3, 4, 5. So these are very important questions. Let's go through a sample answers dedicated to each question. Okay, so let's go through sample answers. So based on that, you can just build your keep ready sample answers for your question. Okay. So what is a user story? So as a customer, I want to apply for a loan online so I can avoid visiting the branch, right? So this is how you can write user story. You can just tell I will ask question who does what. So this will help me to understand who is the user and what's the functionality, like what is the user need and what is the benefit. So you just explain the pretty straightforward explanation what is the user story, then you can give a sample, right? How do you write acceptance criteria? So acceptance criteria, it should be measurable and testable. So example, you can tell, include this word measurable and testable. Example, validate all fields, confirmation email sent, application logged in database, right? One acceptance criteria, I mean how the system should behave, right? So 3 step I told you, right? We have a business application, right? That's what we build, right? So for the salon, for accounting. So the main functionality of salon, it's helping customers to booking their appointment. Accounting software main is filing taxes or do their accounting task, right? So whatever the application it has a main goal. So that's a main goal, that functionality main goal, how to test. That's the acceptance criteria here, right? Here we have a loan application. So loan application validate fields, send confirmation email. So that's be the answer. Functional versus non-functional. Functional, what the system does, right? If you click apply loan button, it should provide a decision. Non-functional, performance, reliability, and security, right? Let's say um, this application we build, we expected to get 1,000 application production, 1,000 application we are supposed to get, right, per hour. So we need to test whether this application still can handle the stress or load. We need to test, otherwise application can be crashed and there is major business loss, right? So we have to do a performance testing. So who will be doing? There is performance testing team, or tester or developer can coordinate. You can also coordinate if you know how to simulate like a testing environment. We can do a API testing, right? We can send load to the system, like simulating. You can keep on clicking, or you can keep on sending transaction within 1 hour. So every transaction we should get a approval or rejected either, right? So we can simulate the performance. Security, right? So API need API keys, right? So we need, and also if it's calling from external client, and maybe there are other security which applicable to your company will be filtered. So those need to reliability. So it should available 24/7. So those are handled by tech lead or solution architect, application support. There are folks, but as a BA, you can simply ask, is there any non-functional requirement? So you don't need to know what exactly, but at least system should available, right? Like ready to use condition. In order to work functional thing, system should meet the non-functional requirement, right? So that's very important. Come up with an example for your interview. How do you identify it? How do you know? This very important question. Okay. Managing and changes in Agile. You can give your example, PBR example, right? If any question you got related, how tell me a scenario you participated in Agile. How do you use JIRA or something? Any question? So you can use your PBR session. User backlog grooming, update JIRA, communicate with product owner and devs team, right? Final question, supporting to QA. Provide acceptance criteria, test data, participate in user acceptance testing, clarify doubts. Right. So this question, scope creeping, how do you manage your requirement agile, right? So you can prioritize, you can create your requirement traceability matrix, right? So you can create your requirement in one document and you can map it with like a user story and timeline, right? So this is the question you will ask, scope and out of scope question when you're writing user story, right? That's how you see if this feature is, the new requirement is required to minimum viable product, right? Let's say we are planning to release something in next month. We have only 2 sprint or 1 sprint. Can we include, or is this critical, right? So you have to do your assessment. You can simple answer is, how do you manage scope creeping? I will use requirement traceability matrix. Like I will get a sign off from stakeholders before we work, what are the requirements, and date wise we will prioritize. If any new requirement come middle of the development, we need to trade off, right? We need to remove one, we need to add this new one. So to remove, we need to justify which one is important for the next build, which one is important to the feature, right? You cannot simply remove one, you cannot simply add one. So it's a discussion with the team. So you just need to tell, I'll prioritize based on the demand, based on the how this is important to the application. So that's how you handle the scope creeping or managing requirements. Any question, guys, so far? Okay. So let's go to the template. So that's it for main questions. Go through this one and keep ready some answer for yourself. Now let's go to some templates here. Okay, so this can be your final template for any project you can work. So it's matter of like work in one project. So you get experience, you get a chance to work in one project, lending project, right? So whatever you learn so far this 10 days, within 7-8 days, create one. I'll share one Excel sheet. Create all the user stories. Create your acceptance criteria. Divide your stories like front end and back end, right? Front end is you collect input, right? Provide input. Back end mean application layer, right? Where your business logic will be sitting, right? Business logic, what you need, right? Your microservices, your APIs, your databases, right? And decision, what is the expected outcome? So you can divide your user story into three categories. One is providing input, which is collecting the data. Once you collect the data, how what how to process, how to make a decision, right? That's the next set of user stories. Third set of user stories, what is the decision, right? How do you communicate? Dashboards, monitoring, maintenance, if not available, all the user story will fall into that third category. Result, right? Simple, right? Three type of user story. Keep it in your Excel sheet. Whenever a requirement come, uh, filter this requirement, where this requirement will go, which category. Is it a front-end user story? Are they talking about collecting information, right, from user? So to collect information, what we need to do? We need to give a form, or they need to log in with a Gmail account. Somewhere we need to give a field or group of field to collect information. Obviously, we should have a drop down button or radio button or submit button to submit, right? That means application is getting the requirement, collecting the data, right? So you see, first step is that one, right? And processing, you can call it application layer, service layer, whatever you call it, right? Like a backend. What does it do? First, store it in a database, prepare, run through business logic, or send it to a vendor to get a decision. What is the outcome? Approved, or everything is we should decline or we should approve. I'm not talking about loan, any business scenario, right? In a business application, customers are try to do action. So they're consuming that particular application service or product. Business are validating whether we should allow this customer to be our customer or do business or buy something, right? So that output is yes, you can go ahead and buy. Yes, you cannot buy due to this reason, right? That's what all the business application do, right? You can go to Amazon shopping, you can buy. When you submit yes, approved, or like your transaction will be delivered. You go to a banking, yes, your money is moved, your check is deposited, or your account has been opened, right? So they're accepting whether whether you can be a customer. So all the business applications are working same fundamental only. So you can have three set of user stories. Okay. Um, so take away from this one, recap. So we'll go to the template after we talk about the takeaways. Okay. Agile understanding, crucial for interviews, any kind of agile project environment. So if you can master that few keywords we discuss in this slide, that would be good. Core BA tool, user story and exception criteria. Guys, this is just very, very simple. You can land in a job 65 to 75, 75 to 85, or 100,000 above senior. Just mastering this piece, writing instruction, and with your other soft skills. Anyone can apply. Requirement elicitation, right? Like you have surveys, JD session. It's like you are an organizer. If you don't, if you can I don't know if you organize a wedding party, if you organize a party, if you organize a trip, if you organize a food or like any kind of gathering, everything, right? How do you coordinate with people, right? Like maybe let's say you are arranging a potluck, right? With your friends or family, you coordinate. What do you bring? You send a Google form, right? In office, that's what we do, right? We send a survey. We ask, okay, these are the foods we are expecting because we don't want everyone bring the same food. That's how I would do. I have done, right? I'll tell, okay, veg, non-veg, salads, and ice creams, pops, plates, and send a survey, write your name, and send it back. Same like that. Gathering requirements is just coordinating people and understanding what they need. And if you know what you are looking for, you can send surveys and you ask, hey, do you prefer A or do you prefer B? Can you tell me, I need a field for 20 characters length and it should be a numeric field. I found two fields in mapping table. Which one you preferred? You are offering, right? So you will learn the technique how to get requirement. It's very easy, guys. So real project examples I recommend you, um, rather than memorizing any theoretical things. If you fully understand lending project and go to the phase two, which is the collection. After you lend the money, past due, customer did not pay on time, and how do you build application for to collection process? It's a good one. There are sample data in Kaggle and everywhere you can build you are the creator of your resume, right? So you have a production application already. That's your banking application. You can practice everything, whatever you need, the product and service and collection process, right? That's the second phase. So prepare with confidence. Next day, which is the final day, we'll go with some mock interviews and case studies and see if I can provide you some BRD or FRD samples. That's what we missed. So we can wrap up everything tomorrow. Okay. All right. So let's jump into our some templates here, right? So acceptance criteria. So if you are not sure how to, don't have experience, go through this checklist and put a tick mark, and then you can ask the right question, right? So let me, so these are the template. I'll send you guys this one with the recording. Here we are using the lending examples, okay? Elicitation template, data mapping, mini template, lending. So this is the field one, check-in examples. Okay, so let's go through what is this. So don't feel overwhelmed, this one. We don't need to run through everything, but as a beginner, if you are not really confident enough what you should be doing, so this is kind of your internal prepare for your preparation. You can ask this question, but if you simply ask like, who does what this question, and you can get all your answer, but still, no, I need a technique, I need a template, checklist, or cheat sheet or something. So you can use this one. You can run like a who is the user first. You need to find out, right? So if some cases, let's say you are developing API, do you have a user? No, right? So how do you write that one? So as a system, right? Or you can, if you don't have a user, just put not applicable, no user, right? But if there is a user, mobile user or something, you can write. Happy path, always try to build not the error path. Happy path mean like customer, this is your happy path. You can, system should able to collect the data, which means customer can provide the data without any problem. Don't worry about the format. What should I give? Should I give 20 character? Or should I give the no validation? Just assume everything is perfect. And next step, our application processing. Do not run any validation or filter or just meet the criteria, application process. Output is coming. That's a happy path, right? From start to end. Data validation. So once you have the happy path, now see if you need to validate the data, right? So if, let's say, if you are collecting date, what is the format of date we need? Let's say you are collecting name, we need to give a string text field, right? How big is the field? So all the data validation can be answered. Business rules, make sure you ask this question. Is there any business rule, right? Like what we have to do after collecting data? The saloon example, we don't need to validate any, no data validation, no business rules. He's not trying to cut the hair through online. He's just getting information, that application booking, right? So there is no, maybe few data validation, or there is no data validation. Business rule, there is no business rule, but your loan application, there is business rules. You have to check income and expenses and see the credit status. Based on that, you give the loan. Error handling. Error handling is important component, but first we are focusing on the happy part. First, user story happy part, right? With this basic thing, error handling. Um, let's say what will happen. We are telling some customers are not, they, I don't know, some they act weird. We are telling, okay, this is a name field. They try to upload a video there. If that something uploaded, your application can be crashed if your application don't know what to do, right? So we have to take care of error handling. So you are not worrying when you are gathering requirement. You just only take the who does what main functionality. Then based on next phase, or like a coming iteration, you can write user story for error handling, right? Let's say system collect the information from front end. It's not storing that, some maybe a latency, so something database is not working, it's not available, those kind of timeout retries, right? It's not work, it's keep on spinning, what to do, right? We have to tell the system. So you cannot come up with this one. You can ask the technical folks, what will be the error handling scenario? Do we need any user stories? These are like advanced level. So this is the basic happy path. Business rules and data validation. This will also will apply in the second, third user story. Precondition and role, important. Um, Persistence, security permissions, right? Like what do we have to mask the personal data, right? Name, date of birth, SIN number if it's there. Um, we have to see in the log or application, if it is logging, we need to mask those kind of data, right? You can work with your tech lead, someone, right? You don't see this information. Your tester might ask, you don't need to capture in this one, but still, if you want to participate in this conversation, you can see how do you handle customer PI data, personal information, right? Are we exposing somewhere in log or in application? Then your developer, yeah, okay, that's a good point. We should mask that one, right? We should hide that one. Persistence, right? What is saved where, ID generated, audit trail required, right? Sometimes business want audit trail, right? Uh, step, customer created account. That's another audit trail. We can see this audit trail in customer profile, right? Customer call, customer care. Audit trail is there, right? We can ask this one. Integrations, right? So when you're working with different systems, system A, system B, vendors, we need a integration, right? What we send there, what we get there. So this is we read, so you can create user story for integrations, right? Makes very simple. As a system, I want to integrate with TransUnion API. Acceptance criteria, verify request is sent to TransUnion, and we get the response as per requirement. Validate the API is functional, right? Something like that. notification. So after make the decision, how system should notify to customer or the user, trigger condition templates. So see if it is in a different country, time zone, if you are working local customers, right? If you are bank, if you are going to work in the bank, so you are handling local customers only, local users only. So, but these are good questions. These are advanced level, but you don't need to worry about this one if someone asks this one. Okay. UX behavior, button state focus. These are front end related. So just take a look. What are the UI elements? Pagination required, like let's say user is viewing the loan application, one page, how many records we need to show, like 100,000, 2,000. So paginations are sorting, filtering. So this UI behavior you need to know, because this is what where you will write user stories. I'll skip this performance, maybe this like advanced BA level, SLA. But if you want to know, this is something related how your microservices, what is the load and other SLA requirement. Okay, so just keep in your checklist. But if you are in this area, then you know what I'm talking about. So we'll not waste time talking this one. Browser compatibility. Yes, you have to know, like when you are developing something, is it a web? It's mobile. You need a mobile development for this one. Is it available in mobile, tablet, or like you have to make sure in user story you need to tell so that tester can validate this browser compatibility. Accessibility is must. So when you're if you're developing application, so just write one line. Application should meet accessibility criteria. So tester knows how to test, but yeah, so you can ask if you are developing backend, you don't need to worry. But if you are developing front-end data collection, input collection, so you need to make sure the application meet the accessibility criteria. Analyticals and logging, so this will come under reporting after you build the software application. Here, what dashboards to be created, like what notifications sent to business, right? So this is a good area. You guys can master it, right? Non-functional, right? Availability, scalability, and we discussed this one. Out of scopes and assumptions to be captured when you're gathering requirement. Test data and environment, because you remember that your development is happening in different environments. Make sure you have a sample. Like let's say you are working in a credit card project, you should have some sample credit card. You are working on a debit card, you need to have a debit card, right? So you need sample data. Work with your tester, and you can get this one. Definition of done and your acceptance criteria, right? So these are some examples. So if you go through, I'm not telling you to memorize everything. Just simply ask this question, who does what, and write the user story, and given when then or verify what that user story main functionality. Then later on you can run a checklist. So you will learn through the project importantly, but if you are not sure, you don't need to stress like all the requirement coming through, should I send through this one, right? So you will learn from the project. Mainly you just keep happy path, that's it. And data validation, or is there any business rule, and header handling, these four only, right? And next everything you can learn from the project. These four are important. Okay, any question? I think we are good. So I put some examples here from the lending project, right? How to keep this one, your what are the user story can come. You can for your epic we have all the everything. Okay, three used, so 4 or 5 user stories are there. And so your quick card, see preconditions and roles, and happy path and alternative, right? Validation and business rule. So these few things only you need to handle in beginning, right? Precondition and who is the user, where the user is in the loan flow. Happy path, what we are collecting if they are not providing right information. That's it. Validation business rule mean rule engine. We send to the application what the system should give. So this is your user story and acceptance criteria. These all uh, additional information, right? So you will master it from your practical experience. So requirement elicitation template, you can keep this one. Mainly you are identifying, like you don't need to send this information. Mainly you are identifying like what is your um, current state, what the system is doing today, right? That's what you need to identify, and future state. So here, the data mapping template, you see, this is the customer name and this is the data format required and validation rule. So this is how you capture requirement for data validation, yeah, data mapping or data validation. So what's that field? So you customer will see only the username, and how do you do your data validation? Okay, just go through this template, and if you have any question, let me know. Okay, so that's it for today. Thanks everyone. Thank you. Can you guys see my screen? Okay, thank you. All right, okay, let's get started. So welcome to day 10, our final day. Thank you so much for joining me on this 10-day business analyst journey. So today is very special. Well, we'll put everything together, a job ready resume and project examples and LinkedIn profile and your next step. Okay. So today's agenda, why resume is important and LinkedIn page for your first job, step-by-step resume structure, sample resume and with 2 projects, how to create a job ready LinkedIn profile, next step after this workshop, what you need to do, and free templates, BRD and FRD, RTM and resume and LinkedIn guide. Okay. So why resume and LinkedIn are your golden tickets, I would say, right? So your resume gets you interviews. You have to remember. So your LinkedIn gets you discovered. So recruiters today search on LinkedIn more than job portals. So important. So your LinkedIn page is like your website, personal website. So together they are golden tickets to your first PA job. Any kind of job, first you need to have a nice LinkedIn profile, right? So one more example. So resume is like your brochure or like your handout. LinkedIn is your online shop window. Like it's like a website, right? what recruiters see 24/7. So that's why it's very important you keep your LinkedIn and resume updated always. Okay, so the resume structure is you might already have a resume, so you can add your contact info here, right? So if you have a GitHub link, make sure you add that one too. So here your name and personal detail and your LinkedIn page, because we have to provide the LinkedIn page so that everyone can take a look about your profile. Okay. And next one is professional summary. So here you don't need to write professional summary. So here you can write, so you can directly write your job here. So make it bold. Instead of professional summary, you can, so if you are applying data analyst, so write data analyst. So do not write professional summary. You can write simply your job position, whatever you are applying. So business analyst / data analyst. And next 2-3 lines focus on your job and banking, right? So you have to mention your project is very, very important, because what we are here try to sell our experience and skills, right? So we try to, your resume is like a piece of advertisement, right? So you want to talk about your resume, your experience and your recent project. So our case, we don't have any experience, right? So how can, what we write here? So we can write our projects. So we can write, we'll see a summary here after this. So next one, skills, right? So like a BA tools, Agile, domain knowledge, right? So you can mention here everything. What are the soft skills or like technical skills you have? Okay. Next one, education and certification. So these are the examples you can put it for skills. So let's go to the next one. Even if you don't have a BA experience, your project in this course count as experience. So write them as professional project, right? So any data analyst or business analyst, any job you are applying, you might have done many project, right? So take 1 or 2 project, master only one project, right? So instead of you talk about 10 different projects, take one project, lending project, collection, or whatever you prefer, whatever you like it, take one project, right? So that you can include in your resume. So let's go to the summary. I'll put the resume. Let me go to the, so here it looks like how it's going to looks like, right? So your name and your personal detail. So here you are writing, so entry-level business analyst trained in banking project. So you can include other stuff, right? Like your you have customer service experience, you have retail experience. So guys, here wording is very important. So if you are not sure how you can convert your current job experience and what we need to put here, so please contact me. I can help you with that. Okay. So I'm just specifically talking here the training we did, and specifically we are applying for business analyst job only. Okay. So that's why I have, so you can include other stuff too. But let's say you don't have any experience. You just completed your education, you never worked. So this is a perfect example. So entry-level business analyst trained in banking project. So this is very important, right? So right now, no one will give a chance. That's the challenge we have, right? So no one is giving opportunity, whatever we learn to practice. So then what we did go through some projects, right? So that project we converted as our experience. So that's very important. So again, here, whatever your job you are applying, data analyst, business analyst, please enter that job title here. So here we are telling skilled in requirement elicitation, right? This is the only task so business analyst have to do, right? So business analyst get the requirement from stakeholders and document the requirements in JIRA, explain to work with testers and developers to complete that requirement, right? So that user story creation, data mapping, supporting Agile. Use the keyword in your resume, Agile projects. Experience in lending and collection system with focus on process improvement and testing support. So when employers are looking a candidate to hire, right? Why most of the candidates applications are not cold, right? So you might have sent thousands applications, right? The main challenge here we are not getting calls, right? So first thing, you need to check what is included in the job description. So every job before you apply, you need to update your resume. If you need quantity, you can keep on applying. There is less chance, less probability to get a call, right? So if you need more, if you want to increase your resume being shortlisted, you need to pay attention to the job description before you apply. So that's very important. So your resume, you cannot uh, create one resume and you keep on applying. So that's why we need to be domain specific. So your case, we have clear objective here, right? So you trained in banking project, lending and collection, right? 2 project, and you train as a business analyst. So you don't need to change your resume. So these items, everyone is looking in the market. Only difference, they will ask you 2 years, 3 years experience, right? So other than that, this is perfect. You don't need to change this one. So after, if time permit, we'll take a look few jobs in the market. Okay. So the next one, skills. So business analysis skills here. User story writing, FRD, SRS, RTM. So these are documents. So you have some other experience, right? Communication, critical thinking. You have some other skills you can include. So I'm specifically, whatever resume you have today, after today you can update these things in your resume because you are going to complete your 10-day workshop, right? So these are additional things. But if someone not created any resume so far and you are wondering what should I do, you can use this one, right? So you can either update or you can create this one. Next one, Agile and Scrum. right? Sprint planning, backlog grooming, user story, definition of done, right? So um, maybe acceptance criteria, I would say add acceptance criteria. So these are the main experience related to Agile, right? Tools, JIRA, Confluence, MS Visio, Postman, Swagger, and if you know SQL, add SQL, and if you know Python and other databases too, and you can add. But just to work as a business analyst, you just need to know JIRA and Confluence and diagramming tool, which is Visio. And testing support. So these are pretty much like some keyword. So if you have not participated UAT, regression, smoke testing. So yesterday I gave you one example. How do you can test banking applications, right? How you can write test cases. So either you can share in your job interview, right? So you can write user acceptance testing test cases, right? So let's say you build one banking application, that application you build a feature. Let's say the check deposit feature, let's assume you build the check deposit feature. So how many of you know how to deposit a check through a mobile device? Any bank application has that feature. So what you have to do, you have to go to your checking account or savings account, and top menu you can see deposit, like a kind of a camera option or something, e-deposit, mobile deposit, or something like that. You can see, click that option, and you can see one is upload your image one. Here you can see second one, upload your back of your image, check image I'm talking about. Amount, there will be an amount field, there will be a submit button. So these are the basic 4 or 5 options in that flow, right? So you can go to that flow. If you don't need to deposit a check if you don't have a deposit a check. So simply go to open that option. Now you assume you build this feature for the ABC bank, and how you write instruction to a person. Writing instruction is like you have seen user manuals, right? With the electronic items, small toys, and some like if you buy something from IKEA, like cupboards, like every product you buy, you might get a user manual. So the testing instruction or acceptance criteria, it's like a user manual, how to use that product, right? So here you can write, okay, log into your personal banking using your credential, navigate to your preferred account, or you can write navigate to your checking account. Choose, select the option deposit, check deposit. Click the option take picture or upload picture. Option 1, front image. Option 2, back image. Hold the camera closer to your check. Hold the camera, turn your check back and closer, right? And enter the check amount and click submit button. So you can write UAT test cases, user. So this, your instruction will hand over to business, whoever back office, whoever going to test, right? So you said, this is what we built, please test this one. So this will cover. So you are writing in. So this will help. They can keep your instruction to update their user manual. Let's say if someone joined new and if want to know how this new feature is working, they can use your instruction. So there is no right format or right template. So simply write instruction how to achieve that particular target, right? So you can write those things. Regression testing, we talk about regression testing. There are automation test scripts. So again, you might ask, how do I support regression testing? So one example, let's say now you implemented check deposit feature. Okay, so now you implemented check deposit feature. Let's say next you are going to build a move money functionality. So you want to move from A. So let's say your bank is ABC and you want to move money to BCD bank, right? So how to do that one? Test it from your mobile phone, right? So you need to add other bank account first in your profile. So first step, adding the bank account, other bank account in your profile. Okay, go to your profile, see add link, click add link, enter the destination bank account number, click save, enter the transit number, enter the institution number, and enter the account number. You provide all three information, click save, and verify the bank account is added. So now bank account is added. Now second step, go to the move money section, select the from account, which is your checking account, select the target account, which is your newly added other bank account, BCD bank account, right? So you elected from and to account, enter the amount, how much you prefer to transfer, and click submit, right? So this is another feature. So now you have your check deposit feature, you have your move money feature, right? So first you build your check deposit, now you are building your move money. So you have to, if it is in your profile same area, you need to make sure the check deposit also working and your move money also working. So that's how you keep on adding something, that area, particular area, you have to keep on testing, like quick testing. So preferably I will do a automation test case, automation script. So you can help every time you build a feature, if you can write some instruction for testing or like a information about user, how to use this flow, that can be used for regression, to build regression testing. So that's why you're telling testing support regression. Smoke sanity, this kind of ad hoc you can include in your resume too. Okay. Next one, very, very important, the project experience, domain, lending and collection. So we didn't talk about much about lending. Sorry, the collection. We only focused lending, right? So the flow works, customer flow, customer goes to branch and fill up application, provide the customer detail and submit to the bank, right? So bank employee enter the customer detail in the system. This first day or second day we discuss, okay? In the system and process the loan, right? And after process and system give a decision, or they make a decision, and that decision will inform to customer either loan approved or rejected. So that's the manual flow. So what we did, we build a online flow. So front end, we collect customer information and we created an API. The API stored the customer data in a microservice or database, and the microservice or database create a API request to the TransUnion vendor and send this information to the vendor, get the customer credit information. Again, the microservice or the application layer or your business engine or business logic, whatever you call it, your backend system, right? Process the loan, right? Input, remember, input, process, output, right? So your application layer process the application and send the confirmation to the front end, right? So you, based on that, you can create, you have created some user story, right? So that's your lending. So create your lending process flow, current versus future, and create some sample user story to show. Okay. So collection is after we hand out money, customers are not paying on time. This process is manual today, right? So every day we pull a report. Yesterday missed payment. We just assuming, okay? So you haven't seen how these collection systems are working unless if you're working as a collection agent, right? So you pull a report every day, see which customer did not make the payment. So you may put it in Excel sheet. You make a contact to customer, try to collect that money. So that's the manual process. Think how we can build a system for this one, right? So you can prototype, you can build kind of this flow, right? And you can include in your resume too. So next one, capital market product and corporate finance, retail, AML. So you can add your domain knowledge, right? So you are if you know lending and collection, and to do the mortgage flow, it's just pretty much same, right? Mortgage works like that. So you see a property, you ask the bank loan, yeah, you submit your document, and bank will assess whether you are qualified or not, and bank will let you know, right? So that's how mortgage flow works. You can include those. And how the credit card works, right? Same. You provide your information, fill up the credit card application, and bank will get that request and get your credit info from the credit unions and process and let you know if you are qualified for your credit card. Right? LOC, line of credit, equity loans. There are more personal lending products are there, right? So why I am telling you, because you don't need to practice all kind of loan, right? If you know how one lending work and other lendings are same only, so you can just quickly read it, or like you are consumer of that product, right? So maybe you might have a mortgage, and just think about how do you process. That's the process. Then you might have a credit card. So do you need to take a course for that? No, right? So call the call center, bank call center, ask how this works, or read it and create a process flow. So you can include here, right? So you don't need to like work 5 years, 3 years to learn a domain, because you are already a user or customer, right? You can figure it out. You can ask question customer care, and you can figure it out. You can read it. You can include in your resume, right? So the more domain you know related to personal lending, and there are more opportunity come, because in the banking business, the main income bank is making, providing in the lending business. They hand over money and customer pay interest. So the more you know about the process flow or the product work, the more easier to get a job. So that's why I'm telling, studying the basic background is very important, which you know equally know about client products and services, right? So you cannot build website for accountant if you don't know what accountants provide services, right? You cannot build retail website, e-commerce website if you don't know what they're selling and how that works, right? You, yeah, you can learn, you can read it and you can do, but there is no personal touch. There is no like kind of, you know, stand out, right? So that's why you need to be a customer of that, so that you know how this product and service is working. So that's why you don't need to learn anything new. You are already a bank customer, and you just learn the product by using, and you can include in here, right? So those are the domain knowledge I recommend you to include. So next, you can include your education, right? So education, I would recommend you include your latest Canadian education, your post diploma certificate or degree, right? So that's include here, just include Canada. and if you have done masters recently, just put the masters and your bachelor. So that's how it looks like 3, right? Year is important. So let's say you put 2025, 2024, your PG diploma, your masters, or your bachelor. So if you don't have masters, just put bachelor and PG. And certification, currently if you completed any LinkedIn course, any data break, so whatever your certification listed here, because your first page, right? So we see what you are capable and this is what we measured. Do you have right skills to do the job, right? So this should match with the job description. And your education is important. Do not put your education on the bottom. So because we have to show our strength first. Because your case, you don't have any work experience, I assume. So that's why we are showing the skills, and we are showing our education background is the strong skills we are trying to sell here, and your certifications. Again, you can ask, do I need to take certificate? None. There is no certification required. Master the main work, writing user story, creating diagrams, and talking to the stakeholder management, right? That's very important. Any questions so far, guys? Okay. So now let's go to important part, right? So with experience is the very, very important thing, right? So can you tell me, why do we need to show the experience? Why people prefer to hire a person with experience? Any idea? The question is, why why companies are looking experienced people? Can you guys hear me? Yeah, so there is no different fresher or like experienced person. Anyhow, you will get a KT, knowledge transfer, when you join your work. So that's not like, yeah, so that's partially right. But why think think you are a business owner, right? So let's say you have a car, um, you need a driver, right? So you are just simply sending a Facebook ad or something, asking, I'll pay per hour this much of money. I'm looking at driver. First, to be a driver, you need a certificate. You need a driving license. That's the first requirement, right? So what you will, as a employer, your case, you are employer, you will verify, does that person have a driving license? How long he has a driving license? Which category? A license or B license or something like that. Why? That give you confidence, right? Mean, like, he has gone through the basic and he is qualified to be a driver. That's the first step. Now we all qualified. We graduated, we studied, we have the license. Now let's go back to the experience portion. So experience, so let's say I am a candidate, I'm saying 1 year I have a driving experience. I worked for so and so company when I was a student. Now I completed my degree. Or another one is coming. Let's say his name Ram. He's coming. He's saying, I don't have a driving experience, but I do have the driving license. I was taking lessons how to be drive, how to drive one place to another place. So which one you will choose? You choose Ram or me as your driver in this example? 1 year, right? So obviously we will, because as a business owner, I want to make sure, because I am paying, I am buying you, right? I am buying, you are buying me. I got a quality service. There's no, there's no problem. Even Ram didn't drive, don't have experience. You can still hire for less money, right? But still, if you are paying, you will always make sure I get more. When you are doing a deal, right? How do you look at, right? What is in it for me, right? Can I get some discount? It doesn't matter, small product to big product, rich person to the poor person. As a human being, when we are making a purchase decision, we make sure we get more whatever we are paying. So that's the case employees also looking, right? But unfortunately, we are like Ram, right? We have the certification, we have enough knowledge, we are unable to prove, right? We have experience, right? 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year. So let's say Ram can do this work, right? Like what Ram doesn't need to work for anyone to get 1 year experience, right? What Ram can do, if he doesn't have a car, he can rent a car, right? He can do some, like he can go to college, he can um, do some personal work, or like he can borrow his friend's car weekend, right? He can gain some experience by driving the actual car. So now Ram's perspective, Ram's experience changed. What Ram can do? Yes, I have also experience in driving. How long? Maybe you can put 10 hours, 15 hours, or like a half a year, 1 year. You can put 1 year, half a year. Did you work for any company? We can ask Ram. Did you work for any company? No, I was a student. I couldn't work full time, right? So that's the case you guys have to tell, right? If someone is asking, do you have experience? I was a student. Completely last 2 years, 3 years, I was working. Sorry, I was studying, right? I was studying. Then how did you get the experience? So you can explain experience. I did so and so project, banking project, similar to products and actual project. I did by myself. Here is the result. Here is the project details. You can explain. So if I send this one in my resume and Ram's resume, there are good chance both of them being called, right? So it doesn't matter you simulated or you worked actually. So important, you should know what is the product, what they are doing. Can you simulate it in advance before you go to the job, right? So do not tell I don't have experience, I didn't work on live project. You can simulate all the project. So how do you know which project to simulate, which project to practice? That's why you need to read the job description. You need to read about the company. In our case, we are okay. We can apply to major 5 banks, and there are, I don't know how many, there are tons of financial institutions you can apply, right? So that's very important to know what customer is selling, which is our employer is selling, and pick a project with whatever the customer is selling. So our case, lending is a good example. I told you that's the main business of bank, right? Or investment. You can learn about those investment, how the investments are working, and capture your project. Okay. So this is the page 2. In the page 2, or like a first page, if you have, first one, you can write online project, right? Learning project. So you can include the details, what you have done, conduct a requirement elicitation. Like this is technically, guys, whatever the job description is asking. So there is no way the employer can reject your application, because even the application tracking system, right? To shortlist your resume, employers are looking, that also can catch, like the 80 to 90% of word will match your job resume and the job description, sorry, the job application, right? So there is high probability your resume will be shortlisted. Not for the experience. You are showing experience here, right? Map the data field, support. You are just giving a job description to the employer. So again, I am saying getting the job is two-way. It's a mutual call, right? You are make suring your skills are being utilized to right place. You are a product, you are a service, like attorney, you're like a doctor, right? Do the doctors get jobs immediately? Yes, they get the job immediately. Do the attorneys get the job? Yes, they get. Do the teachers get? I'm not sure, right? So those are skill level, right? So that's what I'm telling. Any job can be trainable, guys, right? So the important is you have the license, you have the education, pick a project, get trained. You don't need to have 1 year, 6 months, 5 days. Put 10 hours, I recommend anything. 20 hours, good. 30 hours, excellent. I would say start with 10 hours, right? So you can write, you can get practice millions of projects. If you want to know project ideas, call me, okay? I can help you with the projects. You can fill your resume, 100% sounds like an experienced person with actual practice, right? You can practice. So next one, similar to that one, you can include your, if you are planning to include your collection project, you can include, okay? So achievement, what you did, right? Uh, if you don't have, that's okay, but if you can include, that would be great. Okay, so next one, I guess LinkedIn, right? Okay, so LinkedIn profile, how do you add LinkedIn profile? Like, let's go to the template here. Step one, so add a profile picture. So if there is no profile picture, please add a profile picture. Today, see how many of you don't have, I don't have a profile picture. I'm not looking any job, but still I'm telling. So your profile picture is very, very important. So take a professional picture. You don't need to go to a studio. You can take it from your cell phone. Okay. Just take a profile picture and attach. And headline, right? Business analyst, banking and finance, agile requirement specialist. Do not put student, okay? That's a headline, I'm telling. About us example, so you might already have a, so you can tell I am a business analyst who love to solve business problems using my technique, problem solving skills, using my data analysis skills. So just write few words from your own. I can eliminate gaps using my so and so skills. I am fascinated person on data analysis, solving whatever project, something include, right? So if you are writing business analyst, you can include this one. Okay. Next one, add experience, right? So your case, if you don't have experience, you can use our lending project. So guys, if you don't have a profile or your profile is not matching, but create new email ID, create one new LinkedIn profile, which you can show, right? You can include everything. Step 5, include all the skills. Adding skills is really important in LinkedIn, because LinkedIn will give you suggestions. there are similar jobs you can apply. You can on the alerts. So if you don't have skills and LinkedIn doesn't know what jobs to offer you. And I don't see the job whatever you are seeing. So it's customized page. Whatever I am seeing based on my skills and my profile, what I am set. And you will be seeing differently. It's not mean I am your friend, you are my friend. I cannot see, we both don't see the same thing. So that's why setting your skills is important, right? So endorsing is important. Send me a request, I can endorse you, right? I can uh, give a comment on, right? Start posting, start sharing, let me know. I can like and provide comments. So important is networking. So what you do from today, connect with recruiters and BA, join the BA group. So this is very important exercise, guys. What you do, you search someone, let's say you want to work ABC Bank. So search ABC Bank talent acquisition. Send a friend request. There are, if you accepted by one talent acquisition, you can get their profile network. LinkedIn will give you every day. Make it a habit. Send 5 talent acquisition friend request and connect with BAs, 5 or 10 BAs, like who is already working in a bank environment. Say hi, hey, my name is so and so. I am looking for a BA job in bank, and tell your domain, lending, personal borrowing or mortgage or something. I see you are working as a BA in so on ABCD bank. Do you have few minutes for a quick coffee chat? Or like you can chat, you can send 10 requests, at least one person will accept, someone will reply to you, right? So that how you will grow your network. So growing network is important. So the mastering how to get the job, applying, mastering the interviews, mastering the resume and LinkedIn. This is very much. So you are technically now you have to do market yourself. Think about you are like a product, and how do you sell this one? So if your shop is here in a different corner, do you think customer will walk in and you are a new shop, okay? And do you think potential customer will walk into you? No. You have to go to customers. You have to go to the market area. The market area, these are the talent acquisition people and BAs already working. You need to go to the market wherever customers are buying. So these people are, so the talent acquisition is the buyer. These BAs are sellers, right? So you need to learn what these sellers are selling. You need to learn what buyers are asking. So you are just, when they send a post, just comment and give your comment and participate in the conversation, right? So these are the things recruiters will see. They don't have time to go through 4,000, 5,000 resumes. They will go to your LinkedIn page and see if you are already commenting and liking and giving your thoughts on, oh, this guy is active in the community. Okay, your status is open to work. You get a call. But if you are hidden, your shop is hidden, your service is hidden, no one will have time to search and bring back you, right? So no one will buy. The more marketing you do, the more people know about you. Where do you do marketing? Where do you marketing? LinkedIn. Make it a habit. Send a post every day. Like, comments, continue. You should be a continuous learner. Spend 30 minutes every day, right? Knowledge share, right? Keep on studying, knowledge sharing, and keep on applying. One hour you need to spend every day, evening or morning, before you start your work. Send some knowledge share in the LinkedIn post. Engage, participate other people's conversations, and send friend request to talent acquisition and BA people, right? So that way you can grow your network. Any questions, guys, so far? Okay, so we reached to templates. Okay, so we are already in templates. We talked about resume and LinkedIn. So BRDs. So you don't need to worry about how do I write BRDs at this point. Okay, so you focus on how to write user stories. So BRD is nothing but it's a detailed document you can use as, so here, where is your requirement? I'll tell you. So business requirement here, this is how you write the user story. Here you don't write acceptance criteria, one line. So you first step, don't get you don't need to worry as a beginner now. Okay, learn how to write user stories. From that user story, if you can get the requirement like one line here, you see, you can write more detail just to simplify, right? BRDs are big documents, but you know, you get understand how this looks like. If you never filled up, you never did, that's okay, no problem. Just write your one line, I want. Instead of I want, you can just put customer system, you put the requirement, that's it. And these are like fill up, right? Stakeholder, if you know, just leave it stakeholder. Who's out of scope, you know what are the scope. Purpose, why you're doing. So boom, your BRD is ready. And assumptions, if you know, right? So it's a written document. If you ask, do we need a BRD for all the project? In Agile environment, you don't need, we don't write BRDs. But if you are going to work like big project, I don't think so. There will be some other people can create BRDs, but if someone is asking about BRD, you have the sample, okay? So FRD also similar to this one. Do you need to prepare? No, you need to learn the how to write acceptance criteria and the user story, right? So just take a look before you go to interviews if you are including in your resume. So don't need to spend more time. So technically, you see your user story only we are writing here. User story, functional requirement, acceptance criteria. So basic is just to learn the user story, how to write user story. Rest everything, you can name it. These are different flavor of how to capture the requirement, right? So, and RTM. So again, once you written the user story, that special feature or test case, what happened? It's validated or like completed, right? You can create in Confluence. I would recommend to use Excel or spreadsheet. First, you do a rough draft, your documentation. Then you can copy paste to JIRA and you can copy paste to Confluence, right? So you can keep a working document. Because why I'm telling, if you have written your user story one time, right? Loan application, and you don't need to write it again for another project. Because why? Either it's going to be, we have three basic fundamental of computing. We talk collecting data, processing the data, sending the output, right? These are the three major steps, right? Three categories. So if you write user story for collecting data, collecting information, front end. If you are written user story for back end, right? Processing application, right? And sending the result. So you choose which area the new requirement is coming. You can just simply change the purpose and simply change the domain. You can reuse your user story. So that's why I would recommend you to use a spreadsheet. Okay. So the final step, we are almost on time. So the final next step, what you can do, polish your resume with the sample I gave you, right? update your LinkedIn profile based on what we've gone through these 10 days. Make it a daily target, 5 to 10 job. Practice your interview question, use templates, and keep learning the job description. So what you can do every day, go to your personal banking or pick up any project which you prefer to do. Write the process flow step by step. Do a diagramming and write a user story and PBR it. That's it. Do the same thing every day. Like one day you create the process flow 10 minutes. Next day you create the weekly, you can create one project, right? One day, 15 minutes process flow. Next day, 15 minutes diagramming. 15 minutes create user story JIRA. 10-15 minutes estimate it. And take a screenshot, record it, or put it in a GitHub and share it in LinkedIn. Or every day you create it, you just share it in LinkedIn. Hey guys, I created a process flow for this feature. Share it. No one will doubt it. If even you don't know, that's not a problem. You just share it what you did it. So it's recorded. If someone is coming to interview and you can show what you have done. You can complete every week one project if you follow the same, right? Write the current with future process diagramming. You're writing user story, PBR, and take a backlog of your screen, JIRA, and share it and document in Confluence because I think those are free trials. Those will go away. So take a screenshot or record it. So that way you don't need to practice anything for job interview. You are living like that profile, right? So every day you have activity to do. Those are next step. So this is your summary, what you have gone through, right? So I summarize everything for our 10 days, right? We understand the BA responsibility and we learn second day requirement gathering. Maybe I'll just make little bit smaller. So this is what you need to do. This I'm talking requirement gathering. So next one, we have learned how to write user stories, acceptance criteria. So these are the examples, right? What we did. Next one, we PBR estimated how to estimate sample PBR session outcome was. So then we learn different type of items in JIRA, what you need to do, spikes, and we created lending project epics and everything. So next we jump into as a BA where you can participate in testing. So different type of testing we identified. So your outcome can be create testing scenarios or write test cases. Advanced BA concept. So we summarize like MVP and data mapping, deployment, branch build. So those kind of information, mock KPIs, right? Integration. So all the keywords as a BA you should know. And interview like this, the HR round scenario based question, behavior question, star technique, right? And yesterday we talked about the practical technical BA round. More talk about the BA responsibility right here. How to elicit, how to get a requirement, and how to write user story. The final day we are recapping job ready BA resume, how to show your project, LinkedIn profile, and your sample resume. Okay, so I'm going to send you everything, this template document and the recording. And also one more thing, thank you so much everyone who participated in this journey with our 10 days workshop. So consider to subscribe to the channel. Like I'm going to upload more detail more next one I'm planning to do technical BA, right? Like a technical, how a technical BA can work, advanced BA. So I'm going to add more, and also I'm going to prepare interview questions, job ready interview question, 100 questions and MCQs. Consider to subscribe to this channel, and I'll add more information weekly basis whenever I have time. Okay. Any questions? Final question, guys? Okay. So if there is no questions, so thank you everyone. You guys have a great day. Thank you so much.